Chapter 30, 772, Chapter 846, Tier 7 Skill, Chapter 846, Tier 7 Skill TL Notes. Made a change to Chapter 160. Added a sentence to the Abyssal Eye's description. It is a naturally occurring abyssal relic composed of the power of the abyss. TL's interpretation. An abyssal relic, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, can be considered the abyss's version of a godly relic, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, / Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Zero Wing's residence, guild leader's office. When Shi Feng agreed to repair the abyssal eye, one of his rings suddenly shattered into black tendrils and wrapped around the dark silver eyeball in Shi Feng's hand. Meanwhile, the previously dull-looking eyeball suddenly moved, its pupil contracting and dilating like a pulsating heart. Following this rhythm, spatial ripples spread from the primordial abyssal eye and the black tendrils, turning the office space into a dark void. A few seconds later, the dark silver eyeball morphed into a swarm of dark silver divine runes, which flowed into the black tendrils and repaired their fractured divine patterns. When the last divine rune disappeared, the spatial ripples subsided, and a gold ring etched with layers of silver divine patterns appeared in Shi Feng's palm. Thank goodness Shattering Town isn't an ordinary guild town. Shi Feng sighed in relief as he looked at the void around him and his office's magic barrier. The magic barrier that protected his office could withstand a bombardment from Tier 6 attacks. Yet, it had cracked when the spatial ripples struck it. The power of the spatial ripples could already rival that of Tier 6 curses. If these spatial ripples had appeared in the average guild town, they would have demolished the entire town. Even the average guild city might not survive. Recovering from his surprise, Shi Feng directed his gaze to the abyssal eye in his palm. Abyssal Eye, Ring, Divine Artifact, Equipment Requirement. Strength 20,000, Agility 10,000. All attributes increases according to the user's level. When equipped, increases all attributes by 200%, reduces all hostile dark type effects by 90%, ignore levels plus 20 additional. Skill 1, Dark Cluster. Continuously cause dark damage to a radius of 1 million yards for 10 seconds. Up to Tier 7, cooldown, 20 natural days. Additional. Skill 2, Abyssal Will. Grants the wearer the power of the abyss, increasing defense by 500%, strength by 400%, agility by 300%, physique by 300%, and endurance by 400%. Also increases concentration by 1 rank. Up to Tier 7, duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 10 natural days. Possession of the Abyssal Lord. It is a naturally occurring abyssal relic composed of the power of the abyss. It has the power to control the abyss. Tier 7. The Abyssal Eye's updated stats dumbfounded Shi Feng. The highest known tier that could appear in the current human race's greater god's domain was Tier 6. Even the mighty ancient gods could only use up to Tier 6 to boost skills and curses. No person or object could exceed this limit. Not even divine artifacts could do so. Thus, the existence of Tier 7 skills and spells was as illusory as primordial gods. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them myths. No wonder I have to kill the undying mother. As Shi Feng looked at the repaired abyssal eye, he suddenly understood why Enos had given him such an unreasonable quest. Considering how skills and spells were categorized, Tier 6 taboo skills and curses should theoretically be comparable to Tier 7 skills and spells. However, Shi Feng felt otherwise when he weighed the difference in strength between ancient gods and primordial gods. Thus, while the undying mother might be an existence that ancient gods feared, it would most likely end up dead or heavily injured if struck by a Tier 7 skill or spell. If the undying mother became heavily injured, killing it would become much easier. It's a pity Dark Cluster has a 20-day cooldown. Shi Feng was slightly disappointed as he looked at the Abyssal Ring's first skill. If Dark Cluster had a shorter cooldown, like 10 days or so, he could have tested it out before the fight against the Undying Mother. Now he could only fly blind. After inspecting the Abyssal Eye's stats, Shi Feng equipped it with great expectation. Immediately, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief spread across his body, and the surrounding void started to warp in his presence. As expected of an abyssal relic, Shi Feng was astonished when he checked his stats. Now, my basic attributes are already at the standard of a level 220, Tier 6 expert equipped with 2 divine artifacts. In God's domain, as long as players had level 200 plus equipment, they could expect the basic attributes their equipment granted to increase by at least 10% for every 5 levels they climbed beyond level 200. Thus, a massive difference existed between a level 200 player's basic attributes and a level 220 player's basic attributes. Currently, his level just so happened to be at level 200. With his superior divine body, the Shadow Incinerator, the upgraded God Chaser set, which granted him the basic attributes of a full set of level 220 legendary equipment, the Dragon's Fury secret treasure set, etc., he could easily match the basic attributes of a level 200, Tier 6 player equipped with 3 divine artifacts. Nevertheless, his basic attributes still weren't up to the level 220 standard. More specifically, he remained slightly inferior to a level 220, Tier 6 player fully equipped with legendary equipment and armed with a divine weapon. However, after he equipped the Abyssal Eye, his basic attributes skyrocketed, pushing him to heights he had never achieved, even in his previous life. Based on his estimates, he should now match level 220, Tier 6 experts equipped with 2 divine artifacts in basic attributes. Shortly after Shi Feng finished redecorating his office, Red Frost arrived. "Guild leader, let's go. If we wait any longer, we might be late for our meeting with Yilong," Red Frost urged when she saw Shi Feng counting 7 luminaries crystals. "Okay." Shi Feng nodded and put away the nearly 200 million units of 7 luminaries crystal he had received from Hidden Soul. Then he activated a world-breaking gate to the Starlight Realm. After crossing the world-breaking gate and entering the Void Sea, Red Frost promptly took out a purple-red scroll made from dragon hide. The dragon skin scroll was like a living Tier 6 dragon. When Red Frost unfurled it, it unleashed a roar that scared most of the Tier 5 and Tier 6 players within 100,000 yards into fleeing. Only a few Tier 6 teams dared to resist the flow, carefully approaching the source of the roar. However, when these Tier 6 teams reached the source, Shi Feng and Red Frost had long since disappeared from the Void Sea. All that remained was a collapsing and shrinking teleportation passage that radiated powerful mana and dragon might. Chapter 3773, Chapter 847, Meeting the Shimmering Sword Again. Chapter 847, Meeting the Shimmering Sword Again. Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, Flame Vein Holy City, Teleportation Hall. A pillar of light rose from one of the teleportation arrays in the teleportation hall. Then, a group of players emerged from the light. Shi Feng and Red Frost walked among the group. What an incredible city! The Tier 6 population here is already comparable to the Eternal Realms. When Shi Feng scanned the interior of the teleportation hall, he found that over 20% of the people in the crowded building were Tier 6 players. He had only ever seen such a high proportion of Tier 6 players in the Eternal Realm, which was a gathering place for the greater God's domain's experts. Tier 6 was a massive threshold in the greater God's domain that only a small minority of players could reach. For context, the average elementary God's domain could give birth to only 100 or so Tier 6 players. Thus, Any player who could successfully reach Tier 6 would be considered a frontline combatant and treated as a guest by hegemonic powers. Yet, Flame Vein Holy City's teleportation hall alone currently hosted over 1,000 Tier 6 players. Some of them were even at level 220 or above. This was considered a rare sight, even in the holy cities of other sanctuaries. "Today is just special," Red Frost explained. "Today is when Holy Dragon Spear hosts its Battle of the Chosen Ones. As anyone is welcome to buy a ticket to spectate the competition, many Tier 6 players have come running here. You'd be lucky to see even 1/3 of the Tier 6 players here during normal times." "I see." Shi Feng immediately came to a realization. Battles between Apex experts, especially experts on the Divine Glory list, were a good learning opportunity for the average Tier 6 player. But as these battles rarely occurred, the average Tier 6 player could only rely on battle videos, which were much less effective for learning. Thus, the Holy Dragon Spear Adventurer Team's Battle of the Chosen Ones was a golden opportunity for many Tier 6 players. In a situation where Tier 7 was inaccessible, the significance of combat standards would exceed equipment standards once players reached Tier 6. Meanwhile, the Chosen Ones nurtured by the various pseudo-Apex and Apex powers were all experts who had learned techniques inaccessible to the average Tier 6 player in the Greater Gods domain. If the average Tier 6 player could learn one or even half of a technique from these Chosen Ones, it would elevate their combat standard to the next level. Hence, many Tier 6 players had come running to spectate Holy Dragon Spear's Battle of the Chosen Ones. In reality, if not for the teleportation inside the 12 sanctuaries, costing an exorbitant amount of 7 luminaries crystals, Flame Vein Holy City would have already been packed with Tier 6 players. After leaving the teleportation hall, Red Frost led Shi Feng through the city's bustling streets. Because of her familiarity with the city's layout, they quickly arrived in front of a large battle arena in the heart of the Holy City. The battle arena was the size of a town. It had over 30 entrances, and 100 members of Holy Dragon Spear guarded each one. These Holy Dragon Spear members were all 5th-floor experts at level 220 or above. They were fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, and the party leaders among them were even equipped with 8-piece legendary equipment sets and combat-rank secret treasures. Executives of hegemonic powers would be embarrassed if they compared equipment standards with these Holy Dragon Spear members. These 100-man teams were comparable to the various Apex powers, trump card legions. Just one of them could overpower any power operating in the current Eternal Realm. Following Shi Feng and Red Frost's arrival, 2 individuals waiting outside the battle arena's main entrance approached them. The 2 individuals were Xiao Yilong and Twilight Leaf. Compared to their appearances in the real world, Xiao Yilong and Twilight Leaf looked somewhat different in God's domain. Xiao Yilong was already a giant in the real world, his muscular body reaching 3 meters. However, he was even taller in God's domain, coming in at 4 meters. He was also a level 230 high demidragon fully equipped with fragmented divine artifact-ranked equipment, and his shield was even a complete divine artifact. As for Twilight Leaf, she was a level 225 Catkin swordsman. She looked much less like a fairy in God's domain, having adopted a wild temperament instead. Although her equipment standard was inferior to that of Xiao Yilong, she still possessed a mix of fragmented divine artifact and legendary ranked equipment. The crystalline sword on her back also radiated the aura of a divine artifact. "What took you 2 so long? I nearly thought you wouldn't show up," Xiao Yilong grumbled as he looked at Shi Feng. When he turned to Red Frost and saw that she was only level 223 and fully equipped with legendary equipment, he couldn't help but sigh. I already talked to the old commander and the others about your situation. They have agreed that they will support you in capturing a void fortress so long as you can come in second place in the battle of the Chosen Ones and last 10 moves against the champion. Otherwise, there will be no further discussion. Just 10 moves against the champion. Xiao Yilong's words surprised Red Frost. She didn't think the adventurer team's old commander, elders, and grand elders' conditions to help her would be so simple. The Holy Dragon Spear adventurer team nurtured 10 chosen ones this generation. The prerequisite for becoming a chosen one was to reach the 5th floor standard. Thus, although the chosen ones weren't equally talented, the difference in combat standards among them was minor. Unless there was a huge disparity in equipment standards, it was unlikely for a match between Holy Dragon Spear's 2 strongest chosen ones to conclude under 50 moves. Do you think it's a low requirement? Xiao Yilong asked, having seen through Red Frost's thoughts. Then his expression suddenly darkened as he asked, "How many exchanges do you think I can last against the adventurer team's strongest chosen one?" 20. Red Frost answered in an uncertain tone. Shi Feng also turned to look at Xiao Yilong, curious to learn how strong Holy Dragon Spear's strongest chosen one was currently. 5. Xiao Yilong said after taking a deep breath. I fought her after I returned from visiting you, and I lost after only 5 exchanges. Moreover, I only lasted that long because I am a shield warrior. Otherwise, the fight could have ended after the 3rd exchange. How many exchanges do you think you can last? Twilight Leaf wore a downcast expression. She knew this news would likely come as a great shock to Red Frost. Only 5 exchanges. Shi Feng suddenly smiled when he heard Xiao Yilong's answer. It seems Holy Dragon Spear's strongest chosen one will indeed be a good opponent for Commander Frost. Before training at the Tower of the Abyss, Red Frost would have indeed lost a fight against Holy Dragon Spear's strongest chosen one. However, after training at the Tower of the Abyss for the past 3 days, Red Frost had reached the 6th floor standard and was now vastly stronger than before. Have you been listening to me? I'm talking about an actual fight in God's domain here. Xiao Yilong snarled as he glared at Shi Feng, who was only at level 200. Shi Feng's calm demeanor enraged him, and he wanted nothing more than to fight Shi Feng once more to demonstrate his true strength. However, before Xiao Yilong could challenge Shi Feng again, their surroundings suddenly grew noisy. When Xiao Yilong and Twilight Leaf turned to check the commotion, a hint of fear suddenly flashed in their eyes. At this time, 2 women could be seen walking toward the battle arena's main entrance. Both were elves. One of them looked younger than 20 and had blonde, curly hair. She was at level 227, carried an emerald staff, and wore a white robe. The other elven woman was a swordsman in her mid-20s. She had long light blue hair topped with a silver crown, and a rapier hung at her waist. Laura, Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the elven swordsman. Chapter 3774, Chapter 848, Holy Dragon Spear's Little Monster. Chapter 848, Holy Dragon Spear's Little Monster. Do you know that swordsman? Xiao Yilong and Twilight Leaf couldn't help but turn to Shi Feng in astonishment when they overheard his mutterings. Of course. She's my friend, Shi Feng said, puzzled by Xiao Yilong and Twilight Leaf's reaction. Why, do you bear a grudge against her? Nothing to that extent, Xiao Yilong said, shaking his head. Then, while watching the 2 eye-catching elves enter the battle arena, he added tentatively, I just know that her origins are extraordinary and that she is a ruthless person. Extraordinary origins. Shi Feng grew even more confused. Shi Feng knew the origins of the woman named Laura Crater very well. After all, he was the one who had brought Laura out of the stratified abyssal realm. However, after the explosion in the World Passage, Shi Feng had never seen Laura again. Although he had scoured the eternal realm and tasked fervent Samsara's subordinates with looking into Laura's whereabouts after they garrisoned Gazing Moon City, nothing had turned up. Originally, Shi Feng had already thought of giving up his search. He hadn't expected to encounter Laura in the primordial dragon sanctuary. He also never imagined Laura could have reached level 221 already. Her leveling speed was simply phenomenal. Additionally, her aura was starkly different. She now gave off the feeling of an unsheathed blade. For a moment, Shi Feng had even wondered if he was looking at someone else. That woman joined Holy Dragon Spear under the Great Commander's recommendation, Xiao Yilong said in a hushed tone after checking his surroundings. When she first arrived, she hadn't even reached level 160. Yet, the Great Commander granted her the position of Honorary Elder, putting her status just below his in the adventurer team. He even assigned her to be Heiser's instructor later on. Initially, the little monster was very dissatisfied by the decision. However, she somehow convinced Heiser to become her student in just half a day. Back then, that little monster was a brat who behaved as she wanted in front of anyone. Not even the Great Commander could do anything about her. Yet that woman managed to tame that little monster. Heiser, little monster, recalling the elf with blonde, curly hair, Shi Feng asked. Are you referring to that elven mage god from just now? Yes, Xiao Yilong said, sighing helplessly. She is Heiser, the divine songstress. She is our adventurer team's strongest chosen one and Red Frost's strongest opponent in today's competition. Divine songstress Heiser. Shi Feng was again puzzled as he searched his memories. As far as he could recall, nobody in the Holy Dragon Spear adventurer team went by the name of Heiser. Or more specifically, nobody well known in the adventurer team went by that name. After Holy Dragon Spear's battle against the Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark in his previous life, the adventurer team became a hot topic across the human race's greater god's domain. Practically everyone gossiped about Holy Dragon Spear in their free time. Back then, even the Tier 6 party leaders of Holy Dragon Spear were widely known, let alone the adventurer team's chosen ones. It should be known that Xiao Yilong was considered one of Holy Dragon Spear's top 3 shield warriors. Based on Xiao Yilong's claims, Heiser should be superior to him in both strength and fame in Holy Dragon Spear, so there was no way she would have been unknown in Shi Feng's previous life. Yet, Shi Feng could not recall any information about her. Let's hurry inside. The competition is about to start. Big Sis Frost still needs to get registered, Twilight Leaf urged when she saw Shi Feng lost in thought. At Twilight Leaf's reminder, Xiao Yilong looked at the time and quickly ushered Shi Feng and Red Frost into the battle arena. The Flame Vein Battle Arena was Holy Dragon Spear's most prized construction. This was because it was a special construction. In God's domain, most guild cities would only have an advanced battle arena. The advanced battle arena could accommodate about 200,000 to 300,000 people and allow players to fight under equal levels and basic attributes. It also offered players a combat environment that was more conducive to learning. The battle arena's owner could also host competitions that offered rewards to attract customers. Coming after the advanced battle arena was the peak battle arena. This construction could only be found in the holy cities operated by apex powers and a few pseudo-apex powers. It could accommodate up to 500,000 people and allow players to fight a perfect simulation of themselves, letting them discover their flaws more easily. As for Holy Dragon Spear's special battle arena, it was vastly superior to even the various Apex Powers' peak battle arenas. In addition to being able to accommodate 1 million people, it could also let spectators experience fights from a first-person perspective. For this reason, the Flame Vein Battle Arena was extremely popular at all times, and it was a challenge just to buy a ticket to enter the battle arena. Flame Vein Battle Arena, VIP seating area. When Shi Feng and Xiao Yilong entered the VIP seating area, hundreds of pairs of eyes immediately scrutinized Shi Feng. I've never seen that person before. Is he Xiao Yilong's acquaintance? He's Black Flame. He's currently a top 300 expert on the Divine Glory list. I heard he is supporting Red Frost to compete for the position of Great Commander. A mere top 300 expert dares meddle in these waters. Does he not know Heiser has Ember Dragon backing her? It's not surprising. He isn't the first person to try such a thing in our sanctuary. He probably thinks he can establish a foothold in our sanctuary after killing one of the holy race's holy children and entering the Divine Glory list's top 300. Unfortunately, he has no idea such achievements are worthless here. Xiao Yilong has also fallen behind the times to throw his support behind Red Frost. Once this farce ends, he'll probably have to retire to the second line. As for Black Flame, he'll know his place once he watches the Battle of the Chosen Ones. The executives of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's various powers started a discussion among themselves as they watched Shi Feng take his seat. Although they spoke softly, they did not speak in private channels. Thus, Xiao Yilong could hear every word they said. Unfortunately, despite his frustration, he could do nothing but swallow his grievances. The people sitting in the VIP seating area were big shots in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. Outside of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, few people knew of them. But as someone who had grown up in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, Xiao Yilong knew that even the weakest of them was as strong as the Divine Glory list's top 50 experts. They had simply faded from people's memories after their long absence from the greater God's domain spotlight. Amidst the discussions of the VIP seating area's occupants, the first matchup in the Battle of the Chosen Ones was announced. Divine Songstress Heiser vs. Sky Piercer Red Frost. Chapter 3775, Chapter 849. Holy Dragon Spear's Strongest Chapter 849. Holy Dragon Spear's Strongest Flame Vein Battle Arena, VIP Seating Area. I didn't expect we would get to watch such an exciting first match. A face-off between the current and former #1 Chosen Ones. Rarely has such a situation occurred in Holy Dragon Spear's history. I heard that Red Frost's condition has improved. If she has recovered her peak strength, we will be in for an interesting match. So what if Red Frost has recovered her peak strength? Don't forget that Heiser is the most monstrous talent Holy Dragon Spear has nurtured in the last couple of centuries. She has long since caught up to Red Frost's peak. Not to mention, Ember Dragon recently gave her a peak gold combat techniques legacy guidance. With Heiser's talent, she has probably grasped it completely already. Damn it. How lucky can Holy Dragon Spear get? First, there was Red Frost. Now there is Heiser. With such monsters, I bet it won't be long before Holy Dragon Spear climbs a few ranks higher in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. When the big shots in the VIP seating area saw the first matchup, some exclaimed in surprise, while some sighed ruefully. The majority, though, expressed their curiosity about Heiser's current strength and Holy Dragon Spear's future ranking in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. The Primordial Dragon Sanctuary was one of the greater God's domain's 12 sanctuaries, and it was rumored that its existence predated the greater God's domain. Many ancient families and powers operated in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, with those at the pseudo-apex standard numbering as many as 8. However, due to the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary having many taboo dungeons and taboo resources, competition within the sanctuary was incredibly fierce. To prevent outside forces from invading and stealing these taboo dungeons and taboo resources, the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's various powers had agreed to form a united front when dealing with outsiders. Additionally, they had agreed not to wage large-scale wars against one another. Instead, They would periodically host team competitions to decide how many taboo dungeons and taboo resources each power could occupy. These team competitions restricted each participating team to 100 members. Due to this restriction, every participant mattered. Thus, the advent of Heiser and the return of Red Frost would benefit Holy Dragon Spear greatly. Holy Dragon Spear was already the 5th-ranked power in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. If it could raise its rank by even 1, the number of taboo dungeons and taboo resources it could own would increase by a large margin. While the VIP spectators conversed, several dozen level 230+ Tier 6 experts entered the VIP seating area. Upon seeing these experts, many VIP spectators rose from their seats to greet the 2 men leading the group. Of the 2 men, one was a middle-aged elf with graying hair, while the other was a young demidragon with 2 pitch-black wings sprouting from his back. The middle-aged elf was fully equipped with divine artifacts, and his level reached 239. This was a level that few players could reach in the greater god's domain. As for the young demidragon, though his level only reached 235, he was also fully equipped with divine artifacts. Additionally, the presence of elemental laws could be vaguely seen in his pale golden eyes. "Great Commander, why are you here?" When Xiao Yilong saw the middle-aged elf, he promptly went to greet the other party with a confused expression. "Has the problem at the passage been dealt with?" The middle-aged elf was Southlake, the Holy Dragon Hunter. He was Holy Dragon Spear's strongest member as well as the adventurer team's great commander. After Holy Dragon Spear discovered the entrance to the Eternal Realm, he promptly left to preside over the situation there to prevent other powers from having any nefarious ideas. The situation at the passage has been stabilized. So when Vice Guild leader Ember expressed interest in our battle of the Chosen Ones, I dared not ignore his request, Southlake said with a smile. As Southlake spoke, Xiao Yilong glanced at the young demidragon beside Southlake, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Ember Dragon. He was the first Vice Guild leader of the Dragon God Palace, one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers. He was also known as the Uncrowned War God, one of the Divine Glory list's top 10 experts. Most importantly, he was the thief who had stolen Red Frost's fortuitous opportunity and used it to become a powerhouse that few powers in the greater god's domain dared to provoke. "You flatter me, great Commander Southlake. I am but a Vice Guild leader of the Dragon God Palace," Ember Dragon said with a faint smile. He behaved like he did not notice Xiao Yilong's expression of disgust. "I came here hoping the Dragon God Palace could establish a partnership with Holy Dragon Spear. If we work together, I am certain our future achievements in the Eternal Realm can rival the various apex powers." Ember Dragon's words greatly shocked the various powers executives present. As the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's first-ranked power, the Dragon God Palace possessed incredible strength already. It was also one of the first 10 powers to discover the Eternal Realm's entrance. If Holy Dragon Spear partnered with the Dragon God Palace, they could establish control over the entrance. This, in turn, would allow their strength to skyrocket in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. "Great Commander, are we really going to partner with the Dragon God Palace?" Xiao Yilong was similarly shocked by the news. It should be known that Red Frost wasn't the only one who suffered from Ember Dragon's actions. Holy Dragon Spear, as a whole, also suffered immensely. After all, the adventurer team had sacrificed many experts while competing for the ruin, with the faction that Red Frost and Xiao Yilong belonged to having sacrificed the most. Yet, they had nothing to show for their sacrifices. To make matters worse, Holy Dragon Spear's rank in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary kept falling afterward, and only recently did it climb to 5th place. Originally, Xiao Yilong thought that things would start to turn around for their faction now that Red Frost had recovered. But if Holy Dragon Spear truly partnered with the Dragon God Palace, neither Red Frost nor their faction would ever be able to see the light of day again. It's not decided yet, which is why I returned. I will use the competition results to discuss this matter with the elders and grand elders. You'll naturally know the outcome after our discussion, Southlake said, looking at Xiao Yilong calmly. All right, enough of this topic. Let's watch the competition. Xiao Yilong dared not object. As he was merely a vice commander in Holy Dragon Spear, he had neither the strength nor authority to question Southlake's decisions. Frost, it's all up to you now, Xiao Yilong prayed as he turned to the ring to look at Red Frost. Southlake already made his intentions clear. He would decide based on the elders and grand elders' decisions. If Red Frost managed to win enough elders and grand elders to her side after the Battle of the Chosen Ones, the partnership with the Dragon God Palace would fall through. However, if Red Frost couldn't win enough support, she would no longer have a place in Holy Dragon Spear. Chapter 3776, Chapter 850, Divine Songstress vs. Skypiercer. Chapter 850, Divine Songstress vs. Skypiercer. Flame Vein Holy City, Flame Vein Battle Arena. As Red Frost and Heiser stepped into the ring, a primeval forest materialized around them, indicating the start of the match. The crowd outside the ring burst into excitement at this sight, and even the spectators in the VIP seating area quickly took their seats. The VIP seating area was on the top floor of the battle arena. When the match began, the entire floor split into 100 private rooms suspended above the ring. Occupants of these rooms could not only overlook the entire arena through the floor-to-ceiling windows, but also watch the battle from a distance of 20 to 30 yards. Dragon God Palace's VIP room. Vice Guild Leader Ember, is she your former rival? A young man covered in dark gray bandages asked as he looked at Red Frost, who was currently equipped with a suit of white holy armor and wielded a crimson spear. She doesn't look like anything great. Aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill by coming here in person? If the occupants of the other VIP rooms could hear how the young man spoke to Ember Dragon, they would be frightened. They would also assume his life would be forfeited. Ember Dragon was the first vice guild leader of the Dragon God Palace, one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers. He was also one of the Divine Glory List's top 10 experts. Few people in the Greater God's domain would dare criticize him. Even the Dragon God Palace's guild leader had to behave politely when dealing with Ember Dragon. Yet, the young man covered in bandages openly criticized him. However, the bandage-wearing young man's behavior did not arouse any reaction from the dozen or so Dragon God Palace members present. Even Ember Dragon himself did not show the slightest hint of displeasure. Instead, he maintained a calm expression, behaving like this situation was normal. How can she possibly be my rival? After glancing at Red Frost, Ember Dragon said, even if she has fully recovered, I can still defeat her in a few moves under the same basic attributes. I only came here this time to check on Heiser. Is that little girl strong? The bandage-wearing young man asked, feeling a little surprised when he saw Ember Dragon looking at Heiser with a serious expression. Right now, not at all. Under the same basic attributes, I am confident I can kill her in 50 moves, Ember Dragon said, shaking his head. Then he continued in a serious tone, but her growth rate is incredible. She conceptualized an advanced gold combat technique 2 weeks ago. I estimate she might even reach the half-step mortal god standard in a month and become qualified to join us. A teenage half-step mortal god. The bandage-wearing young man also started to look at Heiser seriously after hearing Ember Dragon's evaluation. Achieving the half-step mortal god standard wasn't a big deal for those in their group. However, it was a big deal to achieve it before 20 years old. If such a talent was properly nurtured, they might just be able to reach the legendary mortal god standard. While Ember Dragon and the bandage-wearing youth conversed, Heiser and Red Frost met in the primeval forest and stood 100 yards apart. "So, you are the former number one that Leaf told me about," Heiser said, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes as she scrutinized Red Frost. "I shouldn't expect anything less from a genius the old commander and the others admire. Even though your soul is still weakened, you give me the same feeling as those in the Divine Glory list's top 30. I can't imagine how strong you were at your peak." Heiser's words immediately shocked everyone in the audience. What? Red Frost can rival the Divine Glory list's top 30, even though she's not at her peak. No wonder she used to be labeled the most talented genius Holy Dragon Spear has seen in the past few centuries. Many among the audience looked at Red Frost in surprise and admiration. Although Heiser's assertion sounded far-fetched, nobody doubted her. Divine Songstress Heiser. This name had long spread to all corners of the primordial dragon sanctuary. After all, Heiser was publicly acknowledged as the most talented genius the Holy Dragon Spear Adventurer team and the primordial dragon sanctuary had seen in the past few centuries. Thus, nobody had any reason to doubt Heiser's evaluation. "You're not half bad either," Red Frost said, smiling. "You've already reached the half-step mortal god standard at such a young age. You can definitely be considered one of the best among the younger generation." Red Frost's response immediately stirred up the audience once more. "A half-step mortal god? Impossible. How can Heiser be a half-step mortal god already? A half-step mortal god? Isn't that the realm few people in the greater god's domain have reached? Heavens! Am I dreaming? Aren't we supposed to be the same age? How is Heiser a half-step mortal god already when I reached the domain realm only recently?" Many youths in the audience felt like they were losing their minds right now. In the greater god's domain, those who could reach the domain realm by 20 would already be considered rare geniuses, while those who could reach the 5th floor standard by 20 would be given the chosen one treatment by apex powers. As for the half-step mortal god standard, it was a realm that many older generation monsters could only dream of achieving. Yet they were now being told that Heiser had reached it already. Besides the general audience, the various executives occupying the VIP rooms also stared at Heiser in disbelief. She isn't denying it. A monster. She's a monster. How can anyone become a half-step mortal god before 20? Has Holy Dragon Spear's time to shine finally come? Let alone the members of the younger generation. Most of the old monsters of the primordial dragon sanctuary's 8 pseudo-apex powers hadn't even reached the half-step mortal god standard yet. After all, even the task of developing gold combat techniques was already incredibly challenging. What more developing advanced gold combat techniques? It's over. It's all over for us. A half-step mortal god. How can she be a half-step mortal god already? Despair colored Xiao Yilong's face as he looked at Heiser. As a prominent expert in the primordial dragon sanctuary, Xiao Yilong knew how much time and effort was required just to learn a set of advanced gold combat techniques. As for self-developed techniques, he had just barely reached the threshold of developing gold combat techniques. He didn't even dare to think about developing advanced gold combat techniques in his current state. In God's domain, there was a huge gap between players who had learned the advanced gold combat techniques of others and players who had developed their own advanced gold combat techniques. It was especially so after the major system update. Just the difference in stamina and concentration consumption was like night and day. "Didn't you say she only conceptualized an advanced gold combat technique 2 weeks ago?" the bandage-wearing young man asked as he looked at Ember Dragon. "How is she a half-step mortal god already?" There was a huge difference between conceptualizing an advanced gold combat technique and coming up with a finished product. Many talented geniuses would find themselves stuck at this step. Even if a person could ultimately succeed, it would typically take them several months to complete an advanced gold combat technique. If Heiser managed to develop her own advanced gold combat techniques in just 2 weeks, words such as genius and monster would no longer suffice to describe her. Chapter 30, 777, Chapter 851, 6th Floor Expert. Chapter 851, 6th Floor Expert. I don't know. Ember Dragon was similarly surprised by this turn of events. Then he looked at the VIP room that Southlake, Holy Dragon Spear's great commander, and another man occupied, and continued. But Southlake should have something to do with this. Otherwise, Heiser couldn't have improved so quickly. Ember Dragon acknowledged that Heiser was the most talented genius to have appeared in the primordial dragon sanctuary in the past several centuries. However, he did not think she could improve at such an unbelievable rate. Even with her talent, it simply shouldn't be possible for her to go from conceptualizing an advanced gold combat technique to completing it in 2 weeks. When a person conceptualized an advanced gold combat technique, their idea would often be riddled with flaws they needed to rectify to complete their technique. In this situation, a person would be lucky to complete their technique after several hundred attempts. Are you saying Heiser received that legacy guidance from the Apocalypse Berserker God? When the bandage-wearing young man followed Ember Dragon's gaze and saw the white-haired old man sitting beside Southlake, realization dawned on him. I thought Apocalypse was adamant about saving it for Red Frost all this time. I'm surprised he changed his mind so quickly. Now, I'm really starting to pity Red Frost. First, she had her opportunity stolen by you in her younger days. Now, even the Apocalypse Berserker God has sided with Heiser. With this, she isn't even qualified to fight Heiser, let alone sway the opinions of Holy Dragon Spear's elders and Grand Elders. She only has herself to blame, Ember Dragon said, sneering as he looked at Red Frost. Had she partnered with me back then, she would have long since become Holy Dragon Spear's great commander. Now, all she can do is watch helplessly as the person who has nurtured her since she was young sides with someone else. The Apocalypse Berserker God was formerly one of Holy Dragon Spear's 4 commanders. He rose to prominence many years ago. He was also regarded as one of the 10 great Berserker gods in the Greater Gods domain over a century ago, and many considered him to be Holy Dragon Spear's strongest member. He had even obtained a primordial god-ranked legacy guidance during his active days. Presently, although Apocalypse was only an ordinary Grand Elder in Holy Dragon Spear, it was well known that he still had the primordial god-ranked legacy guidance with him, and many believed he was saving it for Red Frost, the Apocalypse Legion's successor. Nobody ever thought he would give it to Heiser and enable her to reach even greater heights. I originally thought Heiser only had the potential. I hadn't expected her to reach this step so soon, Ember Dragon said, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. With her talent, I might just be able to recommend her to that side so long as she joins us. That side? The bandage-wearing young man's eyes lit up in excitement. Indeed, she does have the qualifications. Heiser's talent thoroughly exceeded their expectations. Although she was a genius nurtured by Holy Dragon Spear, she would know to accept their invitation so long as she wasn't a fool. In another VIP room, unlike everyone else in the arena, Southlake reacted calmly to the revelation of Heiser's combat standard. While the audience was making a commotion, he turned to the indifferent old man beside him, a hint of glee flashing in his eyes. "Do you regret it?" Southlake asked playfully. "Your precious student is in a tough spot now because of you. 2 days ago she still had a chance to put on a performance, but now she doesn't even have that. There is nothing to regret." She chose this, the old man said as he looked at Red Frost calmly. Moreover, it is beneficial for the adventurer team to have a half-step mortal god leading it. With this, the other powers will have to think twice when making a move against us in the primordial dragon sanctuary in the future. That's good to hear. South Lake sighed in relief at the old man's calm response. The current god's domain is no longer as peaceful as before. Without a sufficiently strong expert leading Holy Dragon Spear, the other powers can easily devour us whole. I know that. The old man nodded and glanced at the Dragon God Palace's room. The primordial dragon sanctuary might seem peaceful right now, but following the discovery of the Eternal Realm's entrance, the flames of war had reignited in the greater god's domain. Particularly, the 12 sanctuaries would definitely become the various powers' main targets of contention once more. If Holy Dragon Spear did not have a sufficiently strong expert to lead it, it wouldn't even be able to defend its current resources and territories, let alone expand. In the ring, what a surprise! You are the second person to see through my true combat standard, Heiser exclaimed in wonder, looking at Red Frost. In that case, I'll stop hiding it. Admit defeat. We might have been able to have a good fight if you were still at your peak and we were at the same level. But in your current state, I won't need more than 3 moves to win. In reality, Heiser was speaking humbly when she said she could win in 3 moves. After all, she was currently at level 227, while Red Frost was at level 223. Even without considering the difference in equipment and combat standards, this 4-level gap was enough to tilt the scales heavily in her favor. Little girl, while you might be a half-step mortal god, you still aren't strong enough to make me surrender, Red Frost said before thrusting her spear. Simultaneously, the weapon transformed into a flame dragon hundreds of meters long that flew toward Heiser. Advanced Gold Fusion Technique, Flame Dragon Dance. With just one move, Red Frost turned the primeval forest into a sea of flames. Apart from the extremely violent fire element, all other magic elements ceased to exist. This development made the audience watching the match from a first-person perspective gasp. Law suppression. Is this an advanced gold combat technique? The average 5th-floor expert would be fortunate to even execute an advanced gold combat technique normally. Yet, despite her weakened soul, Red Frost managed to merge her law projection with an advanced gold combat technique perfectly, elevating its power to the standard of peak gold combat techniques. The level of expertise she showed was simply unheard of. I see. When Heiser saw Red Frost's flame dragon dance, she immediately understood that even with a level advantage, she couldn't neutralize Red Frost's attack with just an advanced gold combat technique. Immediately, Heiser raised her emerald staff and created the magic arrays for 3 Tier 6 curses. Then, she combined the magic arrays and drained all forms of energy within a radius of several thousand yards, creating an energy vacuum. Immediately afterward, a dragon claw the size of a mountain appeared in the sky and attacked the oncoming flame dragon. Peak gold combat technique, triple samsara. This was Heiser's strongest combat technique. It was also because of this technique that she could develop her own advanced gold combat technique. Boom! The instant the dragon claw and flame dragon collided, cracks appeared on the barrier covering the ring, and the primeval forest on the battlefield was reduced to ashes. The destructive power of the 2 attacks could already rival that of ancient gods of the same level. After the explosion, Heiser and Red Frost both stumbled 3 steps backward. Compared to Red Frost, though, Heiser lost slightly less HP. However, before the audience could marvel at the two, Red Frost swung her spear and thrust it at Heiser again. This time, though, the weapon split into 2 flame dragons instead of 1. Twofold advanced gold fusion technique, Flame Dragon Dance. Silence enveloped the arena the moment the 2 flame dragons appeared. Even Heiser was momentarily taken aback. Immortal God. Chapter 3778, Chapter 852, Divine War begins. Chapter 852. Divine War begins when Heiser saw the two flame dragons before her. Shock, desire, and doubt overwhelmed her. She even forgot to resist. All she did was mutter a question. You are a mortal god, mortal god. This was a realm that Heiser could only dream of achieving, even after developing her own advanced gold combat technique. It was also the dream of countless players in the greater god's domain. Unfortunately, she couldn't even find information on the World Tower's 6th floor after scouring the greater god's domain, not to mention information on mortal gods. Yet, a living, breathing mortal god now stood before her. After all, apart from a mortal god, she couldn't think of any other kind of expert that could simultaneously execute two advanced gold fusion techniques. The difficulty of executing an advanced gold fusion technique was greater than even that of peak gold combat techniques. Even as a half-step mortal god, Heiser found executing a peak gold combat technique difficult. Naturally, a twofold peak gold combat technique was out of the question. Since Red Frost could accomplish such an impossible feat, it could only mean one thing. Red Frost was an expert who had reached the 6th floor standard. Red Frost was a mortal god. However, before Heiser could get confirmation from Red Frost, the two flame dragons devoured her, and she was already outside the ring when she regained her senses. Am I hallucinating? Did I just see a twofold advanced gold fusion technique? Watching from his VIP room, Southlake couldn't help but rub his eyes as he looked at the battlefield. However, no matter how many times he had the system replay the match, the outcome did not change. Silence. Southlake's room wasn't the only place enveloped in silence. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped for the whole arena as the spectators stared at Red Frost, their faces colored with shock, excitement, and disbelief. How is this possible? How did she reach the legendary 6th floor standard? Ember Dragon gazed at Red Frost like he was meeting her for the first time, his eyes brimming with desire and disbelief. In the human race's greater god's domain, anyone who was an executive of a pseudo-apex power or above would know that there wasn't actually much of a difference in the combat standards of their strongest members. Not to mention half-step mortal gods, even experts who could develop their own gold combat techniques were as rare as a phoenix's feather among pseudo-apex powers. As for half-step mortal gods who could develop their own advanced gold combat techniques, this was already the limit that apex powers could achieve. For this reason, half-step mortal gods were typically key representatives or individuals with substantial influence in apex powers. They were the true foundation of apex powers. As for the mortal gods of legend, if any apex power had an expert of this caliber, it would have already become the sole ruling power in the human race's greater god's domain. This was because a 6th floor expert's technical knowledge was an irresistible temptation to experts who had reached the limits of the 5th floor standard. Even if a 6th floor expert was poorly equipped and low-leveled, many 5th floor experts would still seek to become their follower, hoping to receive pointers and watch them fight up close. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that so long as a mortal god issued a summons, countless experts would come together and form an organization of epic might and proportions under the mortal god. Holy Dragon's spear would be nothing but a joke compared to such a behemoth. A 6th floor expert. Frost is a 6th floor expert. Xiao Yilong grew ecstatic after realizing Red Frost's combat standard. Then he turned to Shi Feng and eagerly asked, Guild Leader Black Flame, is Red Frost a 6th floor expert already? Although Red Frost's performance made it clear she was a mortal god, Xiao Yilong still couldn't help but turn to Shi Feng for confirmation. He felt that only Shi Feng could give him the real answer. Yes. Commander Frost reached the 6th floor standard not long ago, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Presently, she is the undisputed #1 in the human race's greater god's domain when it comes to combat standards. Shi Feng could empathize with Xiao Yilong's shock and excitement. He vividly remembered how shocked he was when the first mortal god appeared in the human race's greater god's domain. After all, this was a sign that human players could achieve greater heights. Great! This is great! Xiao Yilong laughed, unable to contain his excitement any longer. With this, the elders, the grand elders, and even the great commander must stand with us. A mortal god. So long as Holy Dragon Spear's elders and grand elders had a functioning brain, they would know what this meant. As for the partnership with the Dragon God Palace, how could it compare to the humongous benefits Red Frost could bring Holy Dragon Spear? It is my loss. I shouldn't have expected less from a genius the old commander admires, Heiser said, taking the initiative to approach Red Frost when she saw the latter walking out of the ring. Then she tentatively asked, "Can I ask for a chance to receive your guidance?" Guidance? Red Frost was a little surprised when she saw the anxiety in Heiser's eyes. She hadn't expected her opponent to be so straightforward and innocent. Nodding, she said, "Of course. Thank you." Heiser couldn't help but smile when she heard Red Frost's answer. Subsequently, after Heiser reluctantly made her way to the spectator stands, Twilight Leaf and the other chosen ones of Holy Dragon Spear swarmed Red Frost. They all expressed their wish to receive guidance from Red Frost in the future. Suddenly, the highly anticipated battle of the chosen ones became an exhibition match. However, nobody from the audience voiced any complaints about this change. On the contrary, everyone was more than happy to see Red Frost fight every participant. "It seems there's no longer a need to decide who is #1, Southlake said, smiling wryly as he looked at the chosen ones surrounding Red Frost. "Indeed," the old man beside Southlake said, chuckling. "Now our great commander should carefully consider how he should compensate our #1 chosen one. Otherwise, she might very well lose her temper and leave Holy Dragon Spear. If that happens, his days as the great commander will be over." Southlake rolled his eyes at Apocalypse. "Fine. Isn't it just making an enemy out of the Dragon God Palace? What's there to be afraid of?" However, before Southlake and Apocalypse could continue their conversation, the defensive magic array protecting Flame Vein Holy City suddenly shattered, and multiple space-time passages appeared above the city. Immediately afterward, level 220+, Tier 6 NPCs and players flew out of these space-time passages in an orderly formation, forming an army of 500,000 in no time. When the players in Flame Vein Holy City saw the two NPCs lead the army, they couldn't help but be shocked. Grand Duke of the Imperial Ice Empire, Hawk Baron, a level 244, Tier 6 NPC. Grand Marshal of the Five Saints Empire, Highgate the Heavenly Dragon, a level 242, Tier 6 NPC. What's going on? Why are the two empires here? Did the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty join forces? The army above the city consisted of NPCs and players from the Imperial Ice Empire and the Five Saints Empire. Members of two pseudo-apex powers, specifically the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty, were also among its ranks. When Flame Vein Holy City's players saw this, they were dumbfounded. Regional System Announcement. The Imperial Ice Empire and the Five Saints Empire have declared war on Flame Vein Holy City. Flame Vein Holy City's City Lord has requested assistance from all players in the Holy City. If the city wins the war, players will be awarded contribution points to exchange for treasures from the city's treasury. If the city loses the war, all players will have their Flame Vein Holy City reputation points and ownership of the city's real estate reset. TL Notes. Made a change to Chapter 844. Original. The The greater gods' domains 22 taboo bosses were not equals. In fact, there was a huge disparity in strength among them. For example, the 22nd ranked taboo was only strong enough to give ancient gods a headache. The 14th ranked Undying Mother, on the other hand, was a disaster that could devour ancient gods. Corrected version: the greater gods' domains 22 taboo bosses were not equals. In fact, there was a huge disparity in strength among them. If one were to consider the 22nd ranked taboo to be only strong enough to give ancient gods a headache, the Undying Mother would be a disaster that could devour ancient gods. Chapter 3779, Chapter 853. Superancient Ruin. Chapter 853. Superancient Ruin. The system announcement echoed across Flame Vein Holy City 3 times, sending hundreds of millions of players into turmoil. Have the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty lost their minds? Why are they initiating an all-out war right off the bat? Do they not know that Holy Dragon Spear is allied with Red-Tailed Dragon? They're probably trying to catch Holy Dragon Spear by surprise. After all, the Divine Wing Dynasty isn't among the powers who discovered the Eternal Realm's entrance, so its main forces are still in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. On the other hand, both Holy Dragon Spear and Red-Tailed Dragon have their main forces at the entrance. A national war. How many years has it been since such a war occurred in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary? I didn't expect to receive such a surprise the moment I came online. Who's joining the war? Contact me. We must let the Imperial Ice Empires and the Five Saints Empires people know that the people of Flame Vein Holy City aren't pushovers. As more Tier 6 NPCs and players appeared above Flame Vein Holy City, the city's original inhabitants started to form teams to target either the two empires' NPCs or the two pseudo-Apex Powers experts. This situation stunned the players who had come to watch the battle of the Chosen Ones. More than 8 pseudo-Apex Powers operated in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, the most famous of which were the first-ranked Dragon God Palace Guild and the second-ranked Red-Tailed Dragon Guild. As for the Divine Wing Dynasty, it was a guild slightly weaker than the Holy Dragon Spear Adventurer team, but it still ranked 6th. Nobody in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary had ever anticipated an all-out war among these 4 powers. After all, it had been ages since an all-out war between pseudo-Apex powers occurred in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. The last time it happened was over a century ago. Meanwhile, such a war often affected not just the pseudo-Apex powers involved, but also the countries and cities affiliated with them. Thus, a war involving pseudo-Apex powers would embroil a huge portion of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. For players not directly involved in the war, the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary was now a land of opportunity and hardship. They could now kill Tier 6 NPCs without consequences, including high-status NPCs, who were considered walking treasure troves. Flame Vein Battle Arena. Over 1,000 Tier 6 experts from Holy Dragon Spear surrounded the VIP room Ember Dragon occupied, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Ember Dragon. Has the Dragon God Palace gone crazy? Even if you win, you will accomplish nothing but benefit outsiders. Southlake bellowed as he glared at the calm-looking Ember Dragon. The raid by the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty happened so suddenly that he didn't receive any prior news about it. Even more shockingly, these 2 powers were willing to involve the Imperial Ice Empires and the Five Saints Empire's strongest combatants. Hawk Baron, Grand Duke of the Imperial Ice Empire, a level 244 Tier 6 NPC. Highgate the Heavenly Dragon, Grand Marshal of the Five Saints Empire, a level 242 Tier 6 NPC. The strongest combatants of their empires, These two NPCs stood just below the Greater God's domain's 22 taboos in strength. In the Greater God's domain, few NPCs ever reached level 240 or above. Those who did manage to do so could rival ancient gods of the same level, and defeating them required a full party of equally leveled players fully equipped with divine artifacts. However, even apex powers considered divine artifacts the highest form of luxury. This made it extremely difficult for pseudo-apex powers to assemble a six-man party fully equipped with divine artifacts. Not to mention, all 6 players needed to be at level 240 at the very least. Upon reaching level 200, players could only receive XP from killing monsters of the same level or higher. Additionally, players were limited to receiving XP from quests ranked epic or above. To make matters worse, the availability of monsters plummeted starting from level 220, while the difficulty of killing them skyrocketed. This caused most players to stagnate in their levels after reaching level 220. "I never truly wanted things to come to this point, Great Commander Southlake," Ember Dragon said, his smile thin. Glancing at Red Frost standing outside the ring, he continued, "But you only have your mortal god to blame for this. We originally intended to partner with Holy Dragon Spear and jointly explore the super-ancient ruins you've been hiding. Now, though, we plan to take the ruins for ourselves." "Super-ancient ruins? You know about the hidden site?" Southlake's expression twisted in shock. "Although Holy Dragon Spear has done well to keep it under wraps, nothing stays hidden forever," Ember Dragon said, a low chuckle escaping him. Super-ancient ruins, one of the few level 230+ taboo dungeons in the Greater God's domain. If Holy Dragon Spear gets to exploit it freely, you will eventually crush every other power in the primordial dragon sanctuary. In that case, we might as well strike first. After saying so, Ember Dragon retrieved a turbid, dark golden dragon eye from his bag and chanted. Immediately, Flame Vein Holy City shuddered as a massive fissure tore it in two. Then, a colossal gate over 100,000 meters tall rose from the city's depths, unleashing an oppressive divine might that made even level 220, Tier 6 experts buckle. The Flame Dragon God's Nest. Shi Feng gaped as he stared at the colossal crimson gate. Chapter 30, 780, Chapter 854. Flame Dragon God's Nest, Chapter 854. Flame Dragon God's Nest. The mountainous gate enveloped in red-hot flames stood quietly in the middle of Flame Vein Holy City, its sudden appearance putting a damper on the brewing battle. Is that a taboo secret land's entrance? But the divine might it's giving off is much stronger than that of level 220 taboo secret lands. Could it be a level 230 taboo secret land? Impossible. I've been to the level 230 taboo secret land under the Dragon God Palace's control. The divine might its entrance radiated was only at the standard of level 220 ancient gods. This entrance's divine might is even more frightening than the level 240+ ancient gods I've encountered. Could this be a level 240 taboo secret land? The Crimson Gate that suddenly appeared piqued the curiosity of the players from Flame Vein Holy City and the two invading empires. Secret lands weren't particularly rare in the Greater God's domain. Unlike dungeons, the inside of a secret land was like a miniature world. There were many monsters and rare resources for players to harvest. Thus, every level 200+ taboo secret land was a leveling paradise for players. It was common knowledge that the difficulty of leveling up would skyrocket once players reached level 200. However, so long as players were willing to fork out the money, they could still pay to enter the level 200+ taboo dungeons under the various powers' control. The only problem was that each dungeon instance had a limited number of monsters. Additionally, dungeons would also enter a cooldown period once players completed them. However, Taboo's secret lands were different. Although the bosses inside secret lands would not respawn after getting killed, the other monsters respawned like monsters out in the fields and fairly quickly at that. Moreover, the monsters of Taboo's secret lands were much easier to kill than those of Taboo dungeons. Players didn't need to operate in teams. They could grind in relative safety in parties of 6. Unfortunately, because there were much fewer Taboo secret lands than Taboo dungeons, any that appeared in the greater god's domain would immediately be snatched up by the various powers. Even apex powers would join in on the action if it wasn't inconvenient. They would never complain about owning too many Taboo secret lands. This was why the various powers members were at a higher level than independent players on average. When it came to level 240 Taboo secret lands, only apex powers owned them. Unless one was a genius nurtured by an apex power, one could only dream of entering a level 240 Taboo secret land. What's going on? When Shi Feng saw the Crimson Gate, confusion colored his eyes. Why is the Flame Dragon God's Nest active already? The Flame Dragon God's Nest might be new to the players and powers in the current Greater God's domain, but it was known by all in his previous life. The Flame Dragon God's Nest. It was one of only 3 super large-scale Taboo secret lands found in the human race's Greater God's domain. It was also one of only 3 level 240+ Taboo secret lands found in the human race's Greater God's domain. When the Flame Dragon God's Nest initially appeared in his previous life, everyone assumed it was merely a level 240 Taboo secret land. But because of Holy Dragon Spear's excellent security measures, and the fact that the various apex powers were busy dealing with the Holy Race's invasion, nobody could investigate the secret land in detail. This situation changed only when the Holy Race's invasion reached the primordial dragon sanctuary. At the time, to resist the Holy Race's invasion, Holy Dragon Spear had decided to let outsiders enter the Flame Dragon God's Nest en masse. From that point onward, the various powers learned that the Flame Dragon God's Nest wasn't just a level 240 Taboo secret land like they initially assumed. Instead, it was a level 240+ Taboo secret land. The various powers also understood how Holy Dragon Spear could defeat an army of 1 million Holy Race experts with just 10,000 Tier 6 experts. Yet in this life, even though the war with the Holy Race had yet to begin, the Flame Dragon God's Nest had already been activated. It was also done when Holy Dragon Spear was completely unprepared. Why do you have the entrance key? South Lake gazed at Ember Dragon in disbelief after he saw the towering Crimson Gate. Why are you so surprised that I have it? Ember Dragon said as he glanced at South Lake. Do you think you're the only ones who can obtain a primordial dragon legacy? Do you think you're the only ones who have entered those super ancient ruins? No wonder we could never find the entrance key. Realization dawned on South Lake. Through a stroke of luck, Holy Dragon Spear had obtained a teleportation key that could periodically open a teleportation gate to the super ancient ruins inside the Flame Dragon God's Nest. However, because they could never find the secret land's entrance key mentioned in the super ancient ruins records, they could only stare at the secret land's sealed entrance. Now, it was revealed that Ember Dragon had the entrance key all along. So what if you have the entrance key? Apocalypse said as he rose from his seat and cast a cold gaze at Ember Dragon. You are in Holy Dragon Spear's flame vein holy city. Do you think you can come and go from here as you please? When Apocalypse finished speaking, his personal information, which was previously hidden, became available for all to see. Level 240. Besides being 1 level higher than South Lake, Apocalypse was fully equipped with divine artifacts. Additionally, Because he was at level 240, his divine artifacts could unleash their basic attributes at the maximum, allowing his basic attributes to achieve heights much greater than those of the level 239 South Lake. When the Holy Dragon Spear members present saw Apocalypse's level, surprise and a sense of pride filled them. Their confidence in dealing with the two empires' forces also grew. Level 240 was a major turning point for players and NPCs. With the help of the Holy City's magic arrays, Apocalypse would have no problem dealing with Hawk Baron or Highgate by himself. Once Flame Vein Holy City's City Lord joined the fight, the Dragon God Palaces and the Divine Wing Dynasty's members would have a very difficult time entering the Holy City. If the two pseudo-apex powers couldn't even enter the Holy City, they shouldn't even think of entering the Flame Dragon God's nest, much less take control of the secret land. As expected of one of the 10 great berserker gods from over a century ago, only apex powers and a few pseudo-apex powers can take out someone of your level, Ember Dragon said as he looked at Apocalypse, who exuded an aura much stronger than even that of South Lake, Holy Dragon Spear's great commander. But since we dared to act, do you think we came unprepared? After saying so, Ember Dragon crushed the dragon eye in his hand. Immediately afterward, the Crimson Gate opened and sucked all Tier 6 players within 1 million yards of it, leaving only the NPCs of the Holy City and the two empires to confront each other. Chapter 30, 781 Chapter 855 4th Rank Divine Set Chapter 855 4th Rank Divine Set Taboo Secret Land, Flame Dragon God's Nest, Shadow Mountains. When the blinding light faded, Shi Feng found that his location had changed completely. But before he could scrutinize his surroundings, a series of notifications rang in his ears. System, congratulations. You have entered the Flame Dragon God's nest and initiated the Flame Dragon God's trial. System, you have initiated the mythical quest Flame Dragon God's trial. Quest content. Kill the monsters inside the Flame Dragon God's nest to obtain undying souls. Upon collecting 100 undying souls, you may open the Flame Dragon God's treasury and exchange undying souls for the Flame Dragon God's rewards. System warning. You have entered the taboo secret land Flame Dragon God's nest. Due to external interference, you will not be allowed to log out or contact the outside world. You may only leave the secret land if you find the exit or die. System warning. If you die in the secret land, part of your immortal soul will be lost. Please proceed with caution. The system notifications left Shi Feng stunned for a long while. Sure enough, it is the same as in the rumors. Shi Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he looked at the system notifications displayed before him. The Flame Dragon God was also known as the Primordial Flame Dragon. It was a primordial god-ranked existence, and the Flame Dragon God's nest it left behind was a trial rather than a place for players to level up. For this reason, once players entered the Flame Dragon God's nest, they had to collect enough undying souls to exchange for an exit ticket if they wanted to leave the secret land safely. Otherwise, their only other exit option was to leave behind a part of their immortal souls. It was incredibly challenging to obtain undying souls. Although players only needed to kill monsters in the secret land to get them, monsters were not guaranteed to drop undying souls. Not to mention, even the weakest monster in Flame Dragon God's nest was a level 230 legendary monster. A level 220, Tier 6 player fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment would have difficulty killing even one of these monsters. Moreover, these monsters typically roamed in groups. There were also many level 230+ divine monsters. However, although it was difficult to obtain undying souls, the rewards players could exchange from the Flame Dragon God's treasury were definitely well worth the effort. There were the 6 great divine sets in the human race's greater god's domain. The flame god set, ranked 4th among the 6 great divine sets, could be exchanged for from the flame dragon god's treasury. In Shi Feng's previous life, the reason Holy Dragon Spear could become one of the greater god's domains, 8 legendary adventurer teams, wasn't just its legendary 10,000 Tier 6 experts. The flame god set in its possession also played a crucial role. One of the reasons other apex powers feared Demon's Gate was because it possessed a divine set. Although the divine set in question wasn't one of the 6 great divine sets, it still allowed its wearer to overwhelm experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. Even the old monsters of apex powers would be rendered helpless. Meanwhile, with the flame god set being one of the 6 great divine sets, so long as a player equipped it, they could instantly compete with primordial gods of the same level and become invincible in the greater god's domain. In Shi Feng's previous life, Holy Dragon Spear managed to get all 8 pieces of the flame god set. Presently, though, the flame dragon god's nest had just been activated. This was also the first time Holy Dragon Spear's members were entering the secret land. Thus, now was the best opportunity for Shi Feng to obtain the flame god set. While Shi Feng was in a daze, the other Tier 6 players who had also landed in the Shadow Mountains sprang into action. As if afraid others would claim all the monsters, they quickly formed parties to kill those roaming the Shadow Mountains outer area. Undying Dragon Knight, Evil Spirit, Legendary, Level 230 HP 8 Quadrillion Undying Dragon Knight Captain, Evil Spirit, Legendary, Level 232 HP 12 Quadrillion Level 220 plus. Tier 6 players would not have any difficulties soloing Tier 5 legendary monsters of the same level. However, the legendary monsters in the Shadow Mountains were at least level 230. They were already nearly as strong as level 210, Tier 6 divine bosses. Thus, level 220 plus, Tier 6 players needed to fight in 6-man parties to kill these legendary monsters. Boss Abyss, that person seems to be the Divine Glory list's Black Flame. A level 224, Tier 6 Berserker, wearing the Divine Wing Dynasty's Guild emblem, suddenly exclaimed as he pointed at Shi Feng. Demon's Gate has placed a huge bounty on his head. We can get a fragmented divine artifact if we kill him. Should we do him in? The Berserker's words immediately piqued the interest of several Divine Wing Dynasty members around him. Whether it was the prestige of killing a Divine Glory list expert or the rewards from Demon's Gate's bounty, neither were things the average core member of a pseudo-apex power could easily ignore. We're not here to have fun. We need to quickly regroup with the others and focus on grinding monsters. If we are too slow in collecting undying souls, we won't be able to recoup the price we paid to come here. Abyss Water, who was a level 226, Tier 6 assassin clad in dark gray clothes and the leader of the group, said. However, when his gaze fell on Shi Feng, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he muttered icily, "Black Flame. Boss, do you know him?" Abyss Water's abrupt change surprised the Tier 6 Berserker. Of course, I know him." Abyss Water automatically sneered when he saw that Shi Feng was only level 200. He was the one who humiliated me on the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's Dark Star. If it wasn't for him, I never would have had to return to join the Divine Wing Dynasty. It seems the heavens are finally on my side, allowing me to meet him here. After saying so, Abyss Water vanished and reappeared within 30 yards of Shi Feng, his behavior attracting the attention of many nearby. Isn't that Abyss Water, the Divine Wing Dynasty's #1 chosen one? Who is that swordsman? Why is Abyss Water interested in him? When the surrounding players sensed the killing intent Abyss Water radiated, they all understood that he intended to act against Shi Feng. They also couldn't help but wonder about Shi Feng's identity. After all, Abyss Water was an incredibly famous expert in the primordial dragon sanctuary. Yet he was now willing to harm his reputation just to attack a player of a much lower level. Heiser, guild leader Black Flame is in trouble. We need to help him. Twilight Leaf, who had similarly landed in the Shadow Mountains outer area, said to Heiser anxiously when she saw Abyss Water advancing on Shi Feng. Abyss Water was the Divine Wing Dynasty's #1 chosen one. Among the primordial dragon sanctuary's youths, only Heiser could achieve a convincing victory against him. Although Shi Feng's combat standard and law projection were incredible, the significant level difference between him and Abyss Water made it impossible for him to defeat Abyss Water. No rush. Let's watch first, Heiser said, as she calmly looked at Shi Feng and Abyss Water. I heard from Big Sis Frost that guild leader Black Flame has been supporting her behind the scenes all this time, and that she admires him greatly. Even my teacher has sung his praises. I've already decided I will challenge him to a fight, so this is a good opportunity to check out his strength. But guild leader Black Flame is only level 200, while Abyss Water is level 226, Twilight Leaf said anxiously. Does he even stand a chance with such a huge level gap? Don't worry, Heiser said, smiling. Then she glanced at Abyss Water and continued, I know Abyss Water's standard. If guild leader Black Flame is as great as I've heard, he should have no problem surviving a couple of moves. I will intervene once he starts to struggle. Hearing this, Twilight Leaf could only agree with Heiser's decision. If she were to fight Abyss Water one-on-one, her chances of victory would be slim. Not to mention, the party that Abyss Water led was composed entirely of the Divine Wing Dynasty's chosen ones. They might not be as strong as her, but they weren't significantly weaker. Chapter 30, 782, Chapter 856, Fleeting Strike Chapter 856, Fleeting Strike TL Notes. Made a change to the name of the Abyssal Eye's second skill in Chapter 846. Abyssal Power Abyssal will flame Dragon God's Nest, Shadow Mountains outer area. Long time no see, guild leader Black Flame, Abyss Water said, smiling at Shi Feng. The last time we met, you humiliated me in front of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance using your mana and basic attributes advantage. What do you say I return the favor using my level advantage? Nobody can ensure fairness in field PvP, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He was honestly quite surprised to meet Abyss Water again. But are you sure you have the strength to back up those words? I might have had difficulty killing you if we were still on Dark Star, Abyss Water said, recalling Shi Feng's gold body technique. Then he smirked and continued, but we are now in the primordial dragon sanctuary. I am also no longer the same as when we first met. Now, I have the blood reincarnations. With the passive skill of these twin divine daggers, I can prevent one target from moving more than 100 yards away. Unless I am killed, even a level 240 ancient god cannot escape me. After saying so, Abyss Water surrounded Shi Feng with afterimages before drawing the 2 crimson daggers he carried and brandishing them. He created a crimson energy blade each time he swung his weapons, and these energy blades repeatedly merged to form larger and more powerful energy blades that could tear through the secret land space. In a flash, over 30 such energy blades attacked Shi Feng from various directions. Advanced Gold Combat Technique, Spiritual Light Blades. Advanced Gold Combat Technique, 1000 Blades. Many of the level 225 plus experts present paled when they saw Abyss Water executing 2 advanced gold combat techniques in quick succession. None of them felt they could survive Abyss Water's attack. Although Abyss Water did not manage to fuse the 2 techniques, the timing of his execution allowed him to achieve a pseudo-fusion effect that drastically increased the power of his crimson energy blades. When going up against Abyss Water's pseudo-fusion technique, even experts with basic attributes superior to Abyss Water using an advanced gold defensive technique wouldn't necessarily escape unscathed. Not to mention, many of the experts present didn't even have a divine artifact. Only in their dreams could they surpass Abyss Water, who wielded 2 divine artifacts in basic attributes. It's over. This unexpected turn of events shocked Twilight Leaf. Damn it. Heiser also realized the severity of the situation and quickly raised her staff, creating multiple magic arrays under her feet. However, before Heiser could intervene, Shi Feng suddenly unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and used the Abyssal Eye. Tier 7 skill, Abyssal Will. Immediately, the skill increased Shi Feng's defense by 500%, strength by 400%, agility by 300%, physique by 300%, endurance by 400%, and concentration by 1 rank. The improvements weren't restricted to the Tier 6 limit standard, either. Boom! Suddenly, Shi Feng started to radiate an aura of indescribable power that shattered the surrounding space. The crimson energy blades attacking him also looked like they had frozen in place. Swords orbit. Subsequently, dazzling stars filled the area, and the crimson energy blades exploded and faded from existence. And all the while, Shi Feng merely stood in place. Silence. Absolute silence. This development stunned everyone, including Heiser. Impossible. Abyss Water was dumbfounded as he looked at the Shadow Incinerator in Shi Feng's hand. Abyss Water could tell that Shi Feng's sword technique was nothing special. Yet Shi Feng's sword moved at an incredible speed. Logically, not even a level 230, Tier 6 swordsman should be able to achieve such a speed, let alone a level 200 Tier 6 swordsman. Before Abyss Water could regain his wits, Shi Feng suddenly transformed into a streak of light and appeared behind him. Then, under the gazes of the surrounding players, Shi Feng casually sheathed the Shadow Incinerator. Click. When the Shadow Incinerator returned to its sheath, Abyss Water noticed his line of sight shifting upward. Then, a headless body briefly entered his sight before his vision darkened. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like you can back up your words. After glancing at Abyss Water's corpse, Shi Feng collected the item Abyss Water dropped, then executed flowing space and disappeared into the depths of the Shadow Mountains. Abyssal will only had a 5-minute duration. Although he could trample on level 225 plus, Tier 6 experts during this period, he would have trouble defeating experts like Abyss Water once the skill ran out. At the very least, he couldn't end the fight quickly. Many level 220 plus experts from the Divine Wing Dynasty were currently scattered across the Flame Dragon God's Nest. Even if he were at level 220, they could easily wear him down with Zerg tactics. Not to mention, the Divine Wing Dynasty also had level 230 plus experts in the Secret Land. Thus, the wise thing to do here was to leave the Divine Wing Dynasty's sphere of activity before Abyssal Will's duration ended. What in heaven? The fight's over, just like that. Are you kidding me? This must be an act. How can a level 200 swordsman one-shot Abyss Water? The sight of Shi Feng dispatching Abyss Water in a single motion astounded everyone. They couldn't get their heads around it. Abyss Water should have had an overwhelming advantage in basic attributes. Yet, the battle concluded with Shi Feng's landslide victory. If they didn't know any better, they would have thought Shi Feng was the level 226 assassin, while Abyss Water was the level 200 swordsman. Leaf, is Guild Leader Black Flame really at level 200 only? Heiser asked as she looked at Twilight Leaf. She couldn't help but feel that Twilight Leaf knew something she didn't. Unless Shi Feng was fully equipped with divine artifacts, there was no way he could kill Abyss Water as a level 200, Tier 6 swordsman. However, based on her observation, Shi Feng didn't have a single divine artifact on him. This must mean that Shi Feng wasn't actually a level 200 player like she previously thought. Instead, he was likely at level 235 or higher. Otherwise, it didn't make sense that she couldn't keep track of Shi Feng's attack. This, I don't know, Twilight Leaf said hesitantly. She originally wanted to say she was certain that Shi Feng was level 200, but even she couldn't bring herself to believe that a level 200 player could execute such a rapid attack. Even with a tier 6 berserk skill, it still shouldn't be possible. You don't know, Heiser grew confused. Didn't you meet him in person before? It was no secret in Holy Dragon Spear that Xiao Yilong and Twilight Leaf had visited Red Frost in the real world. After all, the adventurer team owned only one interstellar spaceship. Every time the interstellar spaceship was used, it would attract the attention of many in the adventurer team. Borrowing it even required the approval of at least 2 Grand Elders. I did meet Guild Leader Black Flame, Twilight Leaf said, scratching her cheek awkwardly. But he hadn't even reached level 200 at the time. Chapter 3783, Chapter 857, New 12 Wings of Heaven, Chapter 857, New 12 Wings of Heaven. He wasn't even at level 200. Heiser was stunned. What do you mean? Are you saying he really is only level 200 right now? Had Shi Feng been hiding his level, Heiser would have found the situation more believable. In fact, she would rather believe Shi Feng was at the same level as Great Commander South Lake than accept that he had killed Abyss Water as a level 200 player. Although it was mind-boggling for someone from the Eternal Realm to be at such a level, it wasn't completely out of the question. After all, Shi Feng's presence in the primordial dragon sanctuary proved he possessed the means to travel freely in and out of the Eternal Realm. He could have simply been leveling outside the Eternal Realm in that case. Many conglomerates and pseudo-apex powers own level 200-plus secret lands in the Greater God's domain. It wouldn't even be surprising if these powers secretly own level 230-plus secret lands as well. If these powers mobilized a bunch of experts to help Shi Feng grind, so long as he secured the last hits, he could gain significant exp. Of course, another possibility was that Shi Feng was already at a very high level and that he had simply kept it hidden. However, this was an unlikely scenario. The Seven Luminaries Alliance shouldn't be underestimated. If Shi Feng had truly been at level 230 or above, he wouldn't have ended up on the Luminous Glory list or the Sacred Glory list. He would have landed straight on the Divine Glory list from the start. Yet, Twilight Leaf was now saying that Shi Feng was indeed only level 200. No matter how Heiser wrestled with the idea, she couldn't fathom it. After all, how could a mere level 200 tier 6 player, devoid of any divine artifacts, overwhelm her senses? I'm certain Guild Leader Black Flame was only level 190 when he fought Uncle Zio in a simulation battle 3 days ago. Uncle Zio even complained afterward about not being able to fight at full strength, Twilight Leaf stated firmly. As for whether Guild Leader Black Flame is level 200 now, that I can't say for sure. Is that so? Heiser fell into thought for a moment. Then, the corners of her mouth raised into a playful smile as she said, I guess my teacher wasn't joking when she described Guild Leader Black Flame as mysterious. Now, I have another expert I can challenge besides Big Sis Frost. Subsequently, Heiser and Twilight Leaf advanced deeper into the Shadow Mountains to regroup with the other members of Holy Dragon Spear. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out in the Shadow Mountains' outer area as news of the Divine Wing Dynasty's #1 Chosen One getting killed got around. Simultaneously, the legend of a swordsman named Black Flame spread like wildfire. This was the first time in centuries that a level 200 player had managed to kill a pseudo-apex powers level 226 Chosen One in the primordial dragon sanctuary. Moreover, this level 200 player wasn't even among the Divine Glory list's top 30. Instead, he was only ranked 281st. When the Divine Wing Dynasty's executives learned of this matter, they immediately issued a kill order for Black Flame, adamant in recovering their reputation. Flame Dragon God's Nest, Forest of the Dead. This should be a good spot to level up. Shi Feng sighed in relief after checking his map. After running for over 4 hours, he finally crossed the Shadow Mountains and arrived at the Forest of the Dead, a map with higher-level monsters. The lowest-level monsters in the Forest of the Dead were level 235. As every 5 levels was a small turning point for monsters, the Forest of the Dead's lowest-level monsters were much stronger than the Shadow Mountain's lowest-level monsters. A level 235 legendary monster would be as strong as a level 220 divine monster. Not to mention, many level 235 plus divine monsters roamed the Forest of the Dead. If a group of level 235 legendary monsters showed up with a level 235 plus divine monster in the lead, no Tier 6 party under level 230 could survive. Thus, it was unlikely any other teams or parties would venture into the Forest of the Dead right away. They would likely spend a day or two grinding in the Shadow Mountains before considering coming here. This presented Shi Feng with a golden opportunity to grind here undisturbed. Immediately, Shi Feng retrieved the Feather of Oath and the 3 world sources from his bag. Then, he had the Feather of Oath absorb the 3 world sources. My success rides on you now. Shi Feng's heart clenched with anxiety as he watched the Feather of Oath absorb the world sources. Shi Feng never got around to repairing the Feather of Oath since he had to start his journey to the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary shortly after obtaining the world sources from Enos. Now that he was stuck in the Flame Dragon God's Nest, unless he could find a party or a team willing to accept a level 200 player, the Feather of Oath was his only hope for getting out of the secret land alive. So long as he could summon level 220, Tier 6 war goddesses, a party of 6 war goddesses should help him get through the Flame Dragon God's Nest. Otherwise, he would have to lose a portion of his immortal soul to leave. After absorbing the 3 world sources, the Feather of Oath released a colorful radiance. Countless divine runes filled the area 100 yards around the Feather of Oath. At a glance, it looked like a primordial being was about to manifest, and many nearby monsters fled in fear. A minute later, the divine runes merged with the Feather of Oath, leaving it with its original appearance. But upon closer inspection, several golden streaks could be seen adorning it, as expected of one of the goddess's most prized possessions. Even though it is only partially repaired, it already has such a powerful divine might and feels nearly as strong as a divine artifact. Shi Feng was amazed by the divine might emanating from the white feather in his hand. He promptly inspected the Feather of Oath stats. Feather of Oath, divine artifact, an item worn by the goddess of space. It is a treasure created using the souls of 12 heroes from before the Great Destruction. However, the Feather of Oath suffered serious damage during a fight against 3 holy ancestors, and repairing it will require 6 world sources. Current number of world sources absorbed: 3. Additional skill 1 war goddess summoning. For every 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal expended, summon 1 war goddess of the same tier, up to Tier 6 and equipment up to the divine artifact rank, but no more than 20 levels higher. Every war goddess summoned will last 6 hours. Up to 9 war goddesses can be summoned at the same time. No incantations required. No cooldown. Additional skill 2 heroic pledge. Expend 10 god crystals to temporarily upgrade a war goddess by 1 tier up to Tier 6 and equipment up to a divine set. Duration: 1 hour cooldown. 6 hours. Additional skill 3 goddess battle array. Expend 3 god crystals to allow the war goddesses to form a small advanced gold battle array. At least 6 war goddesses are required. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 3 hours. Chapter 30, 784, Chapter 858, Dark Primordial Tribe. Chapter 858, Dark Primordial Tribe. Amazing. Shi Feng dared not believe his eyes when he saw the Feather of Oath's updated stats. After sensing the divine might the Feather of Oath emanated, he initially thought it would only be as powerful as the average divine artifact. However, the Feather of Oath's improvements far exceeded his expectations. In its current state, Shi Feng felt that the Feather of Oath could rival the Abyssal Eye. It should be known that the Abyssal Eye's abilities could only achieve the Tier 7 standard because it was fully repaired. In comparison, the Feather of Oath remained partially damaged. Yet, it already had the potential to breach the Tier 7 standard. Additionally, the war goddesses he summoned could now come equipped with divine artifacts instead of only fragmented divine artifacts. They could also exceed him by up to 20 levels. The war goddess summoning skill alone trumped many divine artifacts. War goddesses already possessed stunningly high basic attributes, even without divine artifacts. Shi Feng dared not imagine how powerful they would become if they were fully equipped with divine artifacts. Although divine artifacts and fragmented divine artifacts were only separated by 1 rank, they were worlds apart in performance. It was like the difference between ancient gods and ordinary gods. Moreover, he could summon up to 9 war goddesses with the improved war goddess summoning. Who among the same level could contend with him if he were to summon 9 ancient gods to fight for him? Not to mention, there were still the Feather of Oath's 2nd and 3rd skills, which were even more extraordinary. Although it cost a hefty sum of god crystals to activate these 2 skills, their effects were well worth the cost. If he could equip a war goddess with a divine set, said war goddess would become invincible among opponents of the same level. The goddess battle array could also temporarily increase the strength of the war goddesses by a large margin. From what Shi Feng could recall, gold battle arrays were already the strongest battle arrays that the various human powers possessed. If an ordinary hegemonic power were to get its hands on a gold battle array, its status would instantly skyrocket to match that of conglomerates. Although Shi Feng didn't know how powerful an advanced gold battle array was, he wouldn't discount the possibility that it could let the war goddesses hold their ground against primordial gods of the same level. While Shi Feng was marveling at the Feather of Oath's astonishing skills, the commotion caused by the Feather of Oath attracted a Tier 6 divine monster. Dead Thousand-Eyed Demonic Hand, Dark Primordial Tribe, Divine Level 236 HP 100 Quadrillion. The Dark Primordial Tribe. Shi Feng was speechless when he saw the 100-meter-tall monster that exuded a strange form of mana. He didn't know whether he should consider himself lucky or unlucky. The Dark Primordial Tribe consisted of a group of creatures that were no weaker than any other creature in the greater god's domain. In his previous life, they were first seen after the discovery of the Flame Dragon God's nest. More specifically, they were creatures the primordial Flame Dragon had sealed in the Flame Dragon God's nest. The Dark Primordial Tribe originally inhabited the depths of the Void Sea. Even among the terrifying creatures that inhabited the boundless Void Sea, the Dark Primordial Tribe was considered powerful. The weakest member could rival ancient gods, while the stronger ones could kill even primordial gods. Although the dead Thousand-Eyed Demonic Hand before Shi Feng was only a walking corpse with an incomplete soul, it should still be able to exhibit at least 20% of the combat power it possessed when it was alive. It could be considered one of the Flame Dragon God's nest's overlords. Without a 100-man Tier 6 team of experts of the same level, killing it would be a challenge. Meanwhile, despite having intelligence lower than a child's, The dead thousand-eyed demonic hand immediately attacked as soon as it saw Shi Feng. The land beneath the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand instantly withered, and a suffocating darkness spread across tens of thousands of yards. Then, a dozen colossal hands erupted from the corrupted ground, each 1,000 meters tall, striking at Shi Feng from multiple angles. The sheer power they unleashed transformed the surrounding area into a death zone hundreds of yards in radius. This scene made Shi Feng use the Feather of Oath without hesitation, spending 900,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to summon 9 level 220, Tier 6 war goddesses. The 9 war goddesses summoned had varying equipment standards. The strongest war goddess wielded a great sword. She came equipped with 8 divine artifacts, with the rest of her equipment consisting of fragmented divine artifacts. The weakest war goddess came equipped with only 5 divine artifacts, but even she was not in existence Shi Feng would dare to fight head-on. However, even after summoning the 9 war goddesses, Shi Feng remained uncertain as he looked at the colossal hands smashing down at him, and he quickly decided to spend 10 god crystals to activate Heroic Pledge. There existed a 16-level gap between the war goddesses and the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. Although the war goddesses came equipped with multiple divine artifacts, overcoming such a significant level gap remained a challenge. But before Shi Feng could activate Heroic Pledge, the great sword-wielding war goddess suddenly jumped, flying straight into the air like a cannonball. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the war goddess appeared before the dark colossal hands, the greatsword in her hand suddenly flaring with golden light. Immediately afterward, numerous divine runes wrapped around the weapon and compressed the surrounding space onto it. Shi Feng felt like the world itself was gravitating toward the greatsword. Then, before he could react, the war goddess struck the area where the colossal hands converged with her greatsword. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky disappeared. What grade of combat technique is this? This scene dumbfounded Shi Feng. The dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's attack was far from ordinary. Seeing as the dark mana hands it summoned could superimpose their power, its attack definitely reached the standard of gold combat techniques. Without using an advanced gold defensive technique or some other life-saving measure, a level 236, Tier 6 tank would be swatted like a fly, suffering devastating damage. Yet with a single strike, the greatsword-wielding war goddess shattered the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's attack, along with the sky above. It should be known that the secret land created by the primordial flame dragon was no ordinary secret land. The stability of its space was superior to that of many realms. Even the eternal realm barely rivaled it. Nevertheless, the war goddess still erased the space within tens of thousands of yards with her attack. Not even peak gold combat techniques should be capable of such destruction. Before Shi Feng could regain his senses, the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand launched another attack, this time firing a dark laser beam at the greatsword-wielding war goddess. The beam obliterated everything in its path, cleaving the land in two. It was clear that the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand was getting serious. However, the great sword-wielding war goddess was not to be outdone. She promptly transformed her silver greatsword into 3 bolts of lightning, each more terrifying than the last. Then, she merged the 3 lightning bolts into a purple-gold lightning bolt and had it strike the beam of darkness. Following the impact, the greatsword-wielding war goddess fell back a step, the exchange revealing that she was slightly disadvantaged in strength. Her HP also fell by 2%. Immediately afterward, though, a bow-wielding war goddess shot an arrow into the sky and summoned a healing rain that rapidly restored the greatsword-wielding war goddess to full health. Though individually weaker, the 9-level 220, Tier 6 war goddesses were not at all inferior to the level 236 dead thousand-eyed demonic hand when they fought as one. It was clear they could fight the monster head-on. Chapter 30, 785, Chapter 859. Soloing a Divine Boss. Chapter 859. Soloing a Divine Boss. Great. There's a chance. Shi Feng's eyes lit up when he saw that the great sword-wielding war goddess was only slightly disadvantaged in strength. Normally, soloing a Tier 6 boss with 100 quadrillion HP should be impossible for a player. After all, such a monster could recover 2% of its HP every 5 seconds. It was nigh impossible for a player to overcome this barrier by themselves. However, the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand was a little different. As a monster that had died long ago, it didn't possess battle recovery like normal monsters. So long as one could survive its attacks, one could grind it to death. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng took out 10 Eternal God crystals and activated the Feather of Oath's second skill, Heroic Pledge. Immediately, a war goddess wielding a square shield and a spear had her equipment transformed into a divine set. The intensity of her aura surged, and she became much stronger than even the great sword-wielding war goddess, who was equipped with 8 divine artifacts. The change in the shield-wielding war goddess's aura caught the attention of the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. Almost instinctively, the magic eyes that covered its body shone with dark light, and hundreds of greatswords exuding strange mana filled the area within 1,000 yards, occulting the sky. Is this the power of the dark primordial tribe? Shi Feng was momentarily stunned as he looked at the 1,000 greatswords floating silently in the sky. At first glance, the floating greatswords seemed to be weapons. However, on closer inspection, Shi Feng realized that they were actually puppets. Moreover, each of these puppets was a level 236 divine monster. In other words, besides the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand, he now had to face 1,000 level 236 divine monsters as well as 1,000 divine monsters. Even a 1,000-man Tier 6 legion would have difficulty fighting such an array of monsters. Die, die, all of you die. Although the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand did not possess a mouth, the mental fluctuations it gave off conveyed its thoughts directly into Shi Feng's mind, and they radiated hostility toward the living. As the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand conveyed its thoughts, the dark greatswords in the sky aimed their tips at Shi Feng. Evidently, the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand knew its true opponent in this battle. Use your goddess's howl. Shi Feng instinctively shouted at the shield-wielding war goddess when he saw the dark greatswords targeting him. Goddess's howl. This was a Tier 6 taunt taboo skill that the shield-wielding war goddess had learned. Although the taboo skill had a 5-minute cooldown, it would compel all enemies within 1,000 yards to attack the user once activated. Should taunted targets try to resist this compulsion and attack someone else, they would receive significant amounts of continuous damage. In contrast, the user would receive a buff to their basic attributes over time, starting at 100% and capping out at 300%. Responding to Shi Feng's command, the shield-wielding war goddess stomped on the ground and let out a low shout, stirring up a storm that swept across 1,000 yards. Additionally, over 1,000 golden chains emerged from the golden magic array under her feet and established a link with the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand and the dark greatswords to force them to target her. When the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand and the dark greatswords turned their focus to the shield-wielding war goddess, she did not panic. Instead, with a swing of her spear, she called down countless lightning bolts from the sky to strike them. Subsequently, damage values in the hundreds of billions appeared above the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand one after another. Almost instantly, it lost over 100 trillion HP, and its HP bar fell 0.1%. Their HPs are shared. Shi Feng grew ecstatic when he saw how much HP the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand lost. Originally, he was quite troubled by the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's HP of 100 quadrillion. He had no idea how long it would take him to kill such a tough monster. After all, even the greatsword-wielding war goddess could only deal a few 100 billion damage in each attack, while suffering from 16 levels worth of level suppression. Even if all 9 war goddesses attacked together, they could, at most, cause 3 to 4 trillion damage per second. At that rate, it would take them 7 to 8 hours to kill the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. Moreover, that was assuming the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand did not resist or fight back. If the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand fought normally, the fight would take several dozen hours to conclude. Fighting for dozens of hours in the same location was incredibly risky. Although he was currently in the Forest of the Dead, there was a chance some teams would enter the map and notice the commotion he was causing. At that time, all his effort would be for naught. Fortunately, the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand shared its HP with the dark greatswords it summoned. Although the addition of these dark greatswords significantly increased the threat to Shi Feng, it also drastically reduced the time needed to kill the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. Meanwhile, the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand, furious at the shield-wielding war goddess' actions, had the dark greatswords attack her in a frenzied manner, the sight giving Shi Feng goosebumps. After all, this was equivalent to an attack conducted by 1,000 level 236 divine monsters. However, the shield-wielding war goddess remained unfazed and raised her shield defensively. Then, a bubble of golden divine runes formed around her, stopping all the dark greatswords' inconceivably fast attacks. When the dark greatswords concluded their first round of attacks, Shi Feng saw that the shield-wielding war goddess hadn't lost even 10% of her HP. Under the effects of the bow-wielding war goddess's healing rain, the shield-wielding war goddess's HP was restored to full in less than a second. In the meantime, the 8 other war goddesses used their offensive AI skills one after another, each move plundering over 10 trillion HP from the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. As for Shi Feng, he didn't stay idle, either, continuously executing Dark Moon against the dark greatswords. Although the damage he caused was far less than that of the war goddesses, he still managed to deprive the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand of 1 trillion HP with each attack. This would speed up the battle and minimize his chances of discovery by other players. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes, the battle intensified as time passed. When the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's HP fell to 20%, it went berserk and summoned another 1,000 dark greatswords. With their numbers doubled, the dark greatswords reduced the shield-wielding war goddess's HP by more than 50% in just one round of attacks. Not even healing rain could restore her to full HP before the next round of attacks. When Shi Feng saw this, he promptly activated his miniature abyssal world to suppress the dark greatswords. However, as maintaining the miniature abyssal world placed a huge burden on his concentration, his complexion turned a shade lighter with every second he kept it active. Meanwhile, the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's HP decreased at a snail's pace, 15%, 10%, 5%. When the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's HP fell below 100 trillion, it suddenly went berserk a second time, increasing the number of dark greatswords on the battlefield from 2,000 to 3,000. However, before any of these dark greatswords could wreak havoc, the shield-wielding war goddess hurled her spear into the sky. Immediately afterward, a golden spear 10,000 meters long fell from the sky, its majesty visible across hundreds of thousands of yards. Boom! In just one strike, The area within 10,000 yards of the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand was turned into a sea of lightning, and the divine boss lost its last bit of HP. Chapter 3786, Chapter 860, Primordial Dragon Holy Crystal. Chapter 860, Primordial Dragon Holy Crystal. Finally, Shi Feng sighed in relief as he looked at the fallen dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. The dead thousand-eyed demonic hand proved even tougher than anticipated. He truly had not expected the divine boss to have a second berserk phase. This battle would have been lost if not for the shield-wielding war goddess. 3,000 level 236 divine monsters. Such a force would devastate most realms in the greater god's domain. Though every realm had plenty of divine monsters, none had 3,000 divine monsters at level 236. Even a level 230, Tier 6 tank wielding a divine shield could barely contend with a level 236 divine monster. However, most upper-ranking hegemonic powers didn't even have more than a few level 230, Tier 6 tanks, let alone level 230, Tier 6 tanks with divine shields. Only pseudo-apex and apex powers, with their level 235, Tier 6 tanks fully equipped with divine artifacts or divine sets, stood a chance against 3,000 level 236 divine monsters. Weaker powers shouldn't even dream of engaging such a horde. Following the death of the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand, Shi Feng's experience bar soared. In the blink of an eye, he rose from level 200 to level 201, and then again to level 202. Normally, even a 1,000-man legion of level 230, Tier 6 players would consider the exp from the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand a substantial reward. Now, Shi Feng monopolized this exp. Additionally, it was also multiplied by the maximum possible exp bonus due to the 36-level gap between him and the divine boss. As a result, his level skyrocketed until he reached level 212. 12 levels in one go. Shi Feng was astounded at how many levels he gained. In the greater god's domain, even with unlimited access to taboo secret lands, players past level 200 would need a week or more to level up once. Furthermore, this duration would only increase with their level due to the scarcity of higher-level monsters. Yet, he gained 12 levels in 1 hour. This was likely the fastest anyone had ever leveled up in the human race's greater god's domain post-level 200. It's a pity level 236 bosses like the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand are incredibly rare. Otherwise, I could have aimed to hit level 220 within a day. Wistfulness filled Shi Feng as he glanced at the fading dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. With the feather of oath, if I were at level 220, I could even compete with the Dragon God Palace and Holy Dragon Spear for the Flame Dragon God's Nest. The Flame Dragon God's Nest was one of 3 super large-scale taboo secret lands in the human race's greater god's domain. It was also one of only 3 level 240-plus taboo secret lands that Shi Feng knew of, and it could have a huge impact on a power's development. This was because it could let players progress to level 240 and beyond unobstructed. Since Tier 7 remained unattainable in the human race's greater god's domain, level 230-plus, Tier 6 players and divine artifacts became units of measurement for a power's overall strength. The more a power commanded, the stronger it would be. For this reason, whoever controlled the Flame Dragon God's Nest would secure a future as an apex power for themselves. This was also why Holy Dragon Spear could fight an army of 1 million Tier 6 Holy Race players, with just an elite force of 10,000 Tier 6 players. When Holy Dragon Spear showed up on the battlefield with 100 level 240-plus Tier 6 experts and 10,000 Tier 6 experts close to level 240, It had shocked the various human powers. At the time, even apex powers in the human territories boasted only a few thousand level 235 plus, Tier 6 experts after years of accumulation, while conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers would be fortunate to have 100. After all, although the monsters in secret lands respawned quickly, it didn't happen instantly. Thus, the exp secret lands could yield was finite, and powers could not afford to grant all their members unrestricted access. However, a super large-scale secret land could accommodate many more players than large-scale and ordinary secret lands. This was why Holy Dragon Spear could produce so many level 235 plus, Tier 6 experts in a short time. They could have even competed against the various Apex Powers experts, if not for their inferior equipment standards. While Zero Wing was a formidable power in the Eternal Realm, it lagged far behind the various powers operating outside the Eternal Realm when it came to levels, weapons, and equipment. If Zero Wing could gain control of the Flame Dragon God's Nest, it would undoubtedly make up for the guild's deficiencies. The problem was that the Dragon God Palaces and Holy Dragon Spear's frontline experts were already inside the Flame Dragon God's Nest. Without sufficient strength, Zero Wing had no hope of challenging these two pseudo-apex powers for the secret land's ownership. Thus, Shi Feng could only keep his thoughts to himself. He was already lucky to gain entry into the Flame Dragon God's Nest. It was simply unrealistic to try to snatch it from the jaws of two pseudo-apex powers. After all, each of these pseudo-apex powers had at least a 100-man team of level 235 plus, Tier 6 experts inside the secret land. They also had all sorts of divine artifacts to fall back on. Even with the Feather of Oath, he stood no chance. Subsequently, Shi Feng turned his gaze to the items the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand dropped. The dead thousand-eyed demonic hand dropped very few items for a divine boss. Besides 144 undying souls, it dropped only 2 other items. Be that as it may, the 2 other items dropped were extraordinary. Shi Feng would even go as far as to describe them as terrifying. Dark divine silver, godly relic, an ultra-rare metal born through the condensation of the void sea's darkness. The dark divine silver can be used to forcibly upgrade a fragmented divine artifact into an exclusive divine artifact. The resulting divine artifact can only be used by the bound user and cannot be used by others. Primordial Dragon Holy Crystal, divine artifact, a soul crystal formed by the thousand-eyed demonic hand after devouring a part of the primordial flame dragon's soul. The primordial dragon Holy Crystal can be absorbed by dragon-type creatures for 1 bloodline transformation opportunity. How powerful was this thousand-eyed demonic hand when it was still alive? When Shi Feng finished reading the descriptions of the 2 items, he suspected that the thousand-eyed demonic hand was much more fearsome when it was still alive than he had first thought. Although Shi Feng found it unbelievable that the thousand-eyed demonic hand could come back to life in the Flame Dragon God's Nest, he initially hadn't thought it had reached the standard of primordial gods. However, the primordial dragon Holy Crystal's description forced him to rethink his assessment. After all, if the thousand-eyed demonic hand's strength did not reach the primordial god standard, it could never have devoured a portion of the primordial flame dragon's soul. The dark divine silver is useless to me, but I can give it to Snow to upgrade her chaos wind blade, Shi Feng muttered as he put away the dark divine silver before reaching for the primordial dragon Holy Crystal. This thing, however, is something I can use. I wonder how much it can improve the Frostflame Dragon. After saying so, Shi Feng retrieved the ancient oath from his bag and summoned the Tier 5 Frostflame Dragon. Currently, the Frostflame Dragon was the only dragon-type creature in his possession. Chapter 3787, Chapter 861, Pseudo-Tier 7 Concentration. Chapter 861, Pseudo-Tier 7 Concentration. After Shi Feng took out the ancient oath and chanted, a summoning array 500 yards in radius appeared on the ground. Subsequently, a dragon over 300 meters long flew out of the summoning array and landed before him. Despite being at Tier 5, the dragon exuded an aura comparable to that of a Tier 6 monster. It was like a king that had descended to the mortal world. When the frost flame dragon saw Shi Feng, the dignified look on its face vanished as it rubbed its head against him, its eyes filled with joy. It behaved like a child who had not seen its parents in a long time. "Here you go, little guy," Shi Feng said as he threw the fist-sized primordial dragon holy crystal to the frostflame dragon. The divine-ranked frostflame dragon could grow into a Tier 6 dragon if fed normally. The only problem was that this process required time. Thus, since his promotion to Tier 6, Shi Feng had treated the Tier 5 frostflame dragon only as a means of transportation. But that could potentially change now that he had obtained the primordial dragon holy crystal. If he could promote the frostflame dragon to Tier 6, it would greatly help him. As a divine flying mount, the frostflame dragon already possessed the basic attributes of Tier 6 monsters despite being at Tier 5. Once it advanced to Tier 6, it might surpass Tier 6 gods in basic attributes. At that time, while its offensive capabilities might remain inferior to war goddesses equipped with multiple divine artifacts, its HP and tanking capabilities would be leagues above war goddesses of the same level. It could compensate for the war goddesses' inadequate defensive capabilities. Additionally, the movement speed of flying mounts would skyrocket once they reached Tier 6. Not only could they fly between realms, but they could also let players riding on them gradually recover their stamina and concentration. Tier 6 flying mounts were essentially miniature mobile fortresses. This was also why Tier 6 flying mounts could be used for cross-realm travel. After swallowing the primordial dragon holy crystal, the frostflame dragon became drowsy and slept beside Shi Feng. A moment later, divine runes gradually surfaced on its scales. Within a minute, 3 layers of divine runes covered the entire frostflame dragon, creating a cocoon of divine runes. When the cocoon formed, it radiated a powerful aura that shook the mending space in the area. Then, the cocoon released draconic roars that echoed across tens of thousands of yards, scaring all Tier 5 monsters in the vicinity into fleeing. 4 minutes later, a pitch-black dragon surrounded by flames and frost emerged from the cocoon, its body reaching 1,000 meters long. Immediately afterward, the dragon let out a deafening roar that shook the space within tens of thousands of yards. This is its Tier 6 form. Shi Feng was momentarily taken aback when he sensed danger from the frostflame dragon. Rather than a Tier 6 monster, he felt like he was standing before an ancient god right now. Immediately, Shi Feng pulled up the frostflame dragon's attribute panel, wanting to see what was going on. What perverse attributes? When Shi Feng saw the frostflame dragon's statistics, the feather of oath's war goddesses suddenly seemed lackluster. Frostflame sacred dragon, advanced divine, level 212 HP 6 quadrillion at their peak. Sacred dragons were existences that could rival ancient gods. Thus, it was wonderful news that the frostflame dragon had evolved into a sacred dragon. Additionally, the frostflame sacred dragon possessed unbelievably high HP and defense. Despite being at level 212, it already had 6 quadrillion HP, which was only slightly lower than the HP of a level 230 legendary monster. Paired with its sacred armor defense, it could probably shrug off the attacks of a level 230 legendary monster. Its sturdiness could definitely match level 220 divine monsters. Subsequently, Shi Feng looked at the ancient oath in his hand and saw that it had similarly undergone significant changes. Ancient Oath can be used to summon an advanced divine rank Tier 6 Frostflame Sacred Dragon as a partner to fly and fight freely in the sky. If the Frostflame Sacred Dragon dies, it will need 30 natural days to return to life. The Frostflame Sacred Dragon can gain XP through combat, but it cannot exceed the Ancient Oath's wielder by more than 10 levels. Additional effect: the Frostflame Sacred Dragon will share 20% of its basic attributes and 30% of its concentration with the Ancient Oath's wielder. Crap! A Dragon-type divine artifact. Shi Feng was at a loss for words as he switched his gaze between the Ancient Oath and the Frostflame Sacred Dragon. It was already a huge surprise that the Frostflame Dragon managed to evolve into a Sacred Dragon. However, the changes to the Ancient Oath were even more astonishing. Being able to share 20% of the Frostflame Sacred Dragon's basic attributes was equivalent to gaining one divine artifact's worth of basic attributes. On top of that, he could also share 30% of the Frostflame Sacred Dragon's concentration. This was an effect all Tier 6 players would kill to have. System: congratulations! Your concentration has exceeded the Tier 6 limit standard and reached the pseudo-Tier 7 standard. System: congratulations! You are the first player from the human race to have achieved pseudo-Tier 7 concentration, rewarding the special skill Mind Gaze. Mind Gaze, special skill, when activated, weakens the target's concentration by 50%. Duration: 30 seconds cooldown. 3 minutes. With my current strength, I should be able to match Ink Crystal, even without summoning the Frostflame Sacred Dragon. When Shi Feng sensed the changes to his body, he suddenly felt that 6th floor experts were no longer out of his reach. With his pseudo-Tier 7 concentration, he could now cast the miniature Abyssal World without struggling. He should also be able to execute gold combat techniques while maintaining the miniature Abyssal World. If he paired gold combat techniques with the miniature Abyssal World, he should have no trouble fighting 6th floor experts at the same level and basic attributes. Not to mention, he also had the basic attribute bonus from the Frostflame Sacred Dragon. Now, he was basically a Tier 6 humanoid boss. Tier 6 shield warriors of the same level were unlikely to have even 1/5 of his HP, while level 220, Tier 6 experts would need at least 3 or 4 divine artifacts to match him in strength. Moreover, this was before the Frostflame Sacred Dragon gained any additional levels. If the Frostflame Sacred Dragon were 10 levels higher than him, a level 220, Tier 6 expert would need at least 5 divine artifacts to surpass him in strength. Just as Shi Feng was about to get a feel for the improvements brought about by the Frostflame Sacred Dragon, his pseudo-Tier 7 concentration allowed him to detect a group of players that appeared within 10,000 yards of him. There were 20 players in this group, each with exceptional concentration. Even the weakest among them had Tier 6 advanced concentration, 3 Tier 6 limit concentration, and 9 Tier 6 peak concentration. Is this one of the top teams of the 3 powers? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he noticed the concentration standards of the approaching 20-man team. It was incredibly challenging for players in the human race's greater gods domain to achieve Tier 6 peak concentration. Generally, only those with extraordinary talent or special encounters could achieve it. As for players who could develop their concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard, they were either established powerhouses in the greater gods domain, or the strongest chosen ones nurtured by the various apex and pseudo-apex powers. This was because players had no standardized methods to develop their concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard. It wasn't something that could be achieved by killing monsters or doing quests. Thus, there shouldn't be more than a few powers that could take out 3 players with Tier 6 limit concentration and 9 with Tier 6 peak concentration. Before Shi Feng could recover from his surprise, the 20-man team emerged from a spatial passage that suddenly formed before him. The members of this team were all above level 230. The highest level player among them was even at level 239, a level only a small number of players had achieved in the human race's greater God's domain. Chapter 30, 788, Chapter 862, 280 first on the Divine Glory list. Chapter 862, 280 first on the Divine Glory list. Flame Dragon God's Nest, Forest of the Dead. When the 20 young men and women emerged from the spatial passage, they carefully observed their surroundings while scrutinizing Shi Feng, who stood beside the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's corpse. Meanwhile, Shi Feng also studied them with interest. "Greetings, friend. I am Jun Tianquo and these are my friends," a young man carrying a draconic shield said, breaking the silence. "We were nearby and noticed the commotion here. We thought a team dungeon had appeared, so we hurried here to check. I hope you don't misunderstand." Jun Tianquo. Shi Feng couldn't help but scrutinize the young shield warrior when he heard the other party's name, curiosity filling his heart. Even so, he maintained a calm expression as he said, "Greetings. I am Black Flame. As you can see, there are no team dungeons here." Shi Feng had heard the name Jun Tianquo in his previous life. It was the name of someone who would eventually become one of the human race's 10 great tanks. Jun Tianquo started his journey in God's domain as an independent player operating in the 12 sanctuaries. In the real world, he was a combat fanatic known for seeking out extreme challenges with like-minded individuals. He had even fought wild beasts that roamed the wilderness of the greater world's interstellar continents. Although Jun Tianquo operated as an independent player in God's domain, he was backed by a rather powerful family in the greater world. His family operated a corporation specializing in intercontinental shipping. While the corporation's roots in God's domain might be shallow, it was affiliated with a pseudo-apex power. Unfortunately, Jun Tianquo's life wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. One day, he accidentally provoked Demon's Gate in the Eternal Realm. Though he already ranked as one of the greater God's domain's 10 great shield warriors at the time, he was nothing in front of Demon's Gate. Thus, his family was abandoned by their patron, and the family corporation fell apart. Later on, Jun Tianquo went to the Eternal Continent's royal capital to establish Dragon Cry, a guild that had over 500 level 235 plus, tier 6 players, and could compete with conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers at its peak. Jun Tianquo himself also became one of the human race's 10 great tanks. However, before he could make a true comeback, Demon's Gate sent 4 of its 9 great experts after him. Thereafter, his journey in God's domain ended, and Dragon Cry disbanded. Although Jun Tianquo lost his final battle, it still shocked everyone in the greater God's domain. After all, Demon's Gate's 9 great experts were all level 240 plus experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. Yet Demon's Gate deemed it necessary to send 4 of them after him. 2 of them were even 6th floor experts. Additionally, the battle revealed that Jun Tianquo had reached the 6th floor standard. Had 2 or 3 more players of similar caliber fought alongside him, he would have survived the encounter with Demon's Gate's experts, and Dragon Cry would have become a pseudo-apex power. Unfortunately, Dragon Cry's foundations were too shallow, and Jun Tianquo was the only person in the entire guild who could trade blows with Demon's Gate's 9 great experts. Presently, though Jun Tianquo had yet to become enemies with Demon's Gate, his level was already extraordinary. He even had 2 divine artifacts equipped, with the rest of his equipment comprising fragmented divine artifacts. He was much stronger than Shi Feng had ever been in his previous life. Tianquo, looks like it's just him. A female cleric who was level 236 said to Jun Tianquo through the team chat after she scanned the area with her Tier 6 Divine Eye of Detection. That corpse likely belongs to the regional boss. Should we ask him what happened here? The other members of the team nodded in agreement. They had entered the forest of the dead ahead of the various powers teams to get a head start in conquering team dungeons and regional bosses. Now that the regional boss was dead, they would have skipped exploring the starting map for nothing if they didn't at least ask what had happened to it. They also weren't worried about offending Shi Feng. Although Shi Feng had 9 level 220 war goddesses and 1 level 212 sacred dragon protecting him, they weren't much of a threat to their team. No need. Jun Tianquo shook his head. Then he looked at Shi Feng and said, "Brother Black Flame, since nothing else is happening here, we'll be moving on. If fate allows it, I will treat you to a drink at the Flame Vein Bar." After saying so, Jun Tianquo sent Shi Feng a friend request and prepared to leave with his team. "I'll hold you to it," Shi Feng said after accepting the friend request. "If you get into trouble in the Eternal Realm, you can find me in Shattering Town." Shi Feng had a good feeling about Jun Tianquo. He felt that Jun Tianquo was an expert worth befriending. After all, besides being big enough of a threat to warrant Demon's Gate to send 4 of its 9 great experts after him, Jun Tianquo also reached the 6th floor expert through his own efforts. On top of that, Jun Tianquo was a shield warrior. Tanks of his caliber were crucial when raiding taboo team dungeons and taboo bosses. After saying so, Shi Feng recalled the war goddesses and the frost flame sacred dragon and chose to teleport to the flame dragon god's treasury. As soon as he did so, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the secret land's core area. Since players had started to appear in the Forest of the Dead, the map was no longer suitable for him to grind in. Thus, he could only head to the less populated Flame Dragon God's treasury to search for better opportunities. Back at the Forest of the Dead, Jun Tianquo and his teammates silently looked at each other for a moment after Shi Feng's departure. "Tianquo, do you know him? What is his background?" the female cleric asked Jun Tianquo in confusion. "He's only a level 212 swordsman. He doesn't even have a single divine artifact on him. How can he behave so brazenly before us?" The other team members were also visibly confused. They couldn't understand why Jun Tianquo would behave so respectfully toward a level 212 swordsman. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that level 230-plus players like themselves could kill a level 212 swordsman in one move. They would already be benevolent if they simply settled on asking a few questions. Most other players in their shoes would have killed Shi Feng outright. After all, Shi Feng was the only player in the area. While it was unlikely a low-level player like him could solo a regional boss in the Flame Dragon God's nest, it was better to be safe than sorry. You guys might not know him since your focus is only on the 12 sanctuaries, but he is the 281st expert on the Divine Glory list. He has also made a name for himself in the Eternal Realm and established a powerful guild there, Jun Tianquo said, looking in the direction Shi Feng had taken with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "He's only 281st on the Divine Glory list. Tianquo, are you serious?" Jun Tianquo's teammates couldn't help but laugh when they heard his words. Any random chosen one from the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary can enter the Divine Glory list's top 100. Heck, every one of us here is stronger than him. Facing his teammates' laughter, Jun Tianquo did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he turned to the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand and said, "Then, what if I tell you that he one-shotted the Divine Wing Dynasty's Abyss Water not long ago? Also, he was the only one in this area when we arrived. Besides him, who else could have killed this level 236 regional boss?" Chapter 30, 789, Chapter 863, Flame Dragon God's Treasury, Chapter 863. Flame Dragon God's Treasury. Jun Tianquo's teammates fell silent momentarily when they heard his words. Tianquo, are you saying that he killed this boss alone? Looking at the dead, thousand-eyed demonic hand, the female cleric blurted out, "But how is that possible? He's only level 212. He might have war goddesses fighting for him, but they're only level 220. Even if the boss stood still and did nothing, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Not to mention, we rushed over as soon as we heard the commotion. Without at least a team of several hundred, there's no way this boss can be killed so quickly." One of the main headaches the various powers' frontline teams faced when raiding regional bosses stemmed from their immense HP and rapid battle recovery. As strong as their team of 20 was, even they lacked the firepower to take down a level 236 regional boss in a short time. This was why they chose to inspect their surroundings the moment they arrived in the area rather than pay attention to Shi Feng. After all, they simply couldn't fathom the possibility of a level 212 player soloing a level 236 boss in only an hour or so. It may be impossible for others, but Black Flame is different, Jun Tianquo said before sharing a battle video with his teammates. It was none other than the recording of the fight between Shi Feng and Abyss Water. One of my friends recorded this in the Shadow Mountains. Do any of you think you can survive his attack? Despite being only 3 seconds long, the battle video captured the entire fight. It opened with Abyss Water initiating the fight, followed by Shi Feng neutralizing all of the Crimson Energy blades. Then, the video concluded with Shi Feng appearing behind Abyss Water and decapitating him. When the video ended, Jun Tianquo's teammates were left stunned. I don't know about you guys, but I don't have the slightest confidence in surviving that attack. Now, do you still think he can't kill this regional boss? Without waiting for a response, Jun Tianquo added with a longing gaze, "Ever since the Eternal Realm appeared, I've wanted to meet the experts there. I also want to meet the rumored Holy Race experts. It's a pity I never got the chance. But now that several powers have already discovered the entrance, I believe it won't be long before its coordinates become public. When that time comes, I plan to test myself in the Eternal Realm and see where I stand in God's domain." When Jun Tianquo's teammates heard his words, their interest was piqued, and their eyes lit up in excitement. They, like Jun Tianquo, constantly sought to push their limits with extreme challenges. Previously, they thought the 12 sanctuaries were the center of the greater God's domain. They thought that so long as they could reach the 12 sanctuaries' apex, it would be the same as reaching the greater God's domain apex. Thus, they never saw the need to leave the 12 sanctuaries. But now, they realized they had been terribly mistaken. If even the 281st ranked expert on the Divine Glory list was such a terrifying existence, how strong were the top 100 experts? Of course, they knew the Divine Glory list rankings weren't necessarily reliable. Even so, it could still give a general impression of a player's standard. Besides the Divine Glory list's experts, there were also the foreign players in the Eternal Realm, such as the Holy Race players, who were considered much stronger than the human players. This was the first time since God's domain's launch that players of other races had appeared. Suddenly, the doors to a whole new world had opened to them. Meanwhile, after a 10-minute teleportation, Shi Feng arrived before an ancient temple surrounded by mountains. The temple spanned an area greater than a large city, and countless divine patterns covered the surrounding mountains to form a barrier that enveloped the entire temple. The moment Shi Feng crossed the barrier, a powerful suppressive force acted on him, drastically weakening him. If outside the barrier, he was considered a divine being capable of shattering worlds within the barrier, he was just a mortal with above-average strength. Once inside the barrier, Shi Feng quickly landed in a plaza in the middle of the temple, where he discovered that many other players had already arrived before him. These were all players who had rushed to the Flame Dragon God's treasury upon collecting 100 undying souls. Most of them were level 235 or above, but there were also a few players who were below level 235. So many people have arrived already. When Shi Feng scanned the plaza, he spotted over 100 figures, far more than he had anticipated. As the Flame Dragon God's nest was a secret land, players would need to obtain its access key if they wanted to control it. Although the access key would not let players prohibit others from entering the secret land, it could be used to control the size of the entrance and move the entrance's location up to 10,000 yards from its original location. For example, if the Flame Dragon God's nest's controlling power shrunk the entrance to accommodate only 2 or 3 players and moved it to a location fortified with magic arrays, it would become very difficult for other players and powers to enter the secret land. They would have to obtain permission from the controlling power beforehand. Additionally, the access key could grant key imprints to other players, allowing these players to leave the secret land whenever they wanted. In the Flame Dragon God's nest, key imprints could let players exit the secret land without dying and losing a portion of their immortal souls. For these reasons, if a power wanted adequate control over the Flame Dragon God's nest, it must have the secret land's access key, which could only be exchanged for in the Flame Dragon God's treasury. The Flame Dragon God's treasury was situated in the secret land's core area. Besides being a place for players to exchange undying souls for rewards, it was also populated with many monsters. This made it the best place to farm undying souls. Thus, anyone seeking the secret land's access key would come to the treasury as soon as possible. Of course, that was assuming they had enough strength to kill the monsters here. Otherwise, they would have come here for nothing. System: you have discovered the Flame Dragon God's treasury. You may exchange for the Flame Dragon God's reward directly from the Flame Dragon God Plaza. So that's why they're all standing here. Originally, Shi Feng thought the players in the plaza were waiting for their companions to arrive. But now, he realized that they were instead browsing the items available for exchange in the Flame Dragon God's treasury. Out of curiosity, Shi Feng also started to browse the treasury's exchange list. Many rumors surrounded the Flame Dragon God's treasury in his previous life. One of the rumors was that the treasury contained clues to how to go beyond Tier 6. However, because the Holy Dragon Spear had occupied the Flame Dragon God's nest early, by the time Secret Land was open to the public, almost all of the items in the treasury had already been exchanged. Furthermore, nobody from Holy Dragon Spear had managed to go beyond Tier 6. So, everyone merely used it as a conversation topic during their free time, and nobody actually believed it. In this life, though, the Flame Dragon God's nest had activated abruptly, and even Holy Dragon Spear was only entering the secret land for the first time. So, this was a good opportunity to see what the Flame Dragon God's treasury had to offer. However, shortly after calling up the exchange list and seeing what it offered, Shi Feng couldn't help but rub his eyes in doubt. World Scar. Shi Feng was shocked when he saw the 5th item on the exchange list. World Scar. It was publicly acknowledged as one of the greater God's domain's 10 great divine swords. It was also the primordial dragon sanctuary's #1 godly relic. In his previous life, it was used by one of the Eternal Realm's 3 absolutes, Orabeth. Chapter 3790, Chapter 864, Empress's Relic, Chapter 864. Empress's Relic. No wonder Orabeth had such a good relationship with Holy Dragon Spear. When Shi Feng saw the World Scar on the exchange list, He suddenly realized why Oribeth had steadfastly supported the Holy Dragon Spear adventurer team in his previous life. Even when Holy Dragon Spear was besieged by 3 of the Holy Race's royal powers, she had not hesitated to help the adventurer team and sustain heavy damage to her soul. Shi Feng had to admit that Holy Dragon Spear was incredibly skilled at making investments. It took a lot of courage and foresight to give Oribeth the world scar before she rose to prominence. Any other power would never have given her such a priceless treasure if they didn't know her true potential. Fortunately, Holy Dragon Spear's bet had paid off in spades, as Oribeth eventually became one of the 3 absolutes of the Eternal Realm. She was also someone who would always reciprocate kindness. Given the significance of a good sword to a swordsman, it was only natural that she would go above and beyond to help the adventurer team. Of course, there was a bigger reason Holy Dragon Spear was willing to give the world scar to Oribeth. The world scar available for exchange was a damaged item. It wasn't the complete world scar. Currently, the world scar was only an ordinary divine artifact. Otherwise, there was no way the Greater God's Domain's #1 divine sword would rank only 5th on the exchange list. Shi Feng wondered if he could exchange the world scar and use it to recruit Oribeth. However, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw how much it cost. World scar, 5 million undying souls. It was an astronomical amount. Subsequently, Shi Feng shifted his gaze upward to inspect the prices of the top 4 items, and suddenly felt the 144 undying souls he obtained from killing the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand were nothing but a joke. Flame Dragon God's Access Key, 10 million undying souls Primordial Dragon Tablet, 20 million undying souls Empress's Scales, 30 million undying souls Flame God Set, 50 million undying souls. While Shi Feng was lamenting his poverty, he suddenly received a system notification. System: Kalisha has detected the aura of the primordial dragon Relic 1, Empress's Scales. The second stage of the inferior mythical quest Sanctuary's Rise is activated. Quest content: obtain the Empress's Scales within 30 days and hand it to Kalisha. Rewards unknown. If you fail to complete the quest within 30 days, all your attributes will be halved permanently. The notification echoed 3 times in his head, its content stunning him. Crap! Shi Feng felt nauseous as he looked at the notification. Is Kalisha messing with me? Shi Feng hadn't thought that his decision to come to the Flame Dragon God's treasury as soon as he collected enough undying souls would backfire. 30 days. 30 days weren't enough time for him to collect even 10 million undying souls, let alone 30 million. Even if Holy Dragon Spear, the Dragon God's Palace, and the Divine Wing Dynasty joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to collect 30 million undying souls in 30 days. Guild Leader Black Flame, would you like to enter the underground city world with us? While Shi Feng was scratching his head in agony, a rugged voice suddenly entered his ears. Turning to the source, he saw Xiao Yilong, Red Frost, Twilight Leaf, Heiser, and Laura approaching him. Seeing as they were walking in a group, it was evident they had already formed a party. The underground city world. When Shi Feng heard Xiao Yilong's words, some of his forgotten memories resurfaced. The underground city world was an area inside the Flame Dragon God's treasury. In addition to various precious resources, players could obtain many undying souls by grinding there. However, the underground city world's resources were limited, and the dangers inside were several times greater than that of the outside world. Moreover, each player could enter the underground city world only 3 times in their lifetime. Thus, very few players ever bothered to enter the treasury's underground city world in his previous life. After all, the cost of dying in the Flame Dragon God's nest was incredibly high. Who would dare take such a risk? Most importantly, by the time Holy Dragon Spear opened up the Flame Dragon God's Nest to the public, it had long since explored the underground city world and taken everything valuable. Even if other players entered the underground city world, they wouldn't get anything noteworthy. Rather than put themselves at risk for no reason, they would be better off grinding for levels outside. We hear the underground city world is a great place. Although it's a little more dangerous, the harvest is amazing. It's just that it costs 1 million units of 7 luminaries crystal per person to enter, Twilight Leaf said, nodding. Then, slightly embarrassed, she continued, the Great Commander and the others refuse to take us outside with them because of our low levels, so we can only try our luck in the underground city world. But Uncle Zio and I only have tens of thousands of units, so we're hoping to borrow some from you, Guild Leader Black Flame. When Twilight Leaf finished speaking, Zio Yilong also couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The Flame Dragon God's Treasury's underground city world might be a place of opportunity for them, but they couldn't afford the exorbitant entry price. It should be known that it only cost 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal for Tier 5 players to challenge their Tier 6 promotion. Even then, countless Tier 5 players already considered it a nightmare. 1 million units of 7 luminaries crystal simply wasn't a sum the individual player could take out. No problem. Shi Feng chuckled when he heard Twilight Leaf's request. I can give you the 7 luminaries crystals you need, but in exchange, I want 90% of the harvest we get from the underground city world. What do you think? If he operated solo, he would not be able to collect 30 million undying souls in 30 days. However, if he had a party with experts like Zio Yilong and Heiser, he might just be able to meet this unreasonable quota. I'm fine with that. I only care about leveling up, Heiser stated. I'm fine with it too. After pondering for a moment, Zio Yilong and Twilight Leaf also agreed with Shi Feng's condition. Red Frost and Laura Crater could already be considered half-members of Zero Wing, so they naturally didn't have any qualms about accepting Shi Feng's offer. However, they couldn't help but look at Shi Feng curiously, wondering how he managed to level up so quickly. After all, he was clearly at level 200 not long ago. Yet now, he was at level 212 already. His leveling speed was simply astounding. Okay, let's head to the underground city world then, Shi Feng said as he sent a party invite to Zio Yilong and the others. Flame Dragon God's Treasury, underground city world's entrance. As the monsters around the Flame Dragon God's Treasury were generally around level 240, players around level 230 would only be a burden to teams eager to raid bosses for undying souls. Thus, many players around level 230 were currently gathered at the underground city world's entrance, more than 3 times the number of players gathered in the central plaza. These players either sought to form parties with others or hire experts to escort them inside the underground city world, their presence creating a lively atmosphere outside the underground city world. Guild Leader Black Flame. Although the underground city world has 5 difficulty levels, even the easiest simple mode is extremely dangerous. Several parties that went for simple mode have already been teleported out of the secret land, Zio Yilong said solemnly as he pointed at the 5 teleportation gates that led into the underground city world. As a precaution, I suggest we test the waters first with normal mode. 5 difficulty levels. Shi Feng was momentarily stunned as he looked at the 5 teleportation gates before him. From what he could remember, the Flame Dragon God's Treasury's underground city world should only have 3 difficulty levels: simple, normal, and hard. Yet there were now Nightmare 2 and Usra above them. While Shi Feng was in a daze, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. System, you have received Dragon Princess Kalisha's blessing. You may activate the Underground City World's God Mode difficulty. Do you wish to enter the God Mode Underground City World? TL notes, 1 primordial dragon relic, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Like the abyssal eye being an abyssal relic, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The Empress's scales can be considered a godly relic, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. I'm not sure why the author decided to specify them in such a way, but that's how it is. 2 Nightmare, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. For those wondering, the rank mode after hard should have been Hell, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. But the author decided on Nightmare for some reason. Chapter 3791, Chapter 865. Remnants of a Primordial World. Chapter 865. Remnants of a primordial world in a valley shrouded in white fog. A 20-man team fought a level 235, Tier 6 Shadow Ape. Shadow Ape. Shadow Creature, Divine. Level 235 HP 30 quadrillion. The Shadow Ape was over 100 meters tall. Yet, it could do nothing to the level 235 Demidragon Guardian Knight before it. The Demidragon Guardian Knight in question wielded a crimson war hammer in one hand and a dragon-scale shield in the other. Although the Shadow Ape bombarded him with a flurry of punches using its 6 arms, he easily blocked the attacks with his shield. He would also use the force of the Shadow Ape's punches to propel him toward its ankles and attack with his war hammer from time to time, causing it to stagger and lose over 100 billion HP. The Guardian Knight's teammates were equally excellent. They were all at level 233 or above, and each of their skills dealt over 100 billion damage to the Shadow Ape, while their normal attacks caused 30 to 40 billion damage. Everyone, keep it up. Also, be careful of the Shadow Ape going berserk. It doesn't have much HP left. Whirlwind Bulwark, the Demidragon Guardian Knight, commanded while tanking the Shadow Ape's attacks. Relax, Commander. It's not our first time killing this Shadow Ape, a level 234 cleric said jokingly as she healed Whirlwind Bulwark. Even if it goes berserk, we can still dodge its attacks with our eyes closed. Everyone else nodded in agreement, their expressions looking relaxed. Subsequently, when the Shadow Ape's HP fell to 30%, its skin turned crimson, its size doubled, and its attack speed increased significantly. Shadow spears also started to rain from the sky, covering a 1,000-yard radius around the Shadow Ape. Seeing this, Whirlwind Bulwark let out a low shout as he activated the Tier 6 skill Guardian Angel. Immediately, numerous translucent holy barriers formed above him and his team, shielding them from the falling shadow spears. Even though the shadow spears the Shadow Ape summoned had greatly increased in number and speed after it went berserk, they still couldn't break through the holy barriers. At most, they caused Whirlwind Bulwark to lose some HP as they bombarded his holy barriers. However, this damage was quickly neutralized when the team's cleric cast her Tier 6 spell Aurora Healing, which healed Whirlwind Bulwark and everyone else on the team for 5% of their HP every second. As such, the Shadow Ape going berserk changed nothing. Its HP still fell rapidly over time. 30%, 20%, 15%. When the Shadow Ape's HP fell below 1%, an icy longsword suddenly appeared from a distance and plunged into its body like a meteorite, instantly devouring the rest of its HP. Then, the Shadow Ape fell, and items appeared all over its corpse. This turn of events surprised Whirlwind Bulwark and his team, and they immediately turned to where the icy longsword came from. A 100-man team had emerged from the mist, taking them unawares. The elegant female mage god walking in the lead was holding up a Tier 6 curse scroll. "What is the meaning of this, Fiera?" Whirlwind Bulwark demanded, looking livid. "Kill stealing, naturally. Isn't it obvious enough?" Fiera, the female mage god, said with a faint smile. "Also, have you forgotten my guild leader's warning? While you might have his admiration, that doesn't excuse you from paying your protection fees. We've already said Pale Horn won't be getting involved in your war with the Holy Knights. Also, we've already paid the White Dragon Nation's protection fees for this month. It's only been a few days since then, yet you want us to pay you again. Don't you think you're being excessive? Star Butterfly, the female cleric behind Whirlwind Bulwark, protested angrily in response to Fira's words. Excessive, Fira scoffed. I don't think so. On the contrary, I think you should be honored. So long as the White Dragon Nation wins, Pale Horn will face fewer troubles in Nightmare Holy City. Not to mention, my guild leader has already promised that so long as Pale Horn kills 100 members of the Holy Knights, the White Dragon Nation will stop troubling you in the future. You won't even need to pay any protection fees. Of course, if you refuse to comply, we will simply have you disappear from Nightmare Holy City. How can you do this? Star Butterfly shouted in frustration. The White Dragon Nation was one of the 2 strongest guilds operating in Nightmare Holy City, and it had many experts under its wing. If it decided to target the Pale Horn Adventurer team, the outcome was obvious. Bulwark, this is your last chance, so think carefully. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to you all today, Fira said, smiling. Meanwhile, Star Butterfly and the other members of Pale Horn turned gloomy when they heard this. Leaving Nightmare Holy City was out of the question. After all, it was one of the few safe havens for human players. However, although they considered themselves strong, the White Dragon Nation's experts far outnumbered them. If the White Dragon Nation kept harassing them out in the fields, it would only be a matter of time before they got worn out and killed. Aren't you afraid that I will join the Holy Knights? Whirlwind Bulwark asked coldly. One of the 2 strongest guilds operating in Nightmare Holy City was the White Dragon Nation. The other was the Holy Knights. It was also because these 2 guilds were fighting for control over Nightmare Holy City that the situation in the city had become the way it was. You can do that, but it'll depend on whether you can walk out of here alive, Fira said as she raised her hand. Immediately, a crimson scroll inscribed with divine runes appeared in her hand, emanating an oppressive aura that made everyone present shudder. Meanwhile, more White Dragon Nation members suddenly appeared in the surroundings, their numbers exceeding 200. These players had previously been hidden under the effects of a group invisibility scroll, and they now surrounded Whirlwind Bulwark's team. However, rather than these players, Whirlwind Bulwark was more concerned about the scroll in Fira's hand. How generous of the White Dragon Nation to take out a divine soul curse for us, Whirlwind Bulwark said as he eyed the crimson scroll solemnly. The divine soul curse was a special type of magic scroll. Although it lacked any offensive capabilities, it could forcibly bind with the souls of targeted players. Should the bound players get injured or die, they would permanently lose a portion of their souls. Normally, the divine soul curse would only be used against VIPs of hostile powers or an army of tens of thousands. My guild leader just wants you to think carefully, Fira said as she played with the scroll in her hand. Well, which side will you choose? Before Whirlwind Bulwark could respond, a crack stretching dozens of kilometers suddenly appeared in the foggy sky. Then, streaks of white light shot out of the crack and landed between the Pale Horn Adventurer team and the White Dragon Nation. Is this the God Mode underground city world? Shi Feng wondered as he scanned his surroundings, taking note of the unfamiliar players around him and their shocked expressions. Although Shi Feng had never been to or heard of the God Mode underground city world in his previous life, he didn't find it too strange to meet other players here. Any place in God's domain labeled a world had the possibility of housing players. Even an underground city world was no exception. However, what surprised Shi Feng was that these players all had very high levels. They were all at least level 230. Many were even at level 235 or above. If these players were in the primordial dragon sanctuary, they would be among the highest level players. System, congratulations. You have discovered the remnants of a primordial world. World suppression will be greatly increased. Taboo restriction on players will be lifted. Who are you people? How dare you stand in the way of the White Dragon Nation? Fira demanded coldly as she glared at Shi Feng's party. Chapter 3792, Chapter 866, Difference Between Then and Now. Chapter 866, Difference Between Then and Now. At Fira's question, Shi Feng couldn't help but turn to look at the other party. Being at level 237, Fira was a very high-level elementalist. Yet, despite her impressive level, she was only equipped with fragmented legendary equipment. Her equipment standard could only be considered terrible compared to the greater gods' domain's players. The other players were even worse, with some being equipped with epic equipment. If they were in the greater gods' domain, it would be unbelievable for players of such high levels to be so poorly equipped. Under normal circumstances, any player capable of reaching level 230 and above in the greater gods' domain would have at least several pieces of legendary equipment. Could it be that materials needed to repair legendary equipment don't drop here? Shi Feng speculated. There were countless worlds in God's domain, each with its own circumstances and development directions. Some worlds made it easier for players to level up. Some worlds made it easier to procure high-quality weapons and equipment, and so on. Evidently, the primordial world they were currently in made it much easier for players to level up. But in exchange, the difficulty of obtaining high-quality equipment here was much greater than in the greater gods' domain. None of the 200-plus players here were equipped with legendary weapons or equipment. After taking another look at his surroundings, Shi Feng quickly understood the situation. After all, PvP and kill-stealing were common in the greater gods' domain. Of course, it was still rare for so many players to get involved because of a level 235 divine monster. However, Shi Feng was more interested in the Shadow Ape's loot than the standoff before him. The Shadow Ape dropped 15 items, none of which were weapons or equipment. Instead, it dropped 13 legendary materials, 1 taboo equipment design, and 1 gold combat technique legacy crystal. If such loot were to drop from a level 235 divine monster in the greater gods' domain, it would shock the various powers. Although many monsters in the greater gods' domain could drop legendary materials, the taboo equipment design and the gold combat technique legacy crystal were not items that any random divine monster could drop. It was especially so for the taboo equipment design. Normally, taboo equipment designs had a very low probability of dropping in taboo dungeons. The drop rate was so terrible that players wouldn't necessarily get one even after clearing hundreds of taboo dungeons. More often than not, they would only get some level 200-plus taboo equipment. Because of the rarity of taboo equipment designs, any that appeared on the market could typically go for as much as a divine artifact. After all, if players relied only on raiding taboo dungeons to obtain taboo weapons and equipment, it would take ages to fully equip an entire team. In comparison, if players had taboo weapon designs and taboo equipment designs, they could easily equip an entire guild with taboo weapons and taboo equipment so long as they had enough materials. Hey, did you not hear what I said? Fira's gaze grew cold as she looked at Shi Feng. Initially, Fira was somewhat apprehensive of Shi Feng and his party. After all, their entrance was incredibly abrupt and unusual. Thus, she declared her origins to provoke a reaction from them. As one of Nightmare Holy City's top 2 guilds, the White Dragon Nation was known by all in the Holy City. The Holy Knights was the only power that could oppose it. However, she had not expected Shi Feng to behave so indifferently after hearing the White Dragon Nation's name. He didn't even bother to pay her, a vice guild leader of the White Dragon Nation, any heed. This was the first time it had ever happened to her since she started playing God's domain. Not even the guild leader of the Holy Knights dared to treat her like that. Have these people been scared silly? How dare they ignore the vice guild leader? These people are dead. They'll probably be erased from God's domain now that they've angered the vice guild leader. The White Dragon Nation's members looked at Shi Feng and his party with sympathy and amusement in their eyes. Fiera was not known for having a good temper. The last time an adventurer team failed to comply with her warning to leave the White Dragon Nation's leveling spot within a given time, she ordered their annihilation without hesitation, even though the adventurer team was only a few seconds from leaving the area. Now that Shi Feng and his party had dared to ignore Fiera, it wasn't hard to imagine what awaited them. "Friend, you'd best respond to Fiera and leave here quickly. She's a vice guild leader of the White Dragon Nation, one of Nightmare Holy City's top 2 guilds. Besides the Holy Knights members, she only needs a few words to decide the fate of anyone in the city," Whirlwind Bulwark suddenly said to Shi Feng on a private channel. Nightmare Holy City, vice guild leader of one of the city's top 2 guilds. Shi Feng grew even more surprised as he looked at Fiera. According to Whirlwind Bulwark's introduction, the White Dragon Nation should be a powerful guild. After all, any guild capable of ranking at the top in a holy city should be a first-tier guild in God's domain. Yet, despite being a vice guild leader in such a guild, Fiera's equipment standard was so terrible. Even in the Starlight Realm, the executives of ordinary hegemonic powers would be fully equipped with legendary equipment at the very least. Yet, Fiera, a vice guild leader of one of Nightmare Holy City's top 2 guilds, didn't have any legendary equipment on her. Shi Feng couldn't even begin to imagine how far behind this remnant of a primordial world was in terms of equipment standards. Finally getting scared. Unfortunately for you, it's too late for regrets. When Fiera saw Shi Feng's surprise, she sneered and said, "Die with Whirlwind Bulwark's team." After saying so, Fiera activated the divine soul curse she held. Immediately, a magic array composed of divine runes appeared above Shi Feng, Whirlwind Bulwark, and the others. Subsequently, Shi Feng and the others felt a nefarious presence enveloping their souls. A divine soul curse. Shi Feng was shocked when he saw that he had received a cursed soul status. The divine soul curse was a near-extinct divine rune scroll in the greater God's domain. It was one of the best tools for eliminating enemies. Not only did it come with no side effects, but it was also an AI skill that could not be dodged or resisted. Should players be killed within 24 hours, they would die a true death. Even if players only sustained heavy injuries, their souls would be permanently weakened. Many people hated the divine soul curse because of its potent effects, which resulted in its persecution and near extinction. In the current greater God's domain, each divine soul curse was valued as much as a divine artifact, and only the various apex powers owned them. However, they would never use this special scroll unless they were going up against their mortal enemies. "I'm sorry, friends. I hadn't expected to get you involved in our conflict. I will distract them as much as possible, so try to escape with my team," Whirlwind Bulwark hurriedly said to Shi Feng's party. As a guardian knight, Whirlwind Bulwark was only good at defense. Without special tools, he had no chance of escaping. The only thing he could do in this situation was help others escape. "Don't joke around, Commander. Commander, if we're going to die, we will die together. At worst, we'll leave God's domain and become private instructors. I refuse to believe we'll starve to death." When Pale Horn's members saw Whirlwind Bulwark getting ready to take a stand, they couldn't help but disapprove of his actions. They knew how strong Whirlwind Bulwark was. If he focused on escaping, he still had a chance of escaping the White Dragon Nation's encirclement. Yet, he had chosen to abandon this chance to create an opportunity for them to escape. Escape. Heiser, who stood beside Shi Feng, suddenly laughed. Then she walked toward Fiera. What is she doing? Star Butterfly stared at Heiser in confusion. Don't tell me she's going to fight Fiera. She must be crazy. That's Fiera, the elemental god we are talking about. There are no more than a handful of elementalists in Nightmare Holy City who can fight her head-on. Pale Horn's members couldn't help but think that Heiser was out of her mind when they saw her approaching Fiera. Many experts in Nightmare Holy City acknowledged Fiera as the elemental god. She had mastered over a dozen gold combat techniques and sane-tranked mana techniques. What? Do you want to fight me? Fiera chuckled when she saw Heiser walking up to her. She hadn't expected there to be any more elementalists from Nightmare Holy City who would dare to challenge her, especially not one who was only level 227. However, before Fiera could say anything else, Heiser suddenly raised her hand and created magic arrays for Tier 6 spells one after another. When the 9th magic array appeared, the White Dragon Nations and Pale Horns members were thoroughly dumbfounded. Ninefold Tier 6 spell, Thunder God's Roar. This was the product of Heiser's self-developed advanced gold combat technique, 9 Heavenly Wheels. Chapter 30, 793, Chapter 867. Godlike Party Chapter 867, Godlike Party. Boom, boom, boom. Apocalyptic lightning bolts rained down on Fiera. Sensing the danger they posed to her, she promptly cast a Tier 6 defensive spell, creating a magic barrier around herself. However, despite her best efforts, her magic barrier shattered after blocking 7 lightning bolts. The 8th lightning bolt turned her into a charred corpse. At a glance, Heiser's attack did not seem sensational, affecting only a radius of several dozen yards. Even so, it petrified everyone outside Shi Feng's party and created an eerie silence. The Vice Guild leader is dead. The Vice Guild leader got killed just like that. What did she do? The White Dragon Nation's members could not process what just happened. They all stared at Heiser with confusion in their eyes. It all happened too quickly. In merely an instant, Heiser had cast 9 instances of a Tier 6 spell. They had never seen or heard of such a feat before. Despite being known as the elemental god in Nightmare Holy City, Fiera could, at most, instant cast 6 instances of a Tier 6 spell. Even so, this already allowed her to be nigh invincible in Nightmare Holy City. Yet, Heiser had completed a 9-fold Tier 6 spell. Was this something a human should be capable of? Not to mention, Heiser had overpowered Fiera and killed her in the first exchange. Fiera's dead. How is this possible? That's Fiera we are talking about. Although she doesn't rank among the top 10 in Nightmare Holy City, she is still among the top 20. How can anyone overpower her to such an extent? Besides Kowloon Demon, the Holy City's #1 expert, I can't think of anyone else who can accomplish such a feat. Commander, do you know this person? Pale Horn's members were similarly filled with disbelief. After all, Fiera, one of Nightmare Holy City's top 20 experts, had just been one-shotted. Moreover, the player responsible for her death was even 10 levels beneath her. If this news were to spread, it would shock the entire Holy City. Whirlwind Bulwark stared at Heiser in a daze as he quickly ran her face through his memories, trying to find a match with Nightmare Holy City's experts. As for Heiser being an expert from outside Nightmare Holy City, he didn't even entertain the possibility. After all, Nightmare Holy City was the only place known to be safe for humans. This was also why everyone operating in Nightmare Holy City greatly feared the White Dragon Nation and the Holy Knights. However, none of the experts Whirlwind Bulwark had met in Nightmare Holy City resembled Heiser. Although Leia, the 6th-ranked player in Nightmare Holy City, was also a female elf like Heiser, she was a swordsman. Thus, the chances of Heiser being Leia in disguise were 0. I don't know her, but we should get ready to break out of this encirclement, Whirlwind Bulwark said through the team chat. Now that Fira was dead, the White Dragon Nation's experts no longer had a leader. This undoubtedly made it easier for their team and Shi Feng's party to escape. Not to mention, they had an expert like Heiser fighting on their side. Elementalists were known to be humanoid artillery. Heiser should have no trouble blowing a path for them. As Whirlwind Bulwark finished speaking, the White Dragon Nation's members also started to snap out of their daze. Immediately, they put aside their fear of Heiser and rushed at her en masse. Admittedly, Heiser's ability to one-shot Fira was terrifying. However, there was ultimately a limit to a person's reaction speed. Any Tier 6 expert would lose when attacked by several dozen Tier 6 experts, let alone 200+ Tier 6 experts. Die! How dare you kill our Vice Guild leader? All of you must die today. The White Dragon Nation's 200+ experts charged at Heiser as one, completely ignoring Whirlwind Bulwark and the others. This was because they knew that if they allowed news of what happened here today to reach Nightmare Holy City, none of them would have a place in the Holy City in the future. It should be known that they were the elites of the White Dragon Nation. Each of them was a fifth-floor expert who had mastered several gold combat techniques. Their equipment standards were also top-notch in Nightmare Holy City. If more than 200 of them working together couldn't even kill a level 227 elementalist, they would be too embarrassed to show their faces in public. In the blink of an eye, numerous Tier 6 skills and spells bombarded Heiser from all directions, making dodging impossible. Whirlwind Bulwark's heart sank when he saw this. He never expected the White Dragon Nation's members to shamelessly throw their strongest attacks at Heiser. Even a guardian knight like himself would not be able to defend against all these attacks. Moreover, even if he did catch them all with his shield, the residual damage would be more than enough to kill him from full HP. This was the advantage of numbers. Even if the White Dragon Nation's members were inferior to him in combat standards, several dozen of them working together could kill him with ease. However, a second later, Heiser cast Tier 6 defensive curses one after another, instantly completing a threefold Tier 6 curse and creating a triple-stacked barrier that isolated her from the rest of the world. Additionally, unlike Fira's magic barrier, Heiser's magic barrier did not outright block the attacks that struck it. Instead, it deflected the attacks, minimizing its energy consumption. Peak gold combat technique, triple samsara. No matter how many attacks struck the barrier, none reached Heiser. Even after the initial round of bombardment ended, the barrier still had plenty of mana remaining. Naturally, Heiser never lost any HP. Did she just instant cast a threefold Tier 6 curse? The White Dragon Nation's members were dumbfounded. How is this possible? Whirlwind Bulwark and the other Pale Horn members were similarly stunned. Although they had seen others instant-casting Tier 6 defensive curses before, they had never seen anyone instant-casting a threefold Tier 6 curse, much less single-handedly blocking the attacks of over 200 level 230+ experts. With such strength, Heiser could already be described as a humanoid fortress. They couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying Heiser's basic attributes were for her to remain unscathed after receiving the attacks of so many players. Everyone. Don't be scared of her. Executing such a combat technique must put a huge strain on her concentration. I refuse to believe she can keep it up for long. One of the White Dragon Nation's members shouted. The other White Dragon Nation members nodded in agreement. The more powerful a combat technique was, the greater its burden on the user's stamina and concentration. Immediately, they started the next round of bombardment. Aren't you guys going to make a move? Ignoring the White Dragon Nation's members, Heiser turned to Shi Feng and the others and said, I'll be taking these people's lives for myself if you all keep standing there. When the White Dragon Nation's members started another round of attacks, Whirlwind Bulwark and his team originally wanted to assist Heiser. However, her words gave them pause. It sounded like she was confident she could eradicate the White Dragon Nation's 200-plus experts by herself. Although it sounded like a joke, when Whirlwind Bulwark and his team saw the calm expressions of Shi Feng and his party, they couldn't help but wonder if it really was a joke. "Since you're offering, I'll use them for practice, then," Red Frost said, itching to take action after hearing Heiser's invitation. The moment they arrived in this remnant of a primordial world, they experienced a world suppression of unprecedented strength. Hence, it was necessary to let their bodies adapt to this new level of suppression. They had refrained from making a move thus far only because they wanted to see how strong exactly the White Dragon Nation's level 230-plus experts were. Otherwise, they would have taken action the moment Heiser killed Fiera. After Red Frost finished speaking, she vanished and reappeared in the middle of the White Dragon Nation's members, her divine spear jutting out of a level 233 shield warrior's back. Immediately afterward, she stomped on the ground and turned her surroundings into a sea of flames. Advanced gold fusion technique, Flame Dragon Dance. With a thrust of her spear, Red Frost skewered over 30 melee experts, killing them on the spot. Her display of strength was even more terrifying than Heiser's. Is she really human? Whirlwind Bulwark's pupils dilated at this sight. The White Dragon Nation's melee experts were by no means mediocre. Any of them could withstand attacks from a divine monster of the same level. Yet, Red Frost moved so quickly that she completely overwhelmed their senses. Additionally, she could pinpoint and strike their defensive blind spots with her every attack. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like they were throwing themselves at her spear. It seems the equipment standard here isn't the only thing different from the greater god's domain. Their combat standards are also limited to the ordinary gold standard. Watching Red Frost and Heiser mow down the White Dragon Nation's experts gave Shi Feng a general idea of the standards of the remnant primordial world's players. Then, he stopped spectating and unsheathed the shadow incinerator. "Since we're done collecting data, it's time we put an end to this battle." Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. With a swing of the shadow incinerator, Shi Feng instantly reduced several dozen fleeing members of the White Dragon Nation to ashes, leaving only their weapons and equipment behind. Chapter 3794, Chapter 868, Holy City Shaken. Chapter 868, Holy City Shaken, another one. Since when did Nightmare Holy City have so many experts? The Pale Horn members who were preparing to flee were stopped by Shi Feng's might. They felt that the world must have gone crazy. Since when could a level 212 player one-shot dozens of level 230-plus experts? They had never thought there could be such a large gap between players. Even the infallible Zerg tactic had been thoroughly shattered. A second ago, the White Dragon Nation still had over 200 experts encircling Shi Feng's party. A second later, only a few dozen of these experts remained standing. Moreover, these few dozen players managed to stay alive only because their instincts prompted them to activate their life-saving measures in the nick of time. Otherwise, they would have been charred or reduced to ashes like their allies. Monsters. Run! These people are monsters. It was unknown which White Dragon Nation member called for retreat, but when the other White Dragon Nation members heard it, they turned around and fled without hesitation. They also didn't forget to escape in different directions, knowing that if they tried to escape as one, nobody would make it out alive. However, Shi Feng did not bother to chase the fleeing White Dragon Nation members. Instead, he sheathed the shadow incinerator and activated the miniature abyssal world. Suddenly, everyone within 1,000 yards of Shi Feng felt the world around them darken. The fleeing White Dragon Nation members, in particular, felt like they were caught in a quagmire. No matter how they struggled, they could only move sluggishly, and their HP kept decreasing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, in just a few seconds, the surviving White Dragon Nation members silently collapsed like puppets that had their strings cut, becoming deader than dead. Isn't he a swordsman? When Whirlwind Bulwark saw Shi Feng eliminate the remaining White Dragon Nation members without lifting a finger, he couldn't help but doubt his understanding of God's domain. Setting aside the huge level gap, it should be known that the White Dragon Nation member closest to Shi Feng was over 200 yards away, while the farthest was over 600 yards away. They even escaped in different directions. Yet Shi Feng killed them nonetheless. With such capabilities, how was anyone supposed to escape Shi Feng? Even Zerg tactics would lose their purpose before him. Meanwhile, the other Pale Horn members looked at Shi Feng in awe and fear. Although they had met many experts in the past, none were as terrifying as Shi Feng. Moreover, he had other experts who were equally terrifying. Initially, they didn't think much of Shi Feng's party. After all, the party's highest level member was only level 230. This starkly contrasted with their team, which consisted of only level 230 plus players. Whirlwind Bulwark, their commander, was even level 235. Now though, when they saw Shi Feng's party looting the charred corpses and gradually moving closer to them, they got goosebumps. It felt like a bunch of almighty gods were inching toward them. At this time, though, Shi Feng was similarly thunderstruck. This was because of the taboo weapons and equipment he looted from the White Dragon Nation's members. Excluding a few outliers, over 95% of them were made by players. Moreover, among these taboo weapons and equipment, even the worst reached the level 230 epic rank, while the best reached the level 235 fragmented legendary rank. Players could only dream of obtaining these items in the Greater God's domain. In the current Greater God's domain, even the Seven Luminaries Alliance, known for being the best weapon and equipment manufacturer, could only produce up to level 230 epic equipment. For most level 230 experts, level 230 epic equipment was the best equipment they could get their hands on, as it was comparable to ordinary legendary equipment. Unfortunately, even the Seven Luminaries Alliance could only produce level 230 epic equipment in very small quantities. This was for two reasons. Firstly, the materials needed were rare, and many could only be obtained from taboo dungeons. Thus, mass production was out of the question. Secondly, the production success rate was abysmal, which increased the production cost to a point where it would be cheaper to simply buy legendary equipment. As for level 235, fragmented legendary weapons and equipment, nobody in the Greater God's domain could produce them. It was also nearly impossible for them to find alternatives. In terms of basic attributes, level 235 fragmented legendary equipment was comparable to level 230 taboo legendary equipment. Every piece of level 230 taboo legendary equipment was the fruit of many taboo dungeon runs. Due to its rarity, the various Apex Powers executives wouldn't have more than a few pieces each, while ordinary core members were not qualified to own any. Yet most of the taboo weapons and equipment the White Dragon Nation members dropped were made by players. When it came to weapon and equipment manufacturing, the remnant primordial world was leagues above the Greater God's domain. While Shi Feng was busy looting, Whirlwind Bulwark took the initiative to approach him. "I am Whirlwind Bulwark, the commander of the Pale Horn Adventurer team. Thank you for saving us from the White Dragon Nation," Whirlwind Bulwark said gratefully. "If you need any assistance in Nightmare Holy City in the future, please feel free to ask. I will do my best to help." Palehorn might not be a first-tier adventurer team, but it was still one of the more well-known adventurer teams in Nightmare Holy City. And although Palehorn might only have 20 members, They were all top-tier experts. Thus, they could still help with resolving small issues in the Holy City. The other Pale Horn members nodded in agreement. While they might be afraid of Shi Feng's party, they were also keen on establishing a connection with the party. The White Dragon Nation was a behemoth of an existence in Nightmare Holy City. Yet, Shi Feng's party had handily eliminated over 200 of the White Dragon Nation's experts while being heavily disadvantaged in levels. It was the dream of many players to be acquainted with monstrous experts like Shi Feng and his party members. Nightmare Holy City. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng asked, "Brother Bulwark, could you give us a detailed introduction to Nightmare Holy City?" Shi Feng didn't have the slightest knowledge about this remnant primordial world. He only came here because of Kalisha's blessing, which activated the underground city's God mode. Although he didn't know how challenging the God mode underground city was, he knew he needed to collect 30 million undying souls in 30 days. Otherwise, his account would be crippled. Thus, the first thing he needed to do was figure out the situation. Only then could he collect undying souls more efficiently. An introduction, Shi Feng's question stunned Whirlwind Bulwark. Then he suddenly realized something as he looked at Shi Feng's level and asked with a dazed expression, "Could it be? Are you not from Nightmare Holy City?" Besides Whirlwind Bulwark, the other Pale Horn members were also filled with disbelief as they looked at Shi Feng and his party. It was a well-known fact that Nightmare Holy City was the only hospitable location in this region. Nobody could leave this region unless the Northern Badlands taboo boss was defeated. "That's right. We aren't players from this region," Shi Feng said, nodding. He didn't feel a need to hide this fact. After all, players couldn't simply remain in their starting worlds forever. As their levels and strength increased, they would eventually find a way out. Additionally, even if Pale Horn's members found out about his party's origins, they could not harm his party. They even stood to benefit from working with his party. Upon hearing Shi Feng's answer, realization dawned on Whirlwind Bulwark and the others. They finally understood why they had never heard of Shi Feng's party despite being so strong. However, after realizing this, they also couldn't help but feel dejected. It was especially so for Whirlwind Bulwark. Whirlwind Bulwark considered himself a powerful expert. After all, he was regarded as one of Nightmare Holy City's top 10 guardian knights. Even if he were to move to another region, he believed he would still be at the top. But after meeting Shi Feng's party, he realized that he was sorely mistaken. The other regions definitely had experts who were far more extraordinary than he had imagined. However, what Whirlwind Bulwark and the others did not know was that Shi Feng's party didn't come from another region of this remnant primordial world. Instead, they came from the primordial dragon sanctuary. Moreover, even among the greater gods' domain's apex experts, Shi Feng and his party members could be considered powerful. Subsequently, Whirlwind Bulwark began introducing Nightmare Holy City in detail. While Whirlwind Bulwark shared his knowledge with Shi Feng's party, the White Dragon Nation's move against the Pale Horn adventurer team was exposed and sparked an uproar in Nightmare Holy City. After all, the outcome was simply unbelievable. Despite going after Pale Horn with over 200+ experts, Fiera's team failed to kill any of the adventurer team's members and was even annihilated by a mysterious six-man party. Chapter 3795, Chapter 869, Invaders. Chapter 869, Invaders. Nightmare Holy City, White Dragon Nation's guild residence. Inside a grand meeting room, dozens of level 237 experts and above were currently seated, surrounded by an oppressive atmosphere. The cause of this situation was the middle-aged man seated at the head of the conference table. The middle-aged man was a 10-meter-tall giant with crimson hair, clad in dark gray scale armor. Although the man did not say a word, His oppressive aura caused everyone in the room to break out in a cold sweat. Those who met the man's gaze felt like a giant beast was staring at them. The middle-aged man was Tyrant Wyvern, the guild leader of the White Dragon Nation. "Who can tell me where these people came from?" Tyrant Wyvern asked indifferently as he watched the battle video of Shi Feng's party. "So much time has passed, yet nobody can give me an answer. Guild leader, we have already put all our resources into the investigation. We've even employed many adventurer teams to look into the matter, but these people seem to have just appeared out of nowhere. We can't find any information on them," an executive hurriedly explained while wiping the sweat on his forehead. After Fira was killed, she had promptly contacted them offline and told them to investigate Shi Feng's party. But regardless of the avenue they tried, the result was the same. Apart from these people's ids, they had failed to find any other information. "These people killed over 200 of our experts, yet we don't even know who they are. Useless. All of you are useless." Tyrant Wyvern exploded in anger. "Continue investigating. Also, have everyone in the guild search for these people. Since these people dare to oppose us at this critical time, none of them should think about remaining in God's domain." "Understood." Everyone in the room nodded and quickly left to carry out Tyrant Wyvern's orders. Nobody dared to drag their feet. No information at all appeared out of nowhere. After watching the guild executives leave, Tyrant Wyvern suddenly frowned as he recalled a distant memory. Could they also be invaders like Kowloon Demon? While the White Dragon Nation was initiating a manhunt for Shi Feng's party, an executive meeting also occurred in the Holy Knights Guild residence. How interesting. A single party wiped out Fira's entire team. Not even Kowloon Demon had such courage back then. Dawn Forest, the guild leader of the Holy Knights, laughed after he watched the battle video of Shi Feng's party. This was definitely the first time the dreaded White Dragon Nation had been humiliated to such a degree. Despite going after the Pale Horn Adventurer team with a team of over 200 experts, the White Dragon Nation concluded its operation without managing to kill any of the Adventurer team's members. On top of that, its forces were even annihilated. Of course, any expert who had watched the battle video would also understand that the defeat of Fira's team was not unwarranted. Shi Feng's party was indeed strong. The only problem was that only a small fraction of players in Nightmare Holy City had access to the battle video. The majority only knew that over 200 experts from the White Dragon Nation had lost to a party of unknown individuals. This dealt a huge blow to the White Dragon Nation's prestige. "Guild leader, how should we proceed?" Nocturne, a level 238 female ranger fully equipped with fragmented legendary equipment, asked. "The enemy of our enemy is our friend," Dawn Forest said, grinning. Then he turned to Nocturne and added, "Try to find these people and invite them to join us." "What if they refuse?" Nocturne asked. "Refuse?" Dawn Forest scoffed. "Even if those people are strong, there's still nothing in front of the White Dragon Nation. Their only choice if they want to survive is to join us. They will know what to do if they're not stupid." "I understand." Nocturne bowed and left the meeting room. While Nightmare Holy City's top two guilds were searching for Shi Feng's party, the players in the city excitedly discussed the party. "What's the situation? Are these people crazy? How dare they kill the White Dragon Nation's members?" "I know, right? The White Dragon Nation and the Holy Knights are now offering astronomical prices for these people's whereabouts. Several of the city's top-ranking adventurer teams have already been tempted to join the search." Not even Kowloon Demon was as crazy as these people back then. Indeed, Kowloon Demon only killed a couple of White Dragon Nation experts at the time. On the other hand, these people killed Fira, a vice-guild leader of the White Dragon Nation. She's one of the top figures in the guild. The White Dragon Nation is offering one level 230 fragmented legendary item for the life of each member of this party. It would be great if I could kill one. I had to save up for 2 years to afford my current level 230 epic leg guards. When the resting players talked about Shi Feng's party, their voices were filled with awe. They hadn't expected such brave individuals to exist. Besides the Holy Knights, nobody in Nightmare Holy City dared provoke the White Dragon Nation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the two guilds ruled over the city with an iron fist. Although many experts had tried to oppose the two guilds in the past, only Kowloon Demon, the Holy City's #1 expert, managed to survive. Everyone else was forced to retire from God's domain permanently. Now that Shi Feng's party had killed over 200 experts and a vice guild leader from the White Dragon Nation, it went without saying the guild would not spare the party. Amidst the discussions in Nightmare Holy City, Whirlwind Bulwark and his team led Shi Feng's party into the city, their appearance instantly garnering exclamations from the players near the city's entrance. "Crap, aren't those the people who killed the White Dragon Nation's experts? It can't be right. Don't they know the two guilds are currently searching for them? These people must be out of their minds. How dare they show up in the city? Do they think the White Dragon Nation won't dare touch them in the city? Or do they think the city's low-level NPCs can protect them? Are these people delusional? Have they not heard about the upstart guild that provoked the White Dragon Nation a few years ago? When the White Dragon Nation obliterated that guild in the city, none of the NPC guards could do anything about it. Quick, notify the White Dragon Nation." When the players at the entrance saw Shi Feng's party leisurely strolling down the street and browsing shops, they were amazed and flabbergasted. Even though Shi Feng and his party members had just thoroughly offended the White Dragon Nation, they dared to appear in the city. Their behavior could only be described as suicidal. Shortly after Shi Feng's party appeared in Nightmare Holy City, the news reached the White Dragon Nation and the Holy Knights. "What? They're strolling in the city now. Are you sure you didn't mishear?" Dawn Forest was stunned. "I've already had people verify it. It is them without a doubt," Nocturne said very seriously. "Good. I'll head over immediately. Notify the others in the guild and have them gather as quickly as possible," Dawn Forest commanded. Meanwhile, inside the White Dragon Nation's residence, Tyrant Wyvern's expression darkened when he received the news. "Good, very good. You still dare to swagger in the city after killing my people." Tyrant Wyvern fumed after hearing his subordinate's report. "Have everyone in the guild drop what they are doing and go after these people with me." Chapter 3796, Chapter 870, Primordial Era's Wealth. Chapter 870, Primordial Era's Wealth. Nightmare Holy City, Main Street. "Commander, more and more people are tailing us now. The White Dragon Nation's experts are most likely on their way here. Should we inform guild leader Black Flame?" Star Butterfly said worriedly after glancing at the players monitoring them from all corners of the street. By now, everyone in the city should have already learned about Shi Feng's party killing the White Dragon Nation's experts. Thus, the party's casual strolling in Nightmare Holy City was a huge affront to the guild. It should be known that the White Dragon Nation had millions of members inside Nightmare Holy City. The guild's Tier 6 experts exceeded 10,000. Killing several players inside the city was child's play for the guild. Whirlwind Bulwark nodded in agreement. The White Dragon Nation was a vengeful guild. It would never let any slights against it slip by. Although Whirlwind Bulwark acknowledged the strength of Shi Feng's party, he did not believe the party could resist the White Dragon Nation on the guild's home ground. "Guild leader Black Flame, the White Dragon Nation's experts will be here soon. We must hurry if you want to look up information on the Northern Badlands taboo." "Okay, let's head over to the library now," Shi Feng said, nodding. Through Whirlwind Bulwark's introduction, Shi Feng already had a general understanding of players' standards and development status in this remnant primordial world. Virtually Every level 200 plus player in this world was currently based in Nightmare Holy City. Because of this, the city's player population exceeded 300 million. Additionally, the combat standards of the players here were incredibly high. Only players who had mastered a gold combat technique could be considered elite-level experts. Additionally, the average level of Tier 6 players here was level 230, while elite-level Tier 6 experts averaged level 233. However, nobody had reached level 240 thus far. 7 luminaries crystals were the primary currency in this world, while undying souls were a rarer and more valuable form of currency. Every monster here had a chance of dropping undying souls. Players who accumulated 30,000 undying souls could exchange them for a chance to take on the cross-region challenge inside Nightmare Holy City. So long as players passed the challenge, they could head to other regions to live. However, only a handful of players had conquered the challenge thus far. But compared to the ease of obtaining undying souls in this world, what interested Shi Feng more was the taboo boss whirlwind bulwark mentioned. The Greater God's domain's 22 taboos were publicly acknowledged as being invincible. No power could kill them. Yet, as luck would have it, the 22 taboos, taboo nuclei were key to getting promoted to Tier 7. At this point, Shi Feng did not have any confidence in killing any of the 22 taboos, not even the weakest of them. However, when he learned that the taboo boss mentioned by Whirlwind Bulwark resembled the Greater God's domain's 22 taboos, he felt that his chance had arrived. If the taboo boss Whirlwind Bulwark mentioned was similar to the Greater God's domain's 22 taboos, he would have a solid chance at obtaining a taboo nucleus. After all, the taboo boss in question was under level 240. Level 240 was a considerable milestone for monsters in God's domain. Although nobody could inspect the levels of the Greater God's domain's 22 taboos, everyone estimated they should be at least level 240. This meant the minimum requirement to raid them was a level 240 team. But now, the remnant primordial world was suspected of having a taboo boss below level 240. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. The 22 taboos were one of the main reasons the holy race invaded the human race's Greater God's domain in Shi Feng's previous life. If the holy race were to learn that there was a low-level taboo boss in this remnant primordial world, they would invade it at all costs. After all, the difficulty of killing a level 240 plus taboo boss was exponentially greater than that of a taboo boss under level 240. Moreover, every taboo boss was unique. They would never respawn once killed, and nobody knew when a new taboo boss would be born. Hence, when Whirlwind Bulwark finished his introduction, Shi Feng promptly had him lead the way to Nightmare Holy City. This was so that Shi Feng could look into the details of the taboo boss. Additionally, he also needed to study Nightmare Holy City's market to find a way to earn undying souls quickly. Although the monsters in this world dropped undying souls, there was a limit to a 6-man party's capabilities. Even if they were to grind all day, every day, they would not be able to obtain 30 million undying souls within a month. They could only obtain such a large sum through Nightmare Holy City's players. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng agreed to stop window shopping and proceed to their goal, Whirlwind Bulwark and the other Pale Horn members couldn't help but sigh in relief. Had Shi Feng's party decided to continue wasting time here, the White Dragon Nation's experts would definitely catch up to them. However, an astonishing scene occurred on the main street before they could make their way to Nightmare Holy City's library. The bustling street suddenly became devoid of pedestrians, and the restaurants and bars on both sides shuttered. Meanwhile, a large group of players appeared at one end of the street, all wearing the White Dragon Nation's guild emblem. At a glance, these White Dragon Nation members numbered over 10,000. Moreover, they were all level 235 and above. These White Dragon Nation members all exuded intense killing intent, scaring the players who had taken shelter inside the surrounding shops and restaurants. None of these bystanders dared to peek through the windows lest they be mistaken for an accomplice of Shi Feng's party, only watching the situation through their magic mirrors. Crap! Did the White Dragon Nation mobilize all its elites? Isn't the White Dragon Nation overreacting? It's just one party. Is there a need to mobilize so many people? The intimidating scene shocked the bystanders. After all, the White Dragon Nation's elite experts were level 235 or higher, and equipped with level 230 epic equipment at the very least. Even experts who had mastered gold combat techniques felt suffocated when looking at this gathering. Moreover, this was when the White Dragon Nation's members weren't targeting them specifically. They couldn't even imagine what it would feel like to be on the receiving end of these elites' killing intent. This is the White Dragon Nation crazy. Whirlwind Bulwark also experienced intense pressure when facing this scene. Originally, Whirlwind Bulwark thought that the White Dragon Nation would just mobilize 1,000 or 2,000 experts. After all, Shi Feng's party only had 6 members. They weren't mortal enemies either. Thus, he had never expected Tyrant Wyvern to come after Shi Feng's party with an army. Not even Kowloon Dragon, Nightmare Holy City's #1 expert, had received such treatment when he provoked the White Dragon Nation in the past. In fact, the White Dragon Nation's current response was over 10 times greater. However, just as the White Dragon Nation's elite experts were closing in on Shi Feng, Whirlwind Bulwark, and the others, another army of players appeared at the other end of the street. Although smaller than the White Dragon Nation's army, this other army still had over 10,000 players, and they all wore the Holy Knights Guild emblem. Over 20,000 elite experts from 2 of Nightmare Holy City's strongest guilds had gathered on the main street. This was definitely a first in the Holy City. Subsequently, the guild leaders of the 2 guilds stepped forward and looked at Shi Feng's party of 6. "Are you the experts who killed Fiera?" Tyrant Wyvern and Dawn Forest spoke in unison, the scene stunning the eavesdropping bystanders. They had never imagined that the 2 guilds' highest authority would be interested in 6 players who didn't even average level 230. TL notes, 1 elite level experts, FYI, elite level experts, or elites, is officially a thing starting from this chapter. Thus far, the author has been rather vague with the term, only using Chinese letter, which translates to elite. In this chapter, though, the author used Chinese letter, which translates to elite level rank expert. I considered using first class, but opted against it since it'd get wordy very quickly. Chapter 3797, Chapter 871. 1 woman, 1 spear. Chapter 871. 1 woman, 1 spear. Incredible. They got the guild leaders of the city's top 2 guilds to come to them. Who are these people? The bystanders were shocked and confused by the situation unfolding before them. Even Whirlwind Bulwark found it baffling. Tyrant Wyvern and Dawn Forest were big shots who could shake the entire Nightmare Holy City with so much as a sneeze. Under normal circumstances, meeting either of them would be as difficult as winning the lottery. Yet, both had now come together because of a single party. "Yes, that would be us," Shi Feng calmly responded to Tyrant Wyvern and Dawn Forest's question. "What can I do for you too?" Red Frost and the others also curiously walked over to look at the 2 guild leaders. They behaved like the 20,000 plus elite experts surrounding them did not exist. To ordinary experts, a standoff involving tens of thousands of elite experts was indeed intimidating, especially when over half of these elite experts blatantly exuded killing intent. The average expert would probably collapse mentally when subjected to such heavy menace. However, Shi Feng's party remained unfazed. After all, major conflicts between pseudo-apex powers typically involved upwards of several million experts. Sometimes, hundreds of millions of experts could even be involved. Thus, a conflict involving 20,000 plus experts was nothing. Not to mention, there was not even a single fragmented divine artifact among these players. Very good. I hadn't expected you to have the courage to admit it. Tyrant Wyvern couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he saw how calmly Shi Feng behaved. I am Tyrant Wyvern, the White Dragon Nation's guild leader. Since you have admitted your sins, that makes things simple. Hand over all your weapons and equipment. Then publicly kneel and apologize to Fira's team. Do that and I will let this matter slide. Otherwise, you will pay the consequences. Guild leader, aren't we letting them off too easily? Tyrant Wyvern's words surprised the guild executives behind him. Tyrant Wyvern was known for his ruthlessness in Nightmare Holy City. Normally, even when only a few normal guild members were killed after a failed kill-stealing attempt, he would regard it as a provocation by the other party and wouldn't rest until the other party had been annihilated a few dozen times. Now that Fira and her team of over 200 elite experts had been wiped out, it wouldn't be surprising if Tyrant Wyvern called for the permanent erasure of Shi Feng's party from God's domain. Yet he was willing to settle with just an apology. Enough. I have my own considerations. Tyrant Wyvern glared at his subordinates, silencing them. Compared to avenging Fira, Tyrant Wyvern was much more interested in the weapons and equipment of Shi Feng's party. He was also somewhat wary of the identities of Shi Feng and his party members. Through the battle video, Tyrant Wyvern could tell that Shi Feng and his party members possessed extraordinary basic attributes. Under normal circumstances, even he could not one-shot Fira. Yet, the level 227 Heiser had done it. Logically, even if Heiser had used a combat technique above the gold standard, she still shouldn't be able to one-shot Fira. Thus, Tyrant Wyvern concluded that the weapons and equipment used by Heiser and the rest of Shi Feng's party were far above the fragmented legendary rank. If he could get his hands on these powerful weapons and equipment, it would propel his overall strength to a whole new level and greatly increase his chances of clearing the cross-region challenge. He might even be able to let other members of the guild clear it. At that time, the White Dragon Nation would officially become the #1 guild in Nightmare Holy City. The only problem was obtaining these items. Even if he applied the Divine Soul Curse to Shi Feng's party, they wouldn't drop all their equipped items on death, much less the items in their bags. If they moved their weapons and equipment into their bags when they neared death, it would be a huge loss to the White Dragon Nation. Friend, you don't have to listen to Tyrant Wyvern. So long as you join the Holy Knights, I can guarantee nothing will happen to you in Nightmare Holy City, Dawn Forest said, smiling at Shi Feng. Additionally, once you and your party members join the Holy Knights, so long as you perform well, you will be assigned an elder position at the very least. Madness. This is madness. Am I hearing things? That Dawn Forest is making such a promise to a group of unknown experts. Not even Kowloon Demon received such an offer back then. Dawn Forest did not keep his voice down, so the bystanders heard him clearly. However, they couldn't understand why he would offer such conditions to Shi Feng's party. As the Holy Knights was one of Nightmare Holy City's top 2 guilds, its elder positions were highly valued and hard to come by. Even elite experts would have less than a 10% chance of becoming elders after toiling over a decade for the guild. Yet Dawn Forest now offered elder positions to all 6 members of Shi Feng's party. This was definitely a first since the Holy Knight's inception. Forest, are you determined to oppose me? Tyrant Wyvern glared at Dawn Forest. Although he had already guessed that Dawn Forest was here to make trouble for him, he hadn't expected the other party to act so blatantly. "Brother Tyrant, how can you say that?" Dawn Forest scoffed. "Good talent is hard to come by. Since you have generously offered these friends to me, I naturally can't mistreat them." The Holy Knights and the White Dragon Nation had been fighting in Nightmare Holy City for many years, so neither side feared the other. Now that there was an opportunity to recruit a group of experts and suppress the White Dragon Nation, Dawn Forest naturally wouldn't let it go. "Good, very good. In that case, you leave me no choice but to get rid of the Holy Knights as well," Tyrant Wyvern said, his expression darkening. Immediately afterward, he commanded, "Attack! Do you think that's enough to scare me? Brothers, attack!" Dawn Forest promptly responded by commanding his guild members to engage the White Dragon Nation's experts. In the blink of an eye, a fight between the elite experts of the White Dragon Nation and the Holy Knights broke out in the middle of Nightmare Holy City's main street. Although the city's level 200+, Tier 6 NPC guards tried to intervene, their efforts were futile, as the two guilds quickly suppressed them. The main street quickly became a bloody battlefield with the two sides bombarding each other with skills and spells. Explosions echoed across the city. In reality, there wasn't much difference in strength between the Holy Knights and the White Dragon Nation. This was also why the conflict between the two guilds had lasted for so long. Unfortunately, because Dawn Forest had failed to show up with as many elite experts as Tyrant Wyvern, his forces were quickly suppressed and forced to give up ground repeatedly. Of course, this slight advantage still wasn't enough to let the White Dragon Nation's experts annihilate the Holy Knights' experts. Seconds after the battle began, the street was strewn with corpses. The magic barriers protecting the shops on both sides of the street also shook violently, their collapse imminent. After some more time passed, Dawn Forest and his subordinates were ultimately forced to one end of the street. Now, the White Dragon Nation had full control over the main street. "How surprising! I was certain you would have gone with Forest," Tyrant Wyvern said when he saw that Shi Feng's party never got involved with the battle. Then he sneered and continued, "I don't know if I should consider you smart or dumb. Did you think I would forgive your provocation simply because you steered clear of the conflict between our two guilds? But I'm not unreasonable. I can give you two options. For the first option, you won't need to apologize to Fira's team, but you must turn over all your weapons, equipment, and bag items. Additionally, you must sign a contract agreeing to serve the White Dragon Nation for 50 years. As for the second option, permanent death, now make your choice." The bystanders gasped upon hearing this. Although they had long since known about Tyrant Wyvern's ruthless personality, they never expected him to be this ruthless. While he might have excused Shi Feng's party from begging for forgiveness, he replaced it with the condition of serving the White Dragon Nation for 50 years. Moreover, if Shi Feng's party refused to comply, they would be forced to retire permanently from God's domain and lose the ability to ascend to greater heights. Before Shi Feng, the leader of the six-man party, could voice his refusal, Red Frost suddenly stepped forward with her spear in hand. Then she casually walked toward Tyrant Wyvern as if strolling in her backyard. "What? Is that beauty thinking of taking action?" Red Frost's actions stunned the players watching from the surrounding shops. Besides being a powerful expert, Tyrant Wyvern had the White Dragon Guard protecting him at all times. The White Dragon Guard consisted of elite experts who were much stronger than those under Fira's leadership. They were also equipped with battle array equipment that could let a 500-man team form a large silver battle array. Under the effects of this battle array, it would be as if the White Dragon Guard had received a one-rank upgrade to all their weapons and equipment. In a death match, the White Dragon Guard could eliminate all the elite experts Dawn Forest had brought. Commander, is Guild Leader Black Flame's party insane? Why would they have only one person fight? Star Butterfly was bewildered when she saw the rest of Shi Feng's party remaining motionless. That's the White Dragon Guard we are talking about. They're completely different from Fiera's team. Meanwhile, Tyrant Wyvern frowned when he saw Red Frost approach. He hadn't expected there to be someone impervious to reason. Waving his hand, he commanded, "Kill her." Suddenly, over 1,000 spells and arrows flew at Red Frost. The attacks were densely packed like a wall, making them impossible to avoid. However, shortly after these attacks were launched, Red Frost raised her crimson spear and thrust it forward. Then, a pillar of scorching flames shot into the sky, incinerating the oncoming spells and arrows. Scorching blood. This was the profound skill of Red Frost's divine spear. Moreover, she could exert 100% of the skill's potential because she was now a 6th-floor expert. Chapter 3798, Chapter 872, Terror of a 6th-floor expert. Chapter 872, Terror of a 6th-floor expert. Boom. Shortly after the towering flame pillar appeared, a loud explosion rocked Nightmare Holy City, followed by an eerie silence. At this moment, time seemed to pause, as the members of the White Dragon Nation and the Holy Knights had stopped fighting. All they did was stare at where the flame pillar had passed by. The players spectating from the surrounding shops were similarly dumbfounded as they stared at the lava hell that had appeared in the middle of the main street. They also couldn't help but gape at the large hole in Tyrant Wyvern's chest. In just one move, Red Frost had obliterated the White Dragon Nation's White Dragon Guard and killed Tyrant Wyvern, one of Nightmare Holy City's top 10 experts. Moreover, she was only a level 223 Berserker. Whirlwind Bulwark and the other members of Pale Horn gasped when they saw this scene, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. From the fight with Fiera's team, Whirlwind Bulwark and the others already knew that Shi Feng's party was strong. However, looking at things now, they realized that Shi Feng's party most likely never fought Fiera's team seriously. Who is that woman? When Dawn Forest saw the destruction Red Frost caused, the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Had a magical class player caused this level of destruction, he wouldn't have been particularly surprised. However, this was the first time since he started playing God's Domain that he had seen a berserker with such a destructive skill. Not only that, but the skill also had an incredibly fast activation time, so fast that he had failed to react to it. How can this be? The guild leader got one-shotted. At this time, some of the White Dragon Nation's elite experts finally reacted to Tyrant Wyvern's death. She killed the guild leader. Revenge. We must take revenge. That skill of hers must have a long cooldown. She's only one person. Use this chance to kill her. Suddenly, the White Dragon Nation's 10,000-plus elite experts turned their attention away from the Holy Knight's elite experts and charged at Red Frost en masse. As the White Dragon Nation's guild leader, Tyrant Wyvern was the face of the guild. Thus, the consequences of his death were vastly greater than Fiera's. Not to mention, Red Frost had one-shotted him. If they couldn't kill Red Frost and avenge Tyrant Wyvern immediately, the White Dragon Nation's status in Nightmare Holy City would plummet, and its future development in Nightmare Holy City would be severely impacted. Damn it! These people are out of their minds. Whirlwind Bulwark felt his scalp grow numb when he saw the White Dragon Nation's experts going after Red Frost as one. However, before the White Dragon Nation's members could reach her, Red Frost suddenly split into 100 copies of herself, each no different from the real deal. Then, every one of these copies executed an advanced gold combat technique simultaneously. PSSH. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, and several hundred White Dragon Nation experts closest to Red Frost turned into ashes, leaving behind a bunch of weapons and equipment on the ground. With just a thrust from her spear, Red Frost had killed another several hundred players. Subsequently, Red Frost kept thrusting and swinging her spear, while the White Dragon Nation's elite experts kept falling in swaths, like wheat in the autumn harvest. No one was strong enough to resist her attacks. In just 30 seconds, over half of the White Dragon Nation's level 235+ experts were killed. During this time, many ranged attacks were launched at Red Frost. However, they were nothing but jokes, as they couldn't even hit any of her copies. Additionally, she ensured her copies would always be near the White Dragon Nation's frontline experts, limiting the opportunities the ranged experts had to attack her. Devil, she must be the devil incarnate. Monster, she's a monster disguised as a player. Run. Run away. Eventually, the thought of revenge disappeared from the minds of the White Dragon Nation's members, replaced by unadulterated fear. Now they could no longer care less about their guild's reputation. They had never met such a terrifying player before. Even the taboo existence they fought in the past would look cute compared to Red Frost. After all, they could at least damage said taboo existence a little. In contrast, they couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance against Red Frost. This was no longer a battle between players. It was merely a massacre. In no time, the remaining White Dragon Nation experts fled like frightened mice, the sight stunning the spectating players. Before today, the most spectacular battle they had seen involved several dozen experts defeating several thousand experts. Red Frost's accomplishment of defeating an army of 10,000+ elite experts thoroughly shattered their understanding of experts in God's domain. Who are these people? Whirlwind Bulwark experienced an unprecedented shock as he looked at Shi Feng and his other party members, who remained unfazed. Red Frost's ability to suppress the White Dragon Nation's elite experts single-handedly was nothing short of fantasy. Yet, Shi Feng and the others behaved like this outcome was only natural. What Whirlwind Bulwark didn't know was that the White Dragon Nation's elite experts were only superior in levels. Although they were fully equipped with level 230 epic equipment or above, Red Frost had a divine spear and a legendary equipment set. Thus, they remained far behind her when it came to basic attributes. Not to mention, Red Frost had already reached the 6th floor standard. With the White Dragon Nation's members being inferior in basic attributes and combat standards, it was only natural that such a frightening gap existed between them and Red Frost. This was also the cruelty of God's domain. Even if each statistical difference was not overwhelming, they could develop into an insurmountable gap when compounded. As Pale Horn's members watched Red Frost slaughter the White Dragon Nation's members, they couldn't help feeling excited. This was because they were certain Red Frost was a player. Getting to know such a terrifying player was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. In less than 3 minutes, the originally congested street became deserted. All the White Dragon Nation experts who had come with Tyrant Wyvern had either died or fled with their tails between their legs. As for the weapons and equipment littering the street, neither the spectating players nor the Holy Knights members dared to pick them up. On the contrary, the Holy Knights members made sure to stay several hundred yards away from these items lest Red Frost misunderstand them. Meanwhile, Heiser smiled at the shocked Dawn Forest and asked teasingly, "Guild Leader Forest, is our performance outstanding enough?" Chapter 3799, Chapter 873, Number 1 Expert. Chapter 873, Number 1 Expert. Though Heiser's voice was neutral, the Holy Knights felt the icy hand of death grip their hearts when they saw Red Frost approach. Their breaths grew ragged, and cold sweat covered their backs. They wanted nothing more than to turn around and run away. Never had anyone managed to slaughter the 10,000+ elite experts from the White Dragon Nation and put them to flight. Had someone told them of Red Frost's achievement before, they would have laughed it off as a joke. Now, though, they couldn't laugh at all. This was especially so for Dawn Forest, who had come here looking to take advantage of the situation. Naturally, Dawn Forest understood the meaning behind Heiser's words. However, he also knew that he mustn't offend the other party. The Holy Knights and the White Dragon Nation were age-old adversaries, so one could say that the two guilds were evenly matched. Since Red Frost could single-handedly suppress the White Dragon Nation's elites, she could naturally do the same to the Holy Knights' elites. Thus, when faced with Heiser's playful smile, Dawn Forest's expression turned indescribably ugly. Had he known this would happen, he would have never stuck his nose where it didn't belong. Friends, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. I only invited you to join the Holy Knights because I couldn't stand the White Dragon Nation's tyranny. Had I known you were so strong, I wouldn't have been such a busybody. As an apology for the offense, the Holy Knights is willing to pay 5 million undying souls as compensation, Dawn Forest hurriedly said to Shi Feng, no longer putting on airs. How generous! Whirlwind Bulwark gasped when he overheard Dawn Forest's words. Although anyone with a discerning eye could see that Dawn Forest was here to take advantage of the situation, the Holy Knights had more or less contributed to wearing out the White Dragon Nation's experts. Yet, he offered to pay a whopping 5 million undying souls as compensation. For context, although Pale Horn was a relatively famous adventurer team in Nightmare Holy City, its stockpile of undying souls hadn't even reached 100,000. Even if Pale Horn saved up undying souls for the next decade, it still couldn't come up with 5 million undying souls. This was because undying souls were indispensable in Nightmare Holy City. They could be used to increase the production success rate of weapons and equipment. They could also be used to learn various gold combat techniques. Each attempt at learning a gold combat technique cost 10,000 undying souls, and players typically required 3 to 5 attempts before they succeeded. Thus, expert players' consumption of undying souls in Nightmare Holy City was incredibly high. While the drop rate of undying souls in the Nightmare Holy City region was quite high, a sum of 5 million undying souls was by no means a small amount, even for the Holy Knights. Such a loss would significantly affect the guild's development. However, as Whirlwind Bulwark wasn't the leader of a large guild, he didn't know about Dawn Forest's considerations. For guilds like the Holy Knights, it was their worst nightmare to make an enemy out of experts like Shi Feng's party. If Shi Feng's party decided to ambush the Holy Knights' elite experts out in the fields, a few bouts would be more than enough to make the guild suffer. Moreover, the Holy Knights could do nothing about Shi Feng's party. Should such a situation persist over a long period, the damage to the guild would be tremendous. Not to mention, besides apologizing for his mistake, Dawn Forest intended to use the 5 million undying souls to establish a connection with Shi Feng's party. 5 million undying souls. Shi Feng was a little surprised. Nightmare Holy City was far wealthier than he imagined. He never expected a guild to be able to take out 5 million undying souls. This was already equivalent to a world scar. When Dawn Forest saw Shi Feng frowning slightly, he mistook it for dissatisfaction with his compensation. After hesitating briefly, he gritted his teeth and said, "If that's not enough, what if I add this ancient magic tome?" After saying so, Dawn Forest retrieved an ancient tome made from dragon skin from his bag. Printed on the tome's cover were lines of divine runes in constant motion. Although nobody present could understand the divine runes, the ancient tome radiated a divine might that instilled an indescribable sense of fear in them. Isn't this the flame dragon god's divine might? Shi Feng couldn't help his surprise when he saw the ancient tome in Dawn Forest's hands. The flame dragon god, also known as the primordial flame dragon, was a primordial god-ranked existence. Since this ancient tome recorded the flame dragon god's divine might, it had to be closely related to the flame dragon god. In terms of value, an item closely related to a primordial dragon was worth no less than a divine artifact. Apex powers would even fight to exchange their divine artifacts for such an item. After all, primordial god-ranked items were unique and much rarer than divine artifacts. Brother Black Flame, what do you think? Dawn Forest hurriedly asked when he noticed Shi Feng's interest in the ancient tome. Dawn Forest obtained this ancient tome many years ago. Although its divine might indicated its preciousness, he hadn't even managed to open it thus far, much less uncover its secrets. Thus, rather than let it collect dust in his bag, he might as well use it as a gift. It would be a good outcome if he could win Shi Feng's favor with it. After all, the status of Shi Feng's party in Nightmare Holy City would definitely surpass that of the White Dragon Nation and the Holy Knights after today. In that case, I won't hold back, Shi Feng said as he accepted the ancient tome with a smile. His main goal in this remnant primordial world was to collect undying souls. Establishing a good relationship with the local powers would naturally speed up his collection of undying souls. He had also learned of an existence that was potentially similar to the 22 taboos. If this taboo boss was the real deal, he would need far more than just a 6-man party to defeat it. Dawn Forest sighed in relief when Shi Feng accepted the ancient tome. Then, he promptly transferred 5 million undying souls to Shi Feng. As for the various taboo epic and taboo fragmented legendary items scattered on the street, Shi Feng decided to sell them to Dawn Forest at a bargain. The White Dragon Nation had left over 6,000 taboo epic equipment and 400 taboo fragmented legendary items behind. Although Dawn Forest had to fork out an additional 4.5 million undying souls for them, he was more than happy to do so. All level 230 plus taboo epic and taboo fragmented legendary items were made by players. Due to the low production success rate, it was very difficult to produce many in a short time. Likewise, it was also difficult to buy them in bulk, even if one had the money to do so. Hence, it was a windfall for the Holy Knights to purchase over 6,400 of these items at once. After Shi Feng made a large sum of undying souls, he happily went to Nightmare Holy City's library to verify whether the Northern Badlands taboo existence was similar to the 22 taboos. Meanwhile, news of Shi Feng's party thrashing the White Dragon Nation quickly spread throughout Nightmare Holy City, shocking everyone. Incredible! This person single-handedly suppressed the White Dragon Nation's elite experts and intimidated the Holy Knights. I'd be set for life if I had half her strength. I'm guessing Nightmare Holy City will have a new #1 expert. I doubt Kowloon Demon can match this female berserker. Goddess. She's my goddess from now on. For a time, everyone in Nightmare Holy City discussed Shi Feng's party, particularly Red Frost's terrifying display of strength. The appearance of the party relegated the city's 2 former overlords to second place. In the Nightmare Holy City region's Northern Badlands, a young man in platinum armor was contending with the Putrid Dragon, a level 237 divine regional boss. The young man stood 6 meters tall, with 4 horns growing out of his head and 2 sets of arms. On the other hand, the Putrid Dragon had a frame exceeding 1,000 meters in height and a fearsome corrosive power. Usually, it could easily wipe out a Tier 6 team of the same level, but at this time, it could do nothing against the young man with the glacial expression. The two were evenly matched, which allowed the 19 players behind the young man to chip away at the Putrid Dragon's HP. After nearly 2 hours into the battle, the Putrid Dragon's HP fell to 0, and several players behind the young man leveled up, reaching level 237. While the team rested, A blonde female elf appeared before the 20-man team. The elf was a level 239 swordsman, a top-tier existence even in Nightmare Holy City. Yet when she faced the young man in platinum armor, she had a respectful expression. Kowloon, a new expert has appeared in Nightmare Holy City. From what I heard, she may be your match. My match? Kowloon Demon's resting eyes opened slightly at this word. Then he shook his head and said, "There are no experts in Nightmare Holy City, only frogs stuck at the bottom of the well. Only the fellows outside can match me." "I'm not talking about those people," Leia, the elven swordsman, said with a serious look. "She's a new expert. She single-handedly defeated over 10,000 of the White Dragon Nation's elites." "The White Dragon Nation's elites? How is that possible?" Kowloon Demon was skeptical of Leia's words. "Besides having superior weapons and equipment, this person's combat standard would need to reach the 6th floor standard to accomplish this." "I can't tell myself. Have a look for yourself," Leia said as she shared a battle video with Kowloon Demon. The battle video showed Red Frost transforming into 100 copies of herself without suffering any reduction in her combat power. It also showed her mowing down the White Dragon Nation's army with an unstoppable force. In only 3 minutes, she had traumatized the White Dragon Nation's elite experts into fleeing in a panic. "Impossible." Kowloon Demon's eyes widened as he watched the battle video. "How could there be a 6th floor expert here? So she's really at the 6th floor standard." When Leia got her answer from Kowloon Demon's shock, she was stunned despite herself. After all, this was the legendary standard she had been pursuing until now. Incredible, incredible. Kowloon Demon's eyes lit up as he stared at Red Frost's figure in the battle video. "I never expected to find a qualified opponent in this backwater place." Before Leia could say anything more, Kowloon Demon stood up and took out a magic scroll from his bag. "What are you doing?" Leia exclaimed when she saw the magic scroll in Kowloon Demon's hands. The Tier 6 Divine Runic Teleportation Scroll. Only a few such scrolls existed in the entire Nightmare Holy City, each a life-saving treasure that could be used to escape even ancient gods. "What do you think? Of course, I am going to meet her," Kowloon Demon said excitedly. "She might have the qualifications to join us." After saying so, Kowloon Demon disappeared from the northern Badlands, leaving Leia behind, kicking the ground in exasperation. Chapter 3800, Chapter 874, Badlands Taboo. Chapter 874, Badlands Taboo. Nightmare Holy City, Library. The libraries in God's domain weren't just places for players to learn about God's domain's history and various knowledge. They also served as a marketplace for players to sell information. So long as players had battle videos or information they believed was important in God's domain, they could pay a fee to sell it in a library for in-game currencies. Although this could be regarded as an alternative to selling information on the official forums, the two were different. This was because the magic crystal balls in libraries could perfectly reproduce a player's experience as if they were reading the player's memories. They could collect information that was far more detailed than what players could collect. Because of this, even though players typically had to pay exorbitant amounts of in-game currency for information at libraries, many were still willing to do so. A taboo boss. The Northern Badlands do have a taboo boss. Shi Feng grew excited when he saw the information recorded on the magic crystal ball in his hand. According to the library's records, as many as 119 teams had challenged the Northern Badlands taboo boss, and over 100 players had specifically gone to investigate it. As a result, much information was available. If he were to compile all the information on the Greater God's domain's 22 taboos, the result wouldn't compare to what was available on the Northern Badlands taboo boss. This was because almost every player who faced the 22 taboos suffered a permanent death. This, in turn, also resulted in very few players daring to investigate the 22 taboos, and even if some powers managed to obtain information on the 22 taboos, they wouldn't casually sell it at a library. On the other hand, Nightmare Holy City's players and powers differed slightly. Although over 99% of the players who faced the Northern Badlands Taboo Boss similarly suffered permanent deaths, many players were still willing to study it and share the information they collected. This was because Nightmare Holy City's players could not advance deeper into the Northern Badlands and travel to other regions if they could not eliminate the Taboo Boss. Unless they could pass the impossibly difficult cross-region challenge, they would only spend the rest of their lives stuck in the Nightmare Holy City region, unlike the Greater God's Domain's players and powers, who could still explore the boundless void sea even without killing the 22 taboos. As for how monsters in God's domain could be judged to be taboo bosses, it was simple. Take the Greater God's Domain's 22 taboos, for example. Although the 22 taboos were currently invincible in the Greater God's Domain, they hadn't been strong from the start. Instead, they grew into their current strength. This was also why many of the 22 taboos were mutated monsters. Of course, simply growing in levels and tiers wasn't enough for a monster to be considered a taboo boss. Only after a monster could cast a true world and gained a unique ability, such as the Undying Mother and its unique ability Undying, would they be deemed as one. Shi Feng browsed the battle records of the 119 teams that had fought the Northern Badlands taboo boss. Although these teams never managed to see its true appearance, their experiences proved that it could cast a true world. When subjected to the world laws of a true world, players would be subjected to an all-encompassing suppression of 50% or more, regardless of their levels, equipment standards, or law projection standards. Even bona fide ancient gods were no exception. Moreover, this was only the effect of a true world's basic laws. A true world could have other effects depending on the taboo boss's level and the unique world laws they mastered. The Northern Badlands taboo boss had clearly displayed a true world, as every player who challenged it experienced an all-encompassing suppression of 50% or more. Even level 239, Tier 6 experts were no exception. It's a pity that none of these records show the taboo boss's unique ability. Otherwise, I could make better preparations. Shi Feng sighed when he finished reading all the available information. None of the players who shared their findings in the library had seen the taboo boss's unique ability. The only good news was that the taboo boss was under level 240. Had it been a level 240 taboo boss, a normal attack would be enough to one-shot a level 239 tank equipped with 5 divine artifacts. However, based on the library's records, a level 239 tank fully equipped with level 235 fragmented legendary equipment, after activating his life-saving measures, only lost 80% of his HP when struck by a giant arm from the Northern Badlands taboo boss. Based on this information alone, Shi Feng knew that the Northern Badlands taboo boss had not reached level 240. It was likely only at level 238 or level 239. It seems I'll have to increase the party's level quickly. Shi Feng got a headache when he saw the levels of Red Frost and the others through the party window. Although leveling up in the Nightmare Holy City region should be quite easy, it'd be wishful thinking if he thought he could kill a taboo boss with a 6-man party. He'd need at least a 100-man team. Moreover, he had to kill the Northern Badlands taboo boss in 20 days. This was because he still had Kalisha's quest to collect 30 million Undying Souls in 30 days and Enos's quest to kill the Undying Mother. After researching the taboo boss, Shi Feng went to a VIP reading room to study the ancient tome he received from Dawn Forest. When Shi Feng initially obtained the ancient tome, he didn't dare to study it in detail. This was because he quickly recognized the flowing divine runes on the ancient tome formed divine patterns. Others might not recognize what these divine patterns represented, but as a divine engraver, Shi Feng was certain it was a sealing engraving. The sealing engraving was a commonly used sealing method before the mythical era. It was impossible to undo without sufficient knowledge of divine engravings. Among the reasons the greater gods' domain's various powers were heavily invested in divine engraving research were the items sealed by sealing engravings that they obtained from ruins. The sealing engraving placed on the ancient tome wasn't particularly powerful. Any basic divine engraver could undo it. They merely needed to make a copy of the sealing engraving to undo it. Immediately, Shi Feng analyzed the sealing engraving and copied it using the pure mana of 7 luminaries crystals. 1 minute. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, after going at it for 2 hours, Shi Feng finally completed a copy of the ancient tome's sealing engraving. The instant he undid the sealing engraving, all the information in the ancient tome became available to him. A dragon's roar also shook the room. Chapter 3801 Chapter 875 Dragonslayer Chapter 875 Dragonslayer. As the ancient tome released one dragon roar after another, the VIP reading room's magic barrier ramped up to maximum defense. In this state, the magic barrier could easily withstand Tier 6 attacks. Yet, the dragon roars still pushed it to the brink of failure before they subsided. How close? Shi Feng's heart pounded as he looked at the cracked barrier. Had the ancient tome released a few more dragon roars, the barrier would have shattered, and the dragon roars would have spread across the entire nightmare holy city, alerting everyone of the birth of a priceless treasure. Although Red Frost had just repelled the White Dragon Nation and intimidated the city's many powers and players, that didn't mean she could take on the entire city. Whether it was Red Frost or their party, they would quickly be drowned to death if the whole city decided to attack them. Nonetheless, following the removal of the sealing engraving, the identity of the ancient tome also came to light, a mythical era creation. Specifically, it was the dragon-hunting artillery construction design. The dragon-hunting artillery, also known as the Dragonslayer, was a terrifying weapon that could hunt even dragon gods. While the average player might not have much use for it, it was a priceless treasure for teams and powers. If a town had a few dragon-hunting artilleries constructed, nobody would dare to attack it recklessly. Even ancient gods would avoid the town like the plague. This was because the dragon-hunting artillery's attacks could injure even primordial gods. In Shi Feng's previous life, when the holy race started to besiege and occupy the Eternal Realm's various neutral cities, they suffered a devastating blow when they stretched their hands to the southern region's luminous sky city. This was because the city secretly possessed 3 dragon-hunting artilleries. Back then, a single shot from a dragon-hunting artillery turned over a dozen level 240+ experts fully equipped with divine artifacts into ash, and permanently erased several 100,000 Tier 6 experts. Had the old monsters leading the Holy Race's army not promptly reacted and destroyed the 3 dragon-hunting artilleries with their trump cards, the Holy Race might have even lost that siege. What is this construction cost? On top of 10 lightning nuclei, it also needs 500 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Shi Feng's scalp went numb when he saw the main materials needed to construct the dragon-hunting artillery. Even advancing from Tier 6 to Tier 7 only cost 100 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Yet, the dragon-hunting artillery required 500 million units to construct. The lightning nucleus was also an extraordinarily precious material that could only be obtained from Grade 1 lightning crystal veins. Normally, Only 1 out of 10 lightning crystal veins would have a lightning nucleus. Moreover, each realm only had a few lightning crystal veins, with some not having any. To make matters worse, lightning nuclei could be used to power void fortresses and increase the chances of lightning-type flying mounts advancing to Tier 6. This made them incredibly valuable and virtually impossible to find on the market. Not even pseudo-apex powers would have enough lightning nuclei to construct the dragon-hunting artillery. It seems I have no choice but to ask Verdant Rainbow about the lightning nuclei. Looking at the design, Shi Feng felt he would have to rely on the 7 Luminaries Alliance to construct the dragon-hunting artillery. If he depended on Zero Wing, he would never be able to finish gathering the needed lightning nuclei. Just as Shi Feng was about to study the dragon-hunting artillery's design, he suddenly received a call from Whirlwind Bulwark. "Brother Bulwark, did something happen?" Shi Feng asked when he saw Whirlwind Bulwark's terrified face. Of Nightmare Holy City's top 2 guilds, one had already been devastated by Red Frost, while the other had expressed goodwill to them. Hence, Shi Feng found it puzzling why Whirlwind Bulwark would have such an expression. Although Whirlwind Bulwark's equipment standard wasn't anything special, his combat standard was excellent. He could even compete with the Divine Glory list's top 100 experts in combat standards. "It's Kowloon Demon," hurriedly Whirlwind Bulwark explained. "A few minutes ago, Kowloon Demon came to the library demanding a match with Miss Frost. Miss Heiser was very dissatisfied with his challenge, so she decided to teach him a lesson, only to get killed. Currently, Brother Zio is trying to buy time, while Miss Leaf goes to find Miss Frost and Miss Laura at the library's legacy room." Heiser was killed. Shi Feng was surprised. "Is Kowloon Demon that strong?" Heiser was already a half-step mortal god. Shi Feng found it hard to believe that anyone from Nightmare Holy City could kill her in a one-on-one fight. Even if her opponent was of the same combat standard, her superior equipment standard should give her an overwhelming advantage. "He's terrifyingly strong," Whirlwind Bulwark exclaimed fearfully. "When Kowloon Demon first appeared, he challenged and defeated every expert in Nightmare Holy City. He even killed several hundred of the White Dragon Nation's experts just to be able to fight Tyrant Wyvern. Originally, Tyrant Wyvern swore to erase Kowloon Demon with the White Dragon Nation's strength, but he later abandoned the idea. Since then, neither the White Dragon Nation nor the Holy Knights has dared to provoke Kowloon Demon. Kowloon Demon must have heard about Miss Frost's achievements and has come to challenge her." "I understand." After hearing Whirlwind Bulwark's explanation, Shi Feng understood that Kowloon Demon was a battle maniac. However, he wasn't particularly surprised by this information, as many such people were in the greater god's domain. "I'll be there soon." Battle maniacs usually never back down until they achieve their goal. It hadn't been long since Red Frost initiated a gold combat technique learning session in the library's legacy room. Should Kowloon Demon interrupt her now, the 10,000 undying souls she spent would be in vain. After saying so, Shi Feng disconnected the call and left the reading room. Library first floor hall. Presently, the normally tranquil hall was boiling with excitement as the players in the hall discussed Kowloon Demon and Heiser, whom Star Butterfly had just resurrected. "Damn it, is that guy a monster?" Heiser, who had fallen to level 226, was filled with disbelief as she glared at the tall young man in front of her. Again, she got one-shotted again. This time, the battle even ended without her realizing what had happened. Meanwhile, Kowloon Demon suddenly turned to the staircase leading to the library's second floor. More specifically, he looked at the cloaked man walking down the staircase. "Are you their party leader?" After Kowloon Demon gave Shi Feng the once-over, disappointment flashed in his eyes. "It seems I was wrong to have any expectations for you. I'll give you 1 minute. Have that woman called Red Frost come fight me. Otherwise, you'll suffer worse than that girl." Chapter 3802, Chapter 876, Primordial Dragonoid Chapter 876, Primordial Dragonoid at Kowloon Demon's words. Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly hurriedly approached Shi Feng with nervous expressions. Guild Leader Black Flame, don't be impulsive. This is how Kowloon Demon behaves toward everyone, Whirlwind Bulwark whispered. Kowloon Demon has already risen to level 240. He also possesses a level 240 fragmented legendary equipment set. I'm afraid there is nobody in Nightmare Holy City who is his match now. Although Whirlwind Bulwark knew Shi Feng was strong, Kowloon Demon's level advantage was simply too much to overcome. After seeing Kowloon Demon one-shot Heiser twice, he felt that even Red Frost was unlikely to be a match for Kowloon Demon. Meanwhile, Shi Feng didn't get angry at Kowloon Demon's provocation. He merely observed the other party in silence. A primordial dragonoid. When Shi Feng looked at Kowloon Demon's 4 horns and 4 arms, he suddenly thought of a mythical era race from the greater god's domain. Primordial dragonoid. According to rumors, primordial dragonoids rivaled dragons in life rating, though their population was lower than even that of dragons. Of the races human players could convert to, the primordial dragonoid race had the strongest physique. However, throughout Shi Feng's previous life, nobody from the human race's greater god's domain had managed to become a primordial dragonoid. More specifically, the method to convert to this mythical era race had never been found. In addition to being a primordial dragonoid, Kowloon Demon also wielded 4 extraordinary sabers. All 4 were level 240 taboo legendary weapons. Such weapons were incredibly rare in the greater god's domain. Only apex powers had them. You are the first to recognize my race in Nightmare Holy City. Kowloon Demon narrowed his eyes when he heard Shi Feng's words. Is your party not from here? That's right. We are not. We only came here by chance, Shi Feng said, not bothering to withhold this information. According to the information Whirlwind Bulwark provided, this remnant primordial world didn't consist of just the Nightmare Holy City region. Anyone who bothered to investigate would quickly know that his party didn't originate from this region, so he might as well admit it. The players and powers of Nightmare Holy City region had to progress to other regions sooner or later. Before that happened, it would undoubtedly be in their best interests to partner with players from other regions. Hence, if the locals knew that his party came from outside the region, they would be more inclined to partner with his party. Is that so? Kowloon Demon's gaze suddenly turned cold at Shi Feng's admission. In that case, you should know that this isn't a place you should covet. Anyone who dares to will be granted permanent death. As soon as Kowloon Demon finished speaking, the intensity of his aura skyrocketed. He no longer kept his aura suppressed, its true state startling even the resentful Heiser. Xiao Yilong, who was level 230, revealed a terrified expression when he sensed Kowloon Demon's oppressive aura. He's as strong as the great commander. At this moment, Xiao Yilong felt like he was looking at South Lake, Holy Dragon Spear's great commander, when he looked at Kowloon Demon. He felt utterly powerless and couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. However, Xiao Yilong couldn't understand why he was getting such a feeling from Kowloon Demon. After all, Kowloon Demon didn't have a single divine artifact on him. Nevertheless, the aura the other party radiated was comparable to that of South Lake, fully equipped with divine artifacts. As for Whirlwind Bulwark and the others, this situation shocked them even more. Is he really Kowloon Demon? Star Butterfly felt like she was looking at a completely different person when she looked at Kowloon Demon. Although Star Butterfly had known that Kowloon Demon was strong in the past, the difference in their basic attributes definitely didn't reach a point where she would feel despair. Currently, it felt like Kowloon Demon could crush her with just a wave of his hand. This made her suspect that a level 240 humanoid boss had disguised itself as Kowloon Demon and appeared before them, as expected of a primordial dragonoid. This life rating is simply absurd. Shi Feng was similarly astonished by Kowloon Demon's unsuppressed aura. The current Kowloon Demon was like a dragon equipped with weapons and equipment. Although these were only legendary and fragmented legendary items, Kowloon Demon's basic attributes should not be much inferior to the level 239 South Lake. Considering that you came here by accident, I can give you a chance, Kowloon Demon said indifferently as he glanced at Shi Feng. Send someone from your party of 6 to fight me. So long as this person can last 3 moves against me, I will allow your party to leave Nightmare Holy City safely on the condition that you never return to this region. Otherwise, today will be the last day your party spends in God's domain. Of course, you can rest assured that I won't take advantage of my basic attributes. I will fight you with similar basic attributes. Heiser and Xiao Yilong recovered their composure slightly when they heard Kowloon Demon's follow-up words. Although they didn't understand why Kowloon Demon had reacted so intensely when they mentioned they weren't from this region, they knew he was serious. If nobody from their party could last 3 moves against him, he would erase them from God's domain. Fortunately, Kowloon Demon didn't intend to capitalize on his basic attribute advantage. In a competition of combat standards, Red Frost absolutely stood a chance against Kowloon Demon. Are you sure you will only fight with similar basic attributes? Shi Feng asked for verification. Naturally. I always keep my word, Kowloon Demon said with certainty. Then he glanced at Shi Feng and added, You're not worth breaking my promise. All right, hurry up and call that Red Frost woman over. My patience is limited, so you had best not waste time. When Kowloon Demon finished speaking, Xiao Yilong promptly tried to contact Red Frost, not daring to waste any time. While Xiao Yilong was calling Red Frost, Shi Feng suddenly approached Kowloon Demon and calmly unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator, saying, In that case, I will fight you. I hope you will keep your promise. Chapter 3803, Chapter 877, Pseudo-Tier 7 Concentration vs 6th Floor Standard Chapter 877, Pseudo-Tier 7 Concentration vs 6th Floor Standard Guild Leader Black Flame. Xiao Yilong was dumbfounded by Shi Feng's initiative to challenge Kowloon Demon. He couldn't understand what was going through the other party's mind. Kowloon Demon's combat standard was the best Xiao Yilong had ever seen. Even Heiser, a half-step mortal god, had failed to survive 1 move against Kowloon Demon. Moreover, Kowloon Demon likely hadn't relied on his basic attribute advantage in the 2 times he one-shotted Heiser. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered to fight one of their party's members with similar basic attributes. After all, this would almost guarantee Heiser could survive 3 moves against him. Thus, Red Frost, who could similarly one-shot Heiser, should be the best candidate to trade blows with Kowloon Demon. Although having Red Frost fight Kowloon Demon right now would mean wasting 10,000 undying souls, it was much better than jeopardizing the whole party's safety. So, why was Shi Feng stepping forward right now? Guild Leader Black Flame, we should let Big Sis Frost handle this, Heiser said anxiously. Kowloon Demon's combat standard has likely reached the 6th floor standard already. Aside from Big Sis Frost, the rest of us will have difficulty surviving 3 moves against him. Shi Feng clearly hadn't reached the 6th floor standard yet. If he tried to fight a 6th floor expert with similar basic attributes, it was unlikely he could last 3 moves. You want to fight me? Kowloon Demon looked at Shi Feng in surprise. It seems that you are quite confident. But do you really think you can last 3 moves against me despite not being a 6th floor expert? When Shi Feng appeared, Kowloon Demon could immediately tell that the other party was not a 6th floor expert. This was why he had reacted in disappointment. At this point, Kowloon Demon was refraining from eliminating Shi Feng's party out of respect for Red Frost, a sixth-floor expert like himself. Otherwise, he would have permanently erased the party from God's domain, regardless of how they ended up in the Nightmare Holy City region. As for why Kowloon Demon had offered this three-move agreement, it was only to determine Red Frost's exact combat standard. He had never expected Shi Feng, who wasn't even at the sixth-floor standard, to challenge him. This made him wonder if he had misjudged Shi Feng. "I have a few tricks up my sleeve," Shi Feng said calmly as he looked at Kowloon Demon. "While you might be a sixth-floor expert, I am confident I can last 3 moves against you under the same basic attributes." Under normal circumstances, Shi Feng could only rely on the Feather of Oath if he had to fight a sixth-floor expert who matched Southlake in basic attributes. However, he would prefer to avoid such a scenario if possible. The Feather of Oath's war goddesses might be able to defeat Kowloon Demon, but they were unlikely to kill him. After all, players were not monsters. They wouldn't fight to the death unless the situation called for it. If an expert like Kowloon Demon managed to escape, he would become an endless stream of trouble for his enemies. This was why the various apex powers in Shi Feng's previous life generally chose to avoid confrontation with the 3 absolutes. An apex power might have the means to defeat the 3 absolutes, but it lacked the ability to kill them. If it made an enemy of the 3 absolutes, its members would suffer. Likewise, unless Shi Feng's party had the means to kill Kowloon Demon, they would have no choice but to play by his rules. Otherwise, they would only suffer a bigger headache. "Good. Let's see if you can survive 3 moves against me." Kowloon Demon's expression darkened at Shi Feng's words. Immediately, Kowloon Demon brandished his 4 sabers, weaving a web of attacks and casting it at Shi Feng. The speed of his execution was so quick that few experts present managed to react to it. "Is this the move he used against me?" Heiser looked at the saber web solemnly. She finally understood how Kowloon Demon had managed to kill her before she could process what had happened. Fast. His attacks were too fast. Both times she challenged Kowloon Demon, she started the fight with less than 10 yards between them. As a result, his saber web hit her before she could react. Now, not only was she spectating the fight from a distance, but there were also 30 yards between Kowloon Demon and Shi Feng. This gave her just enough time to react to Kowloon Demon's saber web, or more specifically, track his saber's movements, and this outcome shocked her. After all, Kowloon Demon was currently fighting with his basic attributes suppressed. She doubted she could keep track of his attacks if he fought at full strength, even if they had been 300 yards apart. What speed! Meanwhile, Shi Feng was also astonished by the speed of Kowloon Demon's attacks. If not for his pseudo-tier 7 concentration, which enabled him to perceive time flow at a slower rate, he would have had difficulty keeping up with the other party's speed. Without hesitation, Shi Feng executed Sword's Orbit with the Shadow Incinerator and the Winter of Eternal Night. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metal collisions sounded in the hall in quick succession. The frequency of the collisions was so high that it felt like hundreds of weapons were clashing simultaneously. The collision of the sabers and swords also produced numerous sparks that illuminated the entire hall and shockwaves that forced many level 230, tier 6 players back a step. Are they human? Heavens! I'm level 235, yet I can't even stand steadily right now. How strong are their attacks? The spectators in the hall were stunned by the repercussions of the clash. Shi Feng and Kowloon Demon had traded only 1 move, yet that was enough to turn the library's first-floor hall into a void battlefield. The power of their attacks was so great that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider them humanoid bosses. "You are good. I hadn't expected you to keep up with my speed," Kowloon Demon said as he looked at Shi Feng in surprise. He hadn't thought a non-sixth floor expert like Shi Feng could keep up with his reaction speed. Moreover, Shi Feng had accurately blocked every one of his attacks. But how will you fare against my next move? After saying so, Kowloon Demon swung his 4 sabers in unison, creating over 24 saber lights that merged into one and split the hall in half. When Shi Feng saw the oncoming saber light, he dared not hold back anymore. Immediately, he activated the miniature abyssal world and swung the shadow incinerator, creating a full moon. Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. Chapter 3804, Chapter 878, Royal Power. Chapter 878, Royal Power. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded throughout the library. For a moment, the light in the hall disappeared. Then, a full moon rose, returning peace to the world. In the blink of an eye, the first-floor hall became a dark void, and standing in the middle of this void were Shi Feng and Kowloon Demon. Although there was a huge level gap between the two, with Shi Feng being level 212 and Kowloon Demon being level 240, Kowloon Demon was the only one to sustain damage in the second exchange, his HP falling by 5%. Guild leader Black Flame won. Heiser couldn't believe her eyes. It was obvious that Shi Feng had yet to reach the 6th floor standard. Yet in a clash with Kowloon Demon, a bona fide 6th floor expert, he had emerged superior. We won. Xiao Yilong was dumbfounded when he saw that only Kowloon Demon received damage. He couldn't help but grow excited. Although this was only the second exchange, it should be virtually impossible for Kowloon Demon to kill Shi Feng in the third exchange unless he shamelessly fought using his full basic attributes. Thus, their party had effectively won the agreement. Meanwhile, Whirlwind Bulwark and the other Pale Horn members gaped at this situation. Aren't we in the library? Is guild leader Black Flame really only level 212? Rather than the clash between a 6th floor expert and a non-6th floor expert, Pale Horn's members were more surprised by the destruction Shi Feng caused. Nightmare Holy City's library was the sturdiest structure in the city. Even level 235 plus players fully equipped with level 235 fragmented legendary items could only create some cracks at most when they attacked the library. Yet Shi Feng, despite being a level 212 player, had turned the entire first-floor hall into an empty void. They didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if his attack struck them. Who are you? After noticing the loss of his HP, Kowloon Demon couldn't help but stare at Shi Feng as if the other party was a monster. His voice when he spoke was also filled with confusion. His calm composure was nowhere to be seen. Haven't I already told you? In response to Kowloon Demon's question, Shi Feng chuckled and said, "We come from another region." "Another region? Do you take me for a fool?" Kowloon Demon glared at Shi Feng, not believing the other party's words in the slightest. "While there might be many experts in other regions, none have someone like you. Despite not being a 6th floor expert, you managed to overpower a 6th floor expert. Not to mention, you don't even know the rules of this region and the surrounding regions. There might be experts stronger than him in other regions, but they were all well-known experts. If a 5th floor expert could overpower a 6th floor expert with similar basic attributes, this person would be a legendary existence known by all. However, Kowloon Demon had never heard of Shi Feng. Rules? What rules? Shi Feng looked at Kowloon Demon curiously. According to Whirlwind Bulwark, there shouldn't be any unspoken rules in Nightmare Holy City. Had there been any, Dawn Forest, the guild leader of the Holy Knights, would have informed Shi Feng about them when trying to befriend him. Yet Dawn Forest hadn't. This meant that none of Nightmare Holy City's players knew the rules Kowloon Demon spoke of. Suddenly, Kowloon Demon took out a silver tier 6 divine rune scroll and unfurled it before Shi Feng. Immediately afterward, a translucent silver barrier enveloped Shi Feng and Kowloon Demon, isolating them from the outside world. Shi Feng was surprised to see the translucent silver barrier. Dimensional World was a lost Tier 6 divine runic curse in the greater God's domain. Only primordial God-ranked existences could destroy the barrier it created within a short time frame. Even if South Lake, Holy Dragon Spear's great commander, were here, he would need at least a day of non-stop attacking to break it. As for magic scrolls that held the dimensional world spell, they were extinct in the greater God's domain. "Nobody outside can hear us now, so let's be frank," Kowloon Demon said sternly. "Before you make up any stories, I will have you know that Dragon's Crown, the royal power I come from, controls the Nightmare Holy City region and the several hundred regions around it. No player outside of the Nightmare Holy City region doesn't know Dragon's Crown. A royal power." Kowloon Demon's words momentarily stunned Shi Feng. As far as Shi Feng could recall, there were no royal powers in the human race's greater God's domain. Not even the mysterious Seven Luminaries Alliance had reached the standard of royal powers. It was barely strong enough to contend with the holy race's royal powers. However, Kowloon Demon claimed that this remnant primordial world concealed a human royal power. Moreover, the information Kowloon Demon revealed about the remnant primordial world was frightening. It should be known that Nightmare Holy City's players were already shockingly strong. Yet, there were actually hundreds of regions like it in the remnant primordial world. Although Nightmare Holy City wasn't filled with fifth-floor experts, many of its inhabitants were experts who had mastered gold combat techniques. There were over 10,000 such experts in the White Dragon Nation alone. Yet, Dragon's Crown controlled hundreds of other city regions like the Nightmare Holy City region. It definitely wasn't an exaggeration to consider Dragon's Crown a royal power. It could absolutely compete with the holy race's royal powers. That's right. Dragon's Crown is one of the only two royal powers in God's domain. This is something all players outside know. When Kowloon Demon saw the surprise on Shi Feng, he couldn't help asking in confusion. Only native players of the Nightmare Holy City region would be ignorant of this information. But you're not from Nightmare Holy City, so who are you people? Shi Feng didn't know how he should answer Kowloon Demon's question. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng ventured awkwardly. "Would you believe me if I said I come from another world?" Chapter 3805, Chapter 879, Chapter of Space, Chapter 879, Chapter of Space. Heiser and Xiao Yilong grew worried when they saw Kowloon Demon isolating the space around him, and Shi Feng with the Tier 6 divine runic curse dimensional world. What is Kowloon Demon trying to do? Does he plan to go back on his word and fight with his full strength? Xiao Yilong muttered anxiously as he stared at the translucent silver barrier. Originally, Xiao Yilong thought their trip to this remnant primordial world would be filled with opportunities, especially after seeing the states of Nightmare Holy City and its top two guilds. He was certain they would be able to earn a lot of undying souls. However, the dangers here far exceeded his expectations. Never had he expected to encounter a level 240 expert here, let alone one with such a terrifying combat standard. If Kowloon Demon disregarded his reputation and fought with his full strength, their party might not leave this remnant primordial world, let alone earn undying souls from it. "I don't think so," Heiser said, shaking her head. Then, while recalling her fight with Kowloon Demon, she added, "He's a battle maniac through and through. He's fixated on improving his strength. At his standard, finding worthy opponents is nigh impossible. Though not a sixth-floor expert himself, Guild Leader Blackflame can fight sixth-floor experts on even basic attributes. In a sense, experts like Guild Leader Blackflame are much rarer. If Kowloon Demon acts rashly, he might never come across another opponent like Guild Leader Blackflame." "I guess you're right." Xiao Yilong agreed with Heiser's opinion. For those seeking ultimate strength, the higher they climbed, the lonelier they became. Then he looked at Kowloon Demon and sighed. Still, This world really is scary. I thought Red Frost had become the strongest human player in terms of combat standards. I hadn't expected to meet other sixth-floor human experts in this God mode underground city. Moreover, according to Kowloon Demon, there should be quite a few sixth-floor experts in this world. If the greater God's domain's old monsters learn of this, their jaws will probably drop, mortal gods. To his knowledge, Red Frost was the only player in the human race's greater God's domain to have reached this standard. Before Red Frost's resurgence, everyone even thought it was impossible to achieve this legendary standard. Yet, it was now revealed that there was not just one, but multiple sixth-floor experts in this remnant primordial world. This was unbelievable news. Heiser stared at Kowloon Demon. Although she didn't make any comments, she strongly agreed with Xiao Yilong's sentiment. Meanwhile, silence descended momentarily in the interior of the dimensional world after Shi Feng revealed his origins. Kowloon Demon simply stared at Shi Feng, his expression changing from cold to confused. Another world, Kowloon Demon finally broke the silence. Then with a firm gaze on Shi Feng, he added, "Had you been a sixth-floor expert, I'd 100% suspect that you were sent by that side to mess with me. But you're not. You even managed to overpower me. There isn't anyone like you in this world. This is really unexpected. I always assumed those old records at headquarters were just legends. I never thought there could be human players outside our world. But now, it seems those ancient records were factual. If I'm not mistaken, you and that girl should be using the so-called fragmented divine artifacts or divine artifacts, right? That would explain your frightening basic attributes. Since you are from outside of this world, how about partnering with Dragon's Crown? Our world should have many things you need. Not to brag, but there isn't anything in this world that Dragon's Crown can't obtain." Kowloon Demon's zealousness and fighting spirit disappeared. Now his eyes were filled with joy and anticipation. He looked at Shi Feng as if he were looking at a mountain of treasure. A partnership? Shi Feng was momentarily surprised. Then he quickly calmed down and said, "It's not out of the question." No power could resist the lucrative potential of a trade agreement between worlds, least of all one involving this remnant primordial world. The weapon and equipment production technology here far outpaced anything found in the greater God's domain. Even the level 235 taboo epic weapons and equipment produced here could fetch astronomical prices in the greater God's domain, let alone the level 240 fragmented legendary and legendary equipment. Of course, no one would sell these taboo weapons and equipment for money unless absolutely necessary. After all, they were the foundation of a power's strength. What the powers in the greater God's domain truly lacked weren't high-level players, but taboo weapons and equipment. With enough taboo weapons and equipment, their members could raid taboo dungeons non-stop and level up rapidly. Taboo dungeons weren't particularly rare in the greater God's domain. It was just that most players lacked the strength to raid them. If players were strong enough to raid taboo dungeons non-stop, they could level up as quickly as grinding in taboo secret lands. I heard that you need a lot of undying souls. Kowloon Demon laughed when he saw Shi Feng feigning hesitance. While precious, they're not particularly rare in this world. If you partner with Dragon's Crown, you only need to bring Dragon's Crown's members outside. In return, Dragon's Crown will pay you 10 million undying souls per trip. This should be a great deal for you. Bring you out, Shi Feng frowned slightly. While my party can come and go here freely, taking people out is another matter altogether. Shi Feng wasn't surprised by Kowloon Demon's desire to head to the greater God's domain. After all, it was only a matter of time before this remnant primordial world linked up with the greater God's domain. If Dragon's Crown could establish itself in the greater God's domain ahead of time, it would stand to benefit more once the linking happened. This was similar to Shi Feng's desire to establish Zero Wing in the Eternal Realm. However, his party had used a teleportation passage to reach this remnant primordial world, and they could only return by using the return crystal that the underground city had given them. Moreover, this return crystal was bound to them, so they couldn't give it to others. Evidently, the underground city did not want the players of this remnant primordial world to leave. Furthermore, Shi Feng was unable to use the Abyss Workshop certification's world-breaking teleportation due to the interference set in place by the primordial flame dragon. Otherwise, he could have long since traveled in and out of the flame dragon god's nest freely. "I know that," Kowloon Demon said. Then he hesitantly pulled out a tattered sheet of paper from the 5-colored ring he wore and added, "We naturally can't leave using normal methods, but leaving won't be a problem if we use this item." "The chapter of space," Shi Feng gasped when he saw the tattered paper in Kowloon Demon's hand. Chapter 3806, Chapter 880, Primordial Royal Powers Foundation. Chapter 880, Primordial Royal Powers Foundation. "Do you know this godly relic?" Kowloon Demon looked at Shi Feng in surprise. He hadn't expected Shi Feng to be able to recognize the tattered paper, much less name it. After all, he had gone to great lengths to uncover its identity. Additionally, the chapter of space had been stored in Dragon's Crown's guild warehouse since the guild's inception. If not for the secret information he had obtained from an ancient ruin, he might never have bothered to pay the ridiculous price to exchange it. "I know a little bit," Shi Feng nodded. "The chapter of space is one of the 7 types of power contained within the 7 Luminaries Codex, a godly relic that has existed since the birth of God's domain. It is rumored to have the power of spatial teleportation." Shi Feng had been searching for the 7 Luminaries Codex's fragments. However, he had located only the chapter of time thus far. Although he knew that the primordial dragon sanctuary contained a fragment of the codex, he hadn't thought it would be in this remnant primordial world. He also hadn't expected it to be in Kowloon Demon's possession. After all, the 7 Luminaries Codex never reacted. "That's right," Kowloon Demon nodded. Then he confidently stated, "This godly relic should be powerful enough to take us out. Although it can only let us leave for a limited period and will forcibly teleport us back once time is up, it is the only viable method I can think of." Indeed, Shi Feng did not doubt Kowloon Demon's words. The 7 Luminaries Codex was no ordinary godly relic. It was rumored that even primordial gods had sought to possess its power. The goddess of space had even created a replica of it. Thus, the 7 Luminaries Codex shouldn't have difficulty bypassing the primordial flame dragon seal. "Consider this dragon's crown's token of sincerity," Kowloon Demon said, gritting his teeth as he handed the chapter of space to Shi Feng. "With this item, once you leave this world, you can soul teleport up to 100 friends to your side at the cost of 500 units of 7 Luminaries crystal per friend. The soul teleport lasts 3 days and has a cooldown of 7 natural days. Dragon's Crown's members will add you as a friend before you leave. Once you teleport us to your side, we will pay you the teleportation cost plus 10 million undying souls. What do you think?" Kowloon Demon would have preferred not to give Shi Feng the chapter of space if possible. However, he knew he was unlikely to meet another group of players like Shi Feng. Moreover, even if players from another world came here, Dragon's Crown wouldn't necessarily be the first to meet them. Simply put, Dragon's Crown could only partner with Shi Feng to access the world outside, while Shi Feng didn't necessarily have to partner with Dragon's Crown to access this world's resources. "It's a good deal," Shi Feng said as he looked at the chapter of space he had obtained for free. "But before we proceed with this deal, I need you to agree to a few conditions. So long as you agree to them, I can sign a God's domain contract with you immediately to seal the deal." If not, I can't accept this chapter of space. What are your conditions? Kowloon Demon asked without hesitation. Firstly, I can bear all of the teleportation expenses, but you must trade at least 10,000 level 235 plus epic weapons and equipment with me each time you go out. Of course, I will buy them at market price. Additionally, you are not allowed to sell taboo weapons and equipment to other powers, Shi Feng stated. No problem. Since you are Dragon's Crown's partner, we naturally won't cooperate with other powers outside, Kowloon Demon said, nodding. Secondly, I hope you can help me when needed. I will compensate you appropriately for your assistance, Shi Feng stated in a non-negotiable tone. Dragon's Crown was a royal power operating in this remnant primordial world. It would be a huge waste to only trade with the guild, especially with Zero Wing's current precarious situation in God's domain. Zero Wing needed more strength to contend with apex powers and royal powers. I have no problem with this condition either. We are partners. Dragon's Crown will naturally ensure its partner's safety. Kowloon Demon accepted the second condition without hesitation. Lastly, I require manpower to raid the Northern Badlands taboo, Shi Feng said. Then, after pausing to think for a moment, he continued, if we successfully kill the taboo, I want only half of its loot and priority in choosing the first item. If you agree to help, I will sign a contract promising 10 consecutive teleport sessions. The Northern Badlands taboo boss was an important step in Shi Feng's preparation to slay the Undying Mother. When it came to sourcing experts, Dragon's Crown was naturally more reliable than the Pale Horn Adventurer team. You are aiming for that taboo, Kowloon Demon was surprised. He hadn't expected Shi Feng's objective to be the Northern Badlands taboo boss. After all, the Northern Badlands taboo boss was a significant challenge, even for Dragon's Crown. Moreover, it sounded like Shi Feng was confident in taking down the taboo boss, with or without Dragon's Crown. Give me 3 days. I will bring you a team of players as strong as myself in 3 days. Moreover, they are all experts at level 240 or above, Kowloon Demon said after pondering for a moment. Of course, if you are in a hurry, I can also get you a 100-man team that's much stronger than any team you can find in Nightmare Holy City. 100 experts as strong as you. Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished by Kowloon Demon's nonchalant attitude. Although Shi Feng had long since known that a royal power in this remnant primordial world would not be weak, he didn't expect Dragon's Crown to be this terrifying. Even if the 100 experts Kowloon Demon promised weren't all at the 6th floor standard, as long as they could match him in basic attributes, it would still be a frightening team. It would be like having a team of 100 South Lakes. Not even the greater God's domain's apex powers could necessarily come up with such a lineup. Subsequently, Kowloon Demon signed a God's domain contract with Shi Feng on behalf of Dragon's Crown. According to the contract, so long as Shi Feng left the remnant primordial world, he had to initiate the first teleport session within 10 days. He also had to conduct 10 teleport sessions back-to-back. As for the compensation of 100 million undying souls for the 10 teleport sessions, Dragon's Crown would pay 50% of it as a deposit on the first teleport session. This could be considered Shi Feng's fourth condition. After signing the contract, Kowloon Demon dismissed the dimensional world and left the library immediately, leaving the spectators shocked and excited. They had never thought that Nightmare Holy City's #1 expert would lose. After today, the status quo in Nightmare Holy City would most likely undergo drastic changes. Nightmare Holy City, Nightmare Hotel. Kowloon, do you have any idea what you are saying? Currently, Kowloon Demon stood facing a crystal ball with a graceful female knight inside. Although the female knight spoke in a neutral tone, he couldn't help but tense up in fear. Not only are you asking for the chosen ones I've trained, but you also want them to raid a taboo boss for a bunch of outsiders. Are you tired of being the guild's #1 chosen one? Do you want to get replaced? Or do you think the kids I nurtured are disposable assets you can squander? Big Sis Jade, listen to me. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, Kowloon Demon explained, I am doing this to help you. This person I met in Nightmare Holy City is extraordinary. I've already established a partnership with him. If this deal works out, I promise those chosen ones under you will achieve excellent results in the next battle of the two royals. They will surpass the chosen ones' training under the other vice guild leaders. At that time, you will also be promoted to first vice guild leader. Chapter 3807, Chapter 881, Difference between the two worlds. Chapter 881, Difference between the two worlds. Nightmare Holy City. 3 days after signing the agreement with Kowloon Demon, Shi Feng arrived at Nightmare Holy City's airport with his party. Joining them were the Pale Horn Adventurer Team's commander, Whirlwind Bulwark, and vice commander, Star Butterfly. At this time, Kowloon Demon was already waiting outside the crowded airport with a 100-man team. The presence of Kowloon Demon's team caused a commotion among the players in the airport. This was because every member of the team was level 240 or above. Additionally, they all had incredible equipment standards. Nobody in the current Nightmare Holy City owned a level 240 taboo fragmented legendary equipment set. Yet every member of this 100-man team was equipped with a level 240 taboo fragmented legendary equipment set at minimum. The woman standing at the head of this team was especially eye-catching. She had a divine pattern between her eyebrows, and her graceful body stood over 2 meters. Most importantly, she was a level 243 Guardian Knight equipped with a level 240 taboo legendary equipment set. Crap, who are these people? Even the Holy Knights and the White Dragon Nation combined can't come up with such a lineup. Shush, keep it down. Don't you see they're with Kowloon Demon? It seems the rumors of Kowloon Demon having extraordinary origins are true after all. Don't you guys recognize that Guardian Knight? She's been hosting the city's cross-region trial for the past few years. When the guild leaders of the Holy Knights and the White Dragon Nation first met her, they nearly fell to their knees. Could these people be the successful challengers of other regions? The players in the airport quietly discussed Kowloon Demon's team. The players who had challenged the cross-region trial, in particular, couldn't help their awe and envy of the youths led by the female Guardian Knight. It was the dream of all players in Nightmare Holy City to pass the cross-region trial. However, only a handful of players had ever succeeded, and they were all legends in Nightmare Holy City. Furthermore, according to rumors, only a small fraction of the players who passed the cross-region trial had been eligible to join the power the female Guardian Knight belonged to. Thus, it was only natural that the youths on the same team as the female Guardian Knight were objects of envy. When Dragon's Crown's chosen ones overheard the discussions around them, they couldn't help feeling proud and delighted. Dragon's Crown was a guild that all players in this world sought to join. Meanwhile, not only were they members of Dragon's Crown, but they were also the guild's carefully selected chosen ones. After constant training, their strength had skyrocketed, and each of them was now strong enough to overshadow an entire city region's powers. Meanwhile, Kowloon Demon noticed the arrival of Shi Feng's team and said to the female Guardian Knight beside him, "Big Sis Jade, they're here." Following Kowloon Demon's words, the Dragon's Crown members immediately turned their attention to Shi Feng's team, their gazes filled with displeasure and mild hostility. As chosen ones training under Purgatory Jade, Dragon's Crown's second vice guild leader, not even the guild's elders were qualified to demand their help with raiding bosses, let alone a bunch of outsiders. Yet Purgatory Jade had agreed to let them help these outsiders. Kowloon Demon, Dragon's Crown's strongest chosen one, even expressed worship toward Shi Feng. Moreover, even though they were contributing most of the manpower for the upcoming raid, they would receive only half of the taboo boss's loot. This situation displeased them greatly. They couldn't understand why Shi Feng's party warranted such treatment. Meanwhile, under the resentful gazes of Dragon's Crown's chosen ones, Shi Feng calmly approached Kowloon Demon. As for Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly, they had become so anxious that they didn't even dare to raise their heads in front of Dragon's Crown's team. Initially, they were already very surprised when Shi Feng invited them to raid the Northern Badlands, taboo boss together. They hadn't expected to be on the same team with individuals whom even Nightmare Holy City's top 2 guilds had to kowtow to. Guild leader Black Flame, let me introduce you. This person here is Purgatory Jade, the commander of the trump card team behind me. She has trained every member of this team, Kowloon Demon said. Additionally, Commander Jade is very experienced in raiding taboo bosses. Her team nearly killed a level 240 taboo boss in the past. It's a pity that the taboo boss escaped at the last moment. She nearly killed a level 240 taboo. Shi Feng looked at the guardian knight named Purgatory Jade in surprise. Simply surviving against a taboo boss was a challenge. In the current Greater God's domain, no team could push a level 240 taboo boss to the brink of death. Rest assured, I won't steal command over the raid from you. I am only here to see if you are as strong as Kowloon Demon says, Purgatory Jade said as she scrutinized Shi Feng. Although she didn't show it on her face, she felt slightly disappointed when she saw that Shi Feng was only level 216. But let me be upfront. If I feel your instructions might cause my team to suffer a true death, I will have them retreat without hesitation. Don't blame us when that happens. According to Kowloon Demon, Shi Feng and his party came from a foreign world with exceptional weapons and equipment. Even the legendary fragmented divine artifacts and divine artifacts existed in this world. Moreover, despite not being a 6th-floor expert, Shi Feng had managed to overpower Kowloon Demon by a slight margin. Furthermore, Shi Feng intended to form a team to raid a taboo boss. Even if said taboo boss was under level 240, killing it would still be a significant challenge. This was also why Purgatory Jade had gone out of her way to come here. However, the low levels of Shi Feng's team disappointed her. Even Whirlwind Bulwark, the highest-level member of the team, was only level 239. As for Red Frost, Laura, Twilight Leaf, and Heiser, they were only level 230. Purgatory Jade felt there was nothing special about the foreign world Kowloon Demon spoke of, aside from its extraordinary weapons and equipment. Okay, let's set out immediately then, Shi Feng said, nodding. Then he took out the ancient oath and summoned the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon. Suddenly, a giant magic array appeared in the sky, covering the entire airport. Immediately afterward, a 1,000-meter-long, level 226 dragon slowly descended from the sky like a sovereign, radiating a powerful dragon might that struck fear into the hearts of the Tier 6 players in the airport. Even an expert as strong as Kowloon Demon felt greatly pressured. A Sacred Dragon. Chapter 3808, Chapter 882, Tier 7 Skill, Chapter 882, Tier 7 Skill, Heavens. What rank of a flying mount is that? Could it be a legendary flying mount? Crap, that's a Sacred Dragon. That flying mount is a Tier 6 Sacred Dragon. The sudden appearance of the Frostflame Sacred Dragon sent the players in the airport into a frenzy. Although Nightmare Holy City's players primarily relied on flying mounts to get around, flying mounts were extremely rare in the city. Most first-rate teams only had Tier 4 basic extraordinary flying mounts. Even the Holy Knights and the White Dragon Nation only had Tier 5 advanced extraordinary flying mounts. Nobody dared to dream of owning a Tier 6 flying mount, much less one that was a sacred dragon. It should be known that the average Tier 6 dragon was already considered invincible among opponents of the same level. Sacred dragons possessed bloodlines superior to those of ordinary dragons. They were akin to bosses among dragons. A single level 226, Tier 6 sacred dragon could likely defeat the Holy Knights and the White Dragon Nation combined. Nonetheless, such a frightening existence was someone's flying mount. This was simply unbelievable. The chosen ones of Dragon's Crown were even more dumbfounded by this situation. Unlike the ignorant players of Nightmare Holy City, they had a much better understanding of the world they resided in. Thus, they knew the Tier 6 Frostflame Sacred Dragon was an existence that trumped even legendary flying mounts. Although legendary flying mounts were rare in their world, they weren't rare to the point of non-existence. The two royal powers ruling the world had over a dozen Tier 6 legendary flying mounts in total. However, none of those legendary flying mounts could hold a candle to the Frostflame Sacred Dragon. A Tier 6 Sacred Dragon. Could this be one of the legendary divine flying mounts? As Purgatory Jade looked at the descending Frostflame Sacred Dragon, her curiosity about Shi Feng's world grew. Although Shi Feng's party's average level was pitiful, the party's ownership of the Frostflame Sacred Dragon alone made it worth Dragon's Crown befriending. It should be known that the Frostflame Sacred Dragon was only level 226. Yet, Purgatory Jade already felt threatened by it. Once it reached level 240, who could be a match for Shi Feng in a one-on-one fight? Besides Nightmare Holy City's players and Dragon's Crown's members, Red Frost, who was familiar with Zero Wing and Shi Feng, was equally surprised by the Frostflame Sacred Dragon. She had no idea when Shi Feng had gotten his hands on such a flying mount. At the same time, she finally understood why Shi Feng had been leveling up so slowly despite grinding with them for the past few days. He had most likely shared the majority of the XP received with the Frostflame Sacred Dragon. Otherwise, he would have long since reached level 220 or higher. Amidst the surrounding players' discussions, Shi Feng hopped onto the Frostflame Sacred Dragon's back. Get on. With the Frostflame Sacred Dragon's speed, we should reach the taboo boss in about 5 hours, Shi Feng said to Dragon's Crown's members when he saw them getting ready to summon their respective flying mounts. At Shi Feng's invitation, many of Dragon's Crown's members excitedly hopped onto the Frostflame Sacred Dragon. When they felt the mana-nourishing effect of the divine flying mount, their dissatisfaction with Shi Feng disappeared, and they now acknowledged him as their commander. After all, although the Frostflame Sacred Dragon was only level 226, its resilience was greater than even that of a level 240 tank, and it was more than qualified to tank a taboo boss. With the Frostflame Sacred Dragon distracting the Northern Badlands taboo boss, the chances of the raid succeeding would increase greatly. After a 5-hour flight, Shi Feng's team arrived at a mountain range in the Northern Badlands. A demonic mist enveloped the central area of the mountain range, the place where the Northern Badlands taboo boss resided. Although many players had entered the mist in the past, few ever made it out alive. Guild leader Black Flame, the taboo boss is inside that mist, Kowloon Demon said, pointing at the demonic mist in the distance. The mist is a product of the Northern Badlands' unique environment. It devours the mana of any player within range. This mist is also why nobody has ever gotten a glimpse of the taboo boss's true appearance. But because this mist is caused by the environment, its density varies from time to time. If we want to raid the taboo boss, we will have to wait until the mist's density falls. Otherwise, We will have to raid it handicapped. As a native of Nightmare Holy City, Whirlwind Bulwark agreed with Kowloon Demon's statement. The Northern Badlands, taboo boss might be terrifyingly strong, but its strength wasn't the only reason it was difficult to raid. The demonic mist that enveloped its sphere of activity also played a significant role. For this reason, all teams that challenged the taboo boss in the past had chosen to do so when the demonic mist was at its thinnest. If a team were to enter the demonic mist when it was dense, that team would have no chance of surviving. This demonic mist is indeed troublesome. After surveying the area from the Frostflame Sacred Dragon's back, Shi Feng found that the demonic mist covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of yards. It was definitely one of the major hurdles to raiding the Northern Badlands taboo boss. However, he quickly added, "But we don't need to go inside. We just need to lure the taboo boss to us." "Lure it to us." Kowloon Demon shook his head and chuckled when he heard Shi Feng's solution. Then he explained, "Guild leader Black Flame, you might not know this, but the Northern Badlands taboo boss loves this demonic mist. Many teams have tried to lure it out, but none have succeeded. This is also why the teams that tried to raid the taboo boss all had to fight it inside the demonic mist. It's a pity the suppression of this world is too powerful. Otherwise, I could slowly chip away at this mist with my Tier 6 large-scale destruction curses," Heiser said, sighing. The suppression that the remnant primordial world imposed on players was as powerful as that of the flame dragon god's treasury. This was also why players of Nightmare Holy City had to rely on low-tier flying mounts to fly, even after reaching Tier 6. In any other world, Tier 6 players could have easily flown at speeds nearing those of Tier 5 flying mounts. "It's not up to the taboo boss to decide whether it wants to come out," Shi Feng suddenly said. Then, he raised his hand and cast the Abyssal Eyes Dark Cluster skill, one of the 2 Tier 7 skills he possessed. Before anyone could react, the sky above the Northern Badlands turned pitch black. Then all the mana in the map began converging in the sky, causing the mana-devouring demonic mist to thin out rapidly. A moment later, Shi Feng brought his hand down toward the demonic mist. Tier 7 skill, Dark Cluster. Boom. TL notes. To recap, flying mounts have major and minor ranks. Major ranks: common, extraordinary, legendary, divine. Minor ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced. Naming scheme: minor rank, major rank, flying mount, e.g. intermediate, common, flying mount. Chapter 3809, Chapter 883, Return of the Princess. Chapter 883, Return of the Princess. Northern Badlands. As Shi Feng brought his hand down, the abyssal eye on his finger emitted a pitch-black radiance. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped a 1,000,000-yard radius, depriving everyone within the affected area of their sight, and even the rest of their 5 senses. A moment later, countless dazzling stars rained down from the pitch-black sky, causing powerful explosions as they bombarded the land. After innumerable stars had ravaged the mountain range, a 100-meter-tall, one-horned demon could be seen escaping the remaining wisps of demonic mist in a miserable state. Pitch-black scales and spikes covered the one-horned demon. The mana it exuded was strange, its form sometimes illusory and sometimes solid. Everyone who sensed this strange mana felt death loom over them. Currently, though, most of the one-horned demon's scales and spikes had been stripped from its body, and dark green blood oozed from its wounds. Meanwhile, although everyone was shocked by Shi Feng's ability to force the Northern Badlands taboo boss out of its habitat, the shock was short-lived, quickly overwhelmed by the instinctual fear they felt at the sight of the one-horned demon. Tosas, the all-consuming demon mutant. Primordial demon, divine level 239 HP 1 quintillion 600 quadrillion. The simple data presented elicited gasps from everyone present. Red Frost and those who were facing a taboo boss for the first time were especially shocked by Tosa's HP. Is this a taboo boss? Xiao Yilong felt despair when he saw Tosa's 15 HP bars. He suddenly understood why even apex powers were powerless against the greater god's domain's 22 taboos. Despite Tosa's being only a level 239 taboo boss, he could not see any hope of players killing it. Normally, an ordinary level 239, Tier 6 boss only had 200 quadrillion HP at the maximum. Tosa's HP was 8 times greater. However, that still wasn't the most important point. A mutant. This was what made Tosa's a true headache for players. Mutated monsters had incredible learning capabilities. A mutant that lived long enough could match the combat standards of a fifth-floor expert. With such a combat standard, a mutant could nullify most of the combat techniques of players, forcing them into a melee. Unless players had a significant level advantage, the mutant would quickly overpower them with its extraordinary basic attributes. "Were you damned humans the ones who ambushed me?" Tosa's demanded, glaring at Shi Feng's team with its 6 eyes and completely ignoring the bellowing level 226 Frostflame Sacred Dragon. Then it raised one of its hands and swiped at the empty space before it. Suddenly, everyone felt the world around them spinning. Before anyone realized it, one of the Frostflame Sacred Dragon's wings had disappeared, and its 1,000-meter-long body spiraled uncontrollably to the ground. Be on full alert for its movements. Activate the Tier 6 Divine Runic Domain spell to resist its true world. Purgatory Jade shouted as the team fell out of the sky. It has likely mastered a world law related to space and can attack us from any distance. At Purgatory Jade's words, many of those present immediately understood what had happened just now. Tosa's was only level 239. Even if it was a taboo boss, its attacks shouldn't be fast enough to evade their detection completely. In that case, there was only one explanation for this situation: Tosa's attack trajectory was outside of their perception. Shi Feng looked at Purgatory Jade in surprise. He hadn't expected her to identify Tosa's unique world law so quickly. This led him to think that Kowloon Demon hadn't been exaggerating about Purgatory Jade, and that the woman had indeed pushed a level 240 taboo boss to the brink of death in the past. A spatial law, is it? While free-falling, Shi Feng got a mild headache as he looked at the stationary, all-consuming demon. Not all unique world laws mastered by taboo bosses were equal. Those related to space were especially tricky to deal with. Take Tosa's ability to attack from any distance, for example. Regardless of where the all-consuming demon stood, its attacks could always reach their target. Its attacks could also come from any direction. Even if players saw it attacking, they wouldn't know where to direct their defense. Tosa's attack method completely ignored defensive and evasive maneuvers. The only good news was that Dark Cluster had heavily injured Tosa's. Although its 1.6 quintillion HP had only dropped to 1.5 quintillion, it no longer had battle recovery. Its mobility should have also plummeted. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stopped attacking after crippling the Frostflame Sacred Dragon. It should have followed up with more attacks to reduce the number of threats. That despicable primordial god's power. Tosa's was visibly dissatisfied when it saw that it had only heavily injured the Frostflame Sacred Dragon. "But this is it for you ants." After Tosa's finished speaking, an invisible ripple spread from it and covered a 10,000-yard radius in an instant. Meanwhile, Shi Feng and the others started to lose basic attributes rapidly, and the gap in basic attributes between the two sides widened even further. Die! Suddenly, Tosa's pulled a longsword enveloped in soul fire out of its chest, clearly intent on permanently erasing the ants before it. When everyone saw the flaming longsword, almost all of them trembled instinctively. As for Shi Feng, He knew he couldn't afford to conserve his cards when he saw Tosus preparing for an all-out attack. He hastily took out the primordial dragon legacy crystal and summoned the dragon princess Kalisha. Currently, Kalisha was Shi Feng's strongest trump card against taboo bosses. Although Kalisha had yet to fully recover, she could already rival primordial gods. In comparison, while Tosus might be close to reaching the standard of primordial gods, it still wasn't one. Thus, Shi Feng decided to take a gamble. He wagered that the current dragon princess was stronger than the all-consuming demon. The summoning of the dragon princess was instantaneous. The moment Shi Feng initiated the summoning, a colossal figure descended from the sky. Before this colossal figure, even the frost flame sacred dragon looked like a little snake. This colossal figure belonged to none other than Kalisha. Following Kalisha's abrupt appearance, Tosus canceled its attack and stared solemnly at the dragon princess. A primordial dragon. Chapter 3810, Chapter 884, Princess vs. Taboo. Chapter 884, Princess vs. Taboo. What's happening here? An ancient god? No, although the divine might of the ancient gods I've encountered in the past was also terrifying, it can't compare to this NPC's divine might. What level of existence is this NPC? Could she be one of the primordial gods of legend? Are you kidding me? Black Flame can summon a primordial god. Kalisha's appearance excited and shocked everyone present. They were excited because they now had a solution to Tosus, and they were shocked because of Kalisha's unbelievably strong divine might. Purgatory Jade, in particular, couldn't help but change her opinion of Shi Feng. As a vice guild leader of Dragon's Crown, Purgatory Jade differed with Kowloon Demon on the world outside of theirs. More specifically, she looked down on it, even after seeing Shi Feng had a sacred dragon for a flying mount. On the way to the northern Badlands, Purgatory Jade had learned through conversations with Zio Yilong and the others that they were considered top-class experts among the outside world's various powers. Heiser's adventurer team even regarded her as its strongest chosen one. Although Heiser was indeed strong as a half-step mortal god, she wouldn't be anywhere near the top if she were put among Dragon's Crown's chosen ones. In other words, the outside world was only superior in flying mounts, weapons, and equipment. When it came to nurturing experts, the outside world could not compete with Dragon's Crown. If Dragon's Crown had access to similar weapons and equipment, it could trump all of the outside world's players and powers. However, Shi Feng's actions after arriving in the northern Badlands forced Purgatory Jade to revisit her evaluation of the outside world. First, he had used an unbelievably powerful large-scale destruction spell to thin out the demonic mist and force the northern Badlands, taboo boss, out of its habitat. Now, he had summoned an existence that was apparently a primordial god. Neither of these feats was within Dragon's Crown's capabilities. Before Purgatory Jade could recover from her surprise, Kalisha's mountainous figure suddenly shrank, transforming into a 2-meter-tall human woman in a crimson dress. Then, she appeared in front of Shi Feng and glanced at Tosus and Shi Feng's teammates, her gaze causing everyone's soul to shudder. Everyone felt as if they were staring at destruction itself. You have a real knack for finding opponents. How did you even find such a little fellow? Kalisha said to Shi Feng, her expression serious as she scrutinized the all-consuming demon in the distance. If I hadn't recovered some of my strength, I might not have been a match for this little fellow and its spatial law. After saying so, Kalisha pointed a finger at Tosus. Before anyone could react, a lightning longsword had pierced the all-consuming demon, and the true world it cast shattered. Immediately afterward, Tosus' aura waned and its body withered. Its basic attributes also plummeted, and its HP instantly fell by 200 quadrillion. However, after Kalisha's attack, her complexion paled visibly. I have sealed part of its power. "This is all I can do for you," Kalisha said, glancing at Shi Feng. Then, as her body transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the remnant primordial world, she added, "The rest is up to you now." As Kalisha disappeared, Tosas revealed a manic expression. "So what if my strength is sealed? You ants will still die," Tosas bellowed as it swung its soul sword at Shi Feng's team. Suddenly, over 100 sword lights flew at Shi Feng's team, each carrying enough power to threaten Shi Feng with death. The formidable attacks showed no sign of coming from a heavily injured or suppressed monster. As the sword lights closed in on Shi Feng's team, Purgatory Jade stepped forward and stood in front of everyone. Then, the two small round shields she wielded suddenly expanded and deflected all of the sword lights. "What an incredible defensive move," Shi Feng exclaimed. Although Tosas had been weakened and could no longer cast its true world, its strength remained superior to that of level 240 players. The attack it just executed also had the empowering effect of a peak gold combat technique. Even players with similar basic attributes would have difficulty defending against it, let alone players with inferior basic attributes. This is nothing. When Big Sis Jade uses this move, she can survive an attack from even level 240 plus taboo bosses. Now that Tosas has been weakened so much, there is no way it can threaten her life, Kowloon Demon stated proudly. Once he finished boasting, he turned to his fellow guild members and shouted, "Everyone, listen up. It's time we showed guild leader Black Flame Dragon's Crown's capabilities." "Understood." Like Kowloon Demon, the rest of Dragon's Crown's members wore proud expressions. At Kowloon Demon's command, they promptly split into parties of 3 to 5 and used various combination techniques, skills, and spells. Each attack they launched was no weaker than that of Tosas, and they chipped away at the all-consuming demon's HP. 80%, 79%, 78%, as expected of a royal power's chosen ones. Shi Feng had to marvel at the damage output of Dragon's Crown's chosen ones. In that case, I should also attack with everything I've got. Immediately, Shi Feng took out the Feather of Oath and summoned 9 level 236 war goddesses to join the offensive. Although the war goddesses were lower level than Dragon's Crown's chosen ones, each was equipped with 3 to 6 divine artifacts. Thus, their basic attributes were far superior. Each could rival one of Dragon's Crown's parties, while the 9 of them together could match half of Dragon's Crown's team. Subsequently, time passed quickly. Over half an hour later, Tosas had only 1% of its HP remaining. Perhaps sensing that death was imminent, the all-consuming demon went berserk and shattered Kalisha's seal when its HP fell to 1%. As a result, not only did it manage to recast its true world, but the attacks from its soul sword also became unblockable. "The boss is almost dead. If you want to live, attack it with everything you've got." Shi Feng shouted when he saw Tosas starting to one-shot every player it attacked. As Shi Feng spoke, Tosas eliminated another 2 Dragon's Crown members with its soul sword. Seeing this, none of the Dragon's Crown members dared not hold anything back and promptly attacked with their trump cards, causing the all-consuming demon's HP to fall even quicker. At this rate, it would only take a few more seconds before Tosas lost all its HP. "Die. Even if I die, you are going down with me." Tosas naturally understood its imminent demise as well. Out of spite, it directed its attention to Shi Feng, the leader of the team, and swung its soul sword at him. Now that Tosas was free of Kalisha's seal, it could enhance its attacks with its unique spatial law, allowing them to be unpredictable and unblockable. Thus, Shi Feng had no choice but to use Void Barrier, his strongest life-saving measure, to protect himself. Boom, boom, boom. However, after withstanding only a few attacks, the Void Barrier, which was supposed to last 30 seconds, shattered. When Shi Feng saw Tosas swinging its weapon again, his eyes turned bloodshot. Miniature Abyssal World. World's Descent. flowing space. Shi Feng did not know whether it was because of his pseudo-tier 7 concentration or his miniature abyssal world improving, but the instant he executed flowing space, his body transformed into multiple streaks of light that traveled around Tosa's, and he dodged the all-consuming demon's attack by the skin of his teeth. Just as Tosa's locked onto Shi Feng's figure and was about to execute another attack, the 9 war goddesses a short distance away completed their combination combat technique. Ultimately, before Tosa's could drag Shi Feng down with it, 100 golden lightning bolts pierced its body and plundered the last vestiges of its HP. As Tosa's reluctantly collapsed, the surviving members of Shi Feng's team received a series of system notifications. TL notes: FYI, Tosa's HP started to decrease from 80% because of the damage it suffered from Dark Cluster, -100 quadrillion, and Kalisha, -200 quadrillion. Chapter 3811, Chapter 885. Primordial Demons Loot, Chapter 885. Primordial Demons Loot, Comm System. Congratulations! Your team has killed Tosa's, the all-consuming demon. You are the first team to have killed a taboo. Rewarding 100 world reputation points and the Taboo Hunter title. Regional System Announcement. Congratulations! A team has successfully killed Tosa's, the all-consuming demon. The Northern Badlands teleportation passage will open in 24 hours. All players may use it to travel to other regions. All region system announcement. Congratulations! A team has successfully killed Tosa's, the all-consuming demon. The Primordial Divine Kingdom's Taboo Legacy Lands activation progress has reached 3%. Upon receiving the system notifications, everyone snapped out of their daze and revealed ecstatic expressions. Hooray, we did it! We're the first team to kill a taboo boss. Our names will be remembered in the libraries across the various regions. It's not just in libraries. This is an all-region system announcement. The whole world will know of us now. Initially, none of Dragon's Crown's chosen ones were confident about killing Tosa's. This remained true until the very last moment. After all, taboo bosses were symbols of invincibility in their world. Many powers and legendary teams had tried to kill them but never succeeded. In comparison, they were merely a bunch of chosen ones nurtured by Dragon's Crown. Even if the taboo boss they fought was only level 239, they were still unlikely to kill it. Unlike the rest of their guildmates, Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon weren't immersed in the excitement of killing a taboo boss. Instead, their attention was on the details of the all-region system announcement. The activation progress of the Primordial Divine Kingdom's legacy land. Kowloon Demon was shocked and excited. I see. No wonder we could never gain access to that place. The Primordial Divine Kingdom's legacy land had always been a sore point for the 2 royal powers of this world. It was also why nobody in this world could break through the limits of Tier 6. But now, the legacy land had finally been activated. Although the activation process had only reached a meager 3%, it was a momentous step that could affect their entire world. It seems we won't have any peace for the foreseeable future, Purgatory Jade sighed. Nobody had placed much importance on raiding taboo bosses in the past because there weren't any concrete benefits. Now that everyone knew the connection between the taboo bosses and the activation of the Primordial Divine Kingdom's legacy land, the various powers would undoubtedly start hunting taboo bosses like there was no tomorrow. Naturally, the various powers would also pay special attention to the players who successfully raided a taboo boss. Kowloon, did you say we only have 100 slots for going to that other world? We can send only 100 people there each time and they can stay there for only 3 days, Kowloon Demon answered. In that case, we must extend our partnership with Black Flame. The best case scenario is to thoroughly tie Black Flame to us, Purgatory Jade said after some thought. That other world's various methods are the key to raiding taboo bosses. I understand. Kowloon Demon nodded in agreement. They had narrowly defeated Tosa's. If not for Shi Feng luring Tosa's out with his large-scale destruction spell and suppressing it with the help of the NPC he summoned, they never could have achieved victory. It should be known that Tosa's was the weakest taboo boss in their world. The taboo bosses of other regions were all level 240 or above. If they wanted to raid those taboo bosses, they had to have the weapons, equipment, and tools of Shi Feng's world. While Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon conversed, Shi Feng leveled up twice and reached level 218 following Tosa's death. Red Frost and the others also leveled once. This Taboo Hunter title is incredible. Just having it equipped increases my basic attributes by 15%. The bonus is even doubled against taboo bosses, Twilight Leaf exclaimed at her new title. It is indeed powerful. Even if we aren't facing taboo bosses, it'll be like gaining 5 extra levels on our weapons and equipment, Red Frost commented. I am currently at level 231, but my basic attributes are comparable to those of the old fellows at level 236. While his party members happily discussed the Taboo Hunter title, Shi Feng turned to Tosa's corpse. When Tosa's died, it didn't just contribute abundant exp, it also dropped 5 items. Although this was a pitiful amount, all 5 items dropped were extraordinary. Even the weakest one radiated divine might at the ancient god standard. The most eye-catching of the bunch, a blood-red crystal, the size of a basketball, even caused the surrounding space to collapse with its mere presence. Is that the taboo nucleus? Shi Feng subconsciously licked his lips as he looked at the blood-red crystal, excitement coloring his eyes. The taboo nucleus was one of the key components for advancing to Tier 7, and only taboo bosses dropped it. Now that he had a taboo nucleus, 100 million units of 7 luminaries crystal, and the inferior divine Tier 7 promotion land scroll, he finally had all the prerequisites to challenge his Tier 7 promotion. If he wanted to, he could enter his Tier 7 promotion land this instant. However, Shi Feng quickly suppressed the impulse. Although he could indeed challenge his Tier 7 promotion right now, his current chances of success probably didn't reach 10%. If he wanted a better chance at getting promoted to Tier 7, he had to kill the Undying Mother and receive the Abyss Workshop's assistance. Otherwise, he would only waste his taboo nucleus and promotion land scroll. Guild leader Black Flame, the boss, has dropped 5 items. A taboo nucleus, 2 ancient tomes, and 2 pieces of equipment of unknown quality, Kowloon Demon said as he approached Shi Feng. Then he abruptly suggested, according to our original agreement, we will split the loot 50-50, and you will have priority to pick the first item. But we managed this great feat only thanks to your trump cards, so how about you pick 3 items while Dragon's Crown takes the remaining 2? Kowloon Demon would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the taboo boss's loot. However, considering that Shi Feng was Dragon's Crown's only recourse to access the outside world's resources, and the only reason they managed to complete the raid, he might as well use the loot to deepen Dragon's Crown's ties with Shi Feng. Since you said so, I will gladly take you up on your offer, Brother Kowloon, Shi Feng said without reservation. Shi Feng never even dared to think about raiding a taboo boss in his previous life, much less obtaining the loot of one. Every item dropped by Tosa's was extremely precious, so he was more than willing to accept Kowloon Demon's favor. He immediately walked up to Tosa's corpse and picked up the taboo nucleus without hesitation. Only after doing so did he turn his attention to the 4 remaining items.